I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage, and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the third edition of BW Businessworld's The Sustainable World Conclave in association with Sustain Labs Paris. This grand two-day conclave serves as a platform to celebrate and illuminate the remarkable efforts of organizations and pioneers who have contributed in shaping a sustainable future. Throughout the course of the two-day conclave, key stakeholders and top industry leaders will discuss and share their insights on sustainability and India's big leap to G20 presidency. We will witness compelling panel discussions, captivating keynote addresses, and engaging workshops. Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought-provoking discussions, we will venture into the realm of recognition, where we will celebrate and acknowledge the remarkable accomplishment of companies made throughout the year, with the India's Most Sustainable Companies 2022 and 23 awards. With this, I please request my team to show us today's event AV. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to join in the conversation and share the learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Most Sustainable Companies. And before we move forward, I would like to take this moment to thank our partners for today. A silver partner, Gale Limited, a co-partner, Tata Motors, a knowledge partner, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, our associate partner, Calculus Carbon, Ricard Innovations Private Limited, Himadri Energy International, our sustainability tech partner, Recycle.com, our lanyard partner, Mergin IT LLC, and our event partner, the Tikshak Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, and JustBath.ai. With this, please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Exchange for Media Group, to please deliver the opening address.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the BW Businessworld Sustainability World Conclave. It is a prelude to the rankings that we do every year of India's most sustainable companies. We look at India's top BW 500 companies and along with Sustain Labs Paris, rank them on sustainability. Dr. Minya Chatterjee from Sustain Labs Paris is also here. She's our partner and our organization is our partner in today's initiative. I am talking to a room full of ESG sustainability experts, so I don't have to talk to you about what sustainability is, why India needs sustainability practices in the boardroom more than any other country. How is India truly transforming its ESG landscape to be future ready? You are leaders, practitioners, you are leading the charge. And I would request those who are standing, if you can sit, it's distracting. Conversations are welcome, but then you have to go outside the room. Sit down, sir. Prashant, can we request people there to sit? And it's a full house. In conversations outside the room. Inside there are people doing conversations, respect them. Priyanka, sit down. Please sit down. My parents were art professors, so I have academic genes. I look like a professor also. I talk like that. Until 4 days back, I was on the board of MDI for the last 3.5 years. But anyway, coming back to ESG and India's most, first of all, I want to tell you that today in the late afternoon, early evening, Shri Bhupender Yadavji, who's the Minister of Cabinet for Environment, he's also the Minister for Labor, but today he'll be here more in his capacity of Minister of Environment will be here, and he'll be awarding the India's most sustainable companies as done by Businessworld and Sustain Labs Paris. I just want to say that in the last 42 months, we've realized that COVID was century's first sustainability crisis. It was a sustainability crisis. And post that, I can say more than 90% of investors, especially international investors, are looking for companies' ESG performance, and 86% have brought corporate decarbonization to the priority in their investment checklist. India ESG and sustainability consciousness has grown in the last 5 years, but still it has a long way to go. Just to give you data from January 2023, in January 23, out of the almost 6,000 investors who became signatories to the United Nations Principles of Responsible Investing, UNPRI, less than 30 were India focused. So India has a long way to go. But I'm sure initiatives like these and the work that each one of you does will build the highway for sustainability to travel on it. Increasingly, global asset managers, private equity funds, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds have started pouring capital into multiple clean energy companies and green business operations. In the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Climate Change Conference in 2021, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi committed to achieving the net zero emissions by 2070. Accordingly, corporate entries have started to integrate ESG principles to safeguard the environment, the interests of various stakeholders, and business sustainability as a whole. Motivated by a multi-trillion-dollar global pool of ESG-driven capital, Indian companies are readily incorporating ESG holistically and strategically in their business strategy. Indian companies acknowledge, and you will see it in the issue that comes out, the next issue of BW Businessworld is on India's most sustainable companies. You will see that the large Indian companies are taking their responsibilities very seriously when it comes to sustainability and are not restricting their ESG or sustainability to monetary returns, but extending it to achieving a positive social and environmental impact. ESG adoption will boost corporate growth and enhance the public image and help companies raise capital at lower cost. Now, companies in high emitting sectors like in heavy industry, in energy facing sectors, also have seen stringent scrutiny by the government. The SEBI, which is the Securities and Exchange Board of India, has also made ESG disclosures mandatory for the top 1,000 listed companies under its business responsibility and sustainability reporting initiative. India has a defined mandate for CSR for companies with rupees 5 billion Indian rupees net worth, rupees 10 billion turnover, or rupees 50 million net profit. These companies are spending at least 2%, I say at least, some are spending much more than 2% of their net profits on CSR endeavors and are disclosing their ESG profiles to attract capital from global ESG investors and financiers. Post-COVID, India's banking and non-banking finance sectors have urgently switched focus to sustainability, development, and funding priority sectors that leads to sustainable development. The RBI joined the network of greening the financial system, the NGFS, to contribute to global green finance and drives in India's financial sector. I can go on. And clearly switching to renewable energy solutions, our last cover in BW Businessworld on how EV pricing is not most attractive for the end consumer and how the EV adoption will get delayed if those issues are not addressed. And there is a missing link. When we talk of ESG, sustainability, not only the SEBI's mandate warrants that, but the investors and stakeholders are looking at the firm's relationship with internal and external stakeholders, and also looking at the workers and employees' well-being. I can only say that the regulators and the stakeholders are very vigilant that there is no ESG washing happening. It is not just something that you say in your balance sheet, but it has to become part of your fabric. Also, the India's most sustainable companies, when we started, it was something that I wanted to do it for 8-9 years, but I met Dr. Minya Chatterjee 4 years back, and we thought they were the perfect partners, both from a value system and a domain expertise standpoint. And I can only say that as the evidence-based storytelling of ESG-driven operations through audio, video, text, social media establishes a company's authenticity, the India's most sustainable companies ranking will become part of that narrative because they're done by a credible media platform and backed by research from a domain expert who has high integrity and domain knowledge. I can only say that this is the second year of the physical event. We did a virtual event before that, so technically it's the third year, but really the second year of the event. We have a big plan for the sustainability and ESG domain. We at BW Businessworld, as the business domain moves to ESG, we will build a community of stakeholders that are deeply interested in sustainability and ESG. The Chief Sustainability Officer is finding his or her role at the board seat as the Chief Sustainability Officers or leaders, CEOs, EDs responsible for sustainability and ESG organizations implement their strategies in a deep way, we at BW Businessworld will be there to be able to build a community that is only focused on the chief sustainability officers and leaders in the ESG domain. We may do more initiatives than just doing one India's most sustainable companies initiative, which is a two-day long initiative. We have it today and we have it tomorrow. We also endeavor to build a community which only focuses on sustainability. We built 27 communities in various domains, including hospitality, education, legal, and I can go on. But we believe with what we've seen in the last 3 years of organizations and leaders embracing sustainability, we will make a deeper dive, and we and Sustainable Labs Paris will work together towards bringing insights, data, and content, which will make your job of embracing sustainability and ESG better. And more importantly, as I said, telling evidence-based stories of how Indian corporates are deeply incorporating ESG and sustainability in their fabric of doing business. I don't want to stand between you and the speakers, but I'd only say that on tomorrow, there is a full day. We have experts. Today around 4:30, the environment minister will come. He will address us. And also, he look at the top 20 companies in this domain and award them as per India's most sustainable companies ranking that we've come up with. Tomorrow, again, during the day, we have a huge day-long conference. And in the second half, we have, again, the second list beyond 20 of the winners being felicitated. Again, as we are doing this study, and Dr. Minya Chatterjee will be speaking after me, there's a lot we can do. We can do domain-wise rankings. We can do even more deeper dive into domains and subdomains. The area that sustainability and ESG is, these are early days for that. The early days for, ranking these companies. But as we build this into a long-term IP and with our own insights and learning and understanding of this domain, we'll be able to do a better job in building this community. Thank you for being here. I look forward to meeting you and celebrating your success and the work that you do in the sustainability domain. And the next issue of BW Businessworld is only dedicated to sustainability in India's most sustainable companies. Some of the content that will feature there and the rankings and the methodology will be featured in this issue. My editorial colleagues from BW Businessworld are here. I'm sure some of them have already scheduled interactions with you to be able to take your inputs, and they'll be keenly glued to what you have to say today on the stage. All the best. Stay healthy, stay sustainable, and keep making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. With that, may I also request Minya Chatterjee, CEO, Sustainable Labs Paris, to please join us and also deliver the welcome address. Let's welcome her, please, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Dr. Batra, for those words of welcome and words of wisdom, as always. I'm really proud and delighted to be presenting the third year of India's most sustainable companies list in partnership with BW Businessworld. And in 3 years, there is a pattern which emerges. You say the first time you do it, you have some data points. The second time you collect data, you can connect 2 dots. But when the third time, the third year that you collect data, that's when a pattern begins to emerge. So this year, the whole team at Sustainable Labs Paris, my team members are sitting there, Pranjal and Vinayak, they led the whole study along with the whole team of analysts. Joseph is somewhere as well, the creative director. So the whole team, for the third year round, we trudged through large amounts of data. So we went through the audited documents of India's largest 200 companies by revenue. So that's our method. And there is no fee. We are not charging a participation fee. The entire 200 companies, which are largest by revenue, are taken. as their annual reports and their sustainability reports accord as per GRI or integrated reporting frameworks audited, as they keep getting published, the team collects them. We don't look at the website or PR campaigns to make sure there is robustness in our research. And then we have a framework of 31 KPIs. Those 31 KPIs are bunched into 6 different aspects. You can read the Business World issue to know more about this, about the method. The point here I'm trying to make is that those 31 KPIs, some of them are obvious. So some of them are what's, the number, the lives positively impacted, for example, or number of fatalities and injuries. But then some of the KPIs have been our way of pushing corporate India towards doing better, doing more. So things like wage disparity across gender. There are not so many companies who collect that. And because of our prodding and pushing, now there are some companies who actually collect that. Or supply chain. 4 years ago, actually, when we started the whole methodology, we had a full set of 6 KPIs, one whole aspect on supply chain. At that time, the world of sustainability was quite different. Scope 3 wasn't a big thing. SEBI obviously had not even introduced the voluntary disclosures on Scope 3 either. But these have been our ways, and this is why we do this also every year. We're not a consulting company, we're not charging a fee, but why do we do this? And we're really glad to be partnering with a credible business partner, media partner, Business World, which is our media partner, to have a fair and data-backed, research-backed ranking of India's most sustainable companies. And we're doing this so that whatever insights we are bringing to the table are useful to all of you. If you want to know what is it that the peers have done better, do come to us. Like I said, we're not a consulting company. We're happy to share our knowledge. This is our main aim of why we do this, to help all of you do better. You all are the ones who are shaping India. Businesses, by virtue of what they do, they add value. They're adding value. They're creating value-added products. You're employing people. You're supporting people with wages, and we support you. Now, having said that, I wanted to share with you a few trends. Like I said, in year three, there is a trend that emerges. So I wanted to share with you a few trends. The first we saw is that this last year, we're looking through all the research, and we also speak, we interview and we speak to the leadership of all the companies as well, as many as we can, the CEOs or the CSOs. So first big trend that emerged in the last year was that sustainability started, or many companies started to formalize sustainability in their organization structure. In year 2022, we saw more number of CSOs than in the years before. Some large companies, HCL Tech, even Neeti Mittal also, she also came on board in Airtel. So lots and lots of companies, they hired CSOs. With that, what happened is that there were processes, systems that began to be set. There were policies. So we saw this big change in when we had spoken to companies the year before. There was more formalization. There was more of an understanding of what are the different departments that sustainability should oversee, and it's still baking. That cake is still baking in a lot of other companies. Just before, when everybody was coming in, I was speaking to a few companies as well, Tata Power and the others. It's still being baked, but this is the big movement. Last year, the big shift was in disclosures. A lot of companies for the first time were making disclosures. So this year on disclosures, the second trend was that in FY 2022, 54% companies amongst India's largest 200 companies published sustainability reports. So more than 50%, it's crossed the 50% mark. Last year, it was 41.3%. The third trend, and on transparency, I should also add that the whole push by SEBI on Scope 3 has been phenomenal. So The number of companies which have started reporting on scope 3 has jumped. That's something I'll be speaking about tomorrow in our workshop that we will be doing, and also in the Business World's BW Businessworld magazine issue as well. So scope 3, people have started calculating and recording and publishing as well. The third trend that we've seen is that sustainability has started being embedded into the business models. And of course, this is a best practice. But the year before, we still saw CSR and then business as usual. So business as usual would do things, would sell, would manufacture products and offer services the way they were, and then there was CSR, and then there was a CSR budget. And in this last year, we've seen, for example, Tech Mahindra came up with a new business on sustainability consulting. Godrej, GCPL, they have conducted, so 54% of their key products of GCPL have LCAs, life cycle assessments. So this basically means they're tracking the environmental footprint of 54% of the products, right from the materials which go into GCPL's products, right up till they are sold and they are they're in the hands of the consumers. It's not till grave, but then at least till the product reaches. So that information is then being fed into their production cycles, and to make the entire supply chain as well as their own operations and productions more sustainable. So it's very different from CSR and business as usual. We have new business models which are and new products and services which are focusing, which are sustainable by definition. So this is I think something which just needs to grow and scale up. This is the future. How do you embed sustainability within your business model itself? The next trend we see is that more companies setting decarbonization targets. Having said that, it's a trend which should be a bigger trend. So this year in 2022, only 8 companies have set, within India's largest 200 companies, 8 new companies have set their net zero targets as per SBTi, and that's too few a number. That's something which is that's too few a number. And finally, the last trend that we saw is that there is increased focus on sustainability education and training. We've had far more number of companies will approach us as well for capacity building and training. More companies are setting their employees up for being trained on life cycle assessments, reporting, energy efficiency, and a whole host of subjects. And the basis of change is education. Education within organizations, and then education within consumers as well. So far, as Dr. Batra rightly pointed out, the drive towards corporate sustainability is being led by investors. They were the first. In fact, even before the regulators kicked in, investors, CDP was created by 36 investors in the UK, regulators. And third is your market peer pressure. Other companies, to be competitive globally, you need to be doing things differently. Consumers, not yet. And that is where education comes in. Companies need to be educated, but also consumers as well. And that is when the floodgates will open, and companies, big and small, will be sustainable, because consumers will start to be demanding that even more. And there will be people who will be skilled and trained to implement as well. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming for the announcement of India's most sustainable companies. Thank you for coming in for the conversation and discourse. And I really look forward to the next 2 days. And thanks to BW Businessworld, who have organized this event. I look forward to all the conversations and insights from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for keeping up and for also letting us know exactly what is happening and what more we can do. A request before we start with the first panel discussion that please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Let's do that to begin with. And also move towards the first panel discussion on India Inc.'s net zero mission, the role that India Inc. must play. Please join me in welcoming the panelists for the same. Sudhir Mishra, advocate, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal. Roshan Lal Tamak, ED and CEO, DCM Shriram Sugar Business. Mukesh Kumar Tiwari, Chief General Manager, GAIL. Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director, Volvo Car India. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Founder, Exchange for Media, and Minya Chatterjee, CEO, Sustain Labs, Paris. Let's please welcome them collectively, everybody. All the panelists on the session chair.
Morning. Morning. Please give the panel a big round of applause. We have a really very high-profile panel. We are very senior people. Let me, Dr. Minya Chatterjee is the founder of Sustain Lab Paris. We partnered with her for the last 4 years for the study and hopefully partner till the time we do it and get better at what we do. On my right is my friend, Mr. Sudhir Mishra. He is the founder of Trust Legal, but I can say that sustainability is very close to his heart. He's just written a book which will hopefully publish this year on breathless Delhi. He's given solutions on how Delhi can be breathing well. He's been awarded twice at the House of Lords, House of Commons in the UK Parliament for his work on sustainability. And I can go on. The odd even petition is his. In the COVID, he did what is called the oxygen bench. That was his petition. So he does a lot of work in this environment sustainability domain. Welcome, Mr. Mishra. On his right is Mr. Tiwari, who represents ONGC. GAIL. Sorry. Oh, sometimes ONGC GAIL we tend, but I know you are more a Maharatnas, but yes, I'd like to correct myself. We have Mr. Mukesh Kumar Tiwari, who is the Chief General Manager of Gas Authority of India Limited. I don't have to introduce GAIL, the kind of impact it has on the economy and on the footprint in terms of carbon footprint. It is a very important and a big player. To his right is Mr. Roshan Lal Tamak, who's this ED and CEO of the DCM Shriram Sugar Business. And I'm looking forward to his presentation. I have a sneak peek into it. So on his right is Mr. Jyoti Malhotra. He's the MD and CEO of Volvo in India. Again, a company that has tried to stay ahead of the curve on sustainability. Thank you, Jyoti, for joining. And as I said, on the extreme right is Minya, me. I'll moderate the session, but Minya, feel free to interject. And let me start by, in almost all sectors are represented here. I mean, if you look at GAIL, if you look at DCM, Shriram, Sugar, and then you look in auto company, I think from the sectors, there's a very good representative of what we are trying to do. Let me start by asking each one of you, what are the challenges that Indian corporates feel when you're moving to a zero in net emissions? And what are the solutions that you have come up with? So opening remarks from you. We'll start with you, Mr. Tamak, and then we'll go around the house.
Good morning, Dr. Batra and my co-panelists. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this important occasion. And my compliments to you for for stewardship of sustainability. This is really, as you have rightly mentioned in your opening remarks, that it is the appreciation and education and awareness, which is the first step. And this type of events certainly lead to awareness and appreciation of the whole issue. Coming to this question that what are the major challenges? As I represent DCM, and DCM Shriram Limited is in various sectors like chemical, cement, fertilizer, sugar, ethanol. So if I just come to the conclusion that what is the single most challenges in terms of achieving net zero, it is the affordability of the technology, because technology is very costly. And though we have our deep commitment and strong intentions, but certainly technology is not affordable, though it is evolving. But right now it is not that cost effective, though corporates, serious corporates and responsible corporates are taking bet and implementing these initiatives. But to me, that is the single most challenge as far as achieving net zero is concerned.
Thank you for being so specific and short in your opening remark. Mr. Mukesh Kumar Tiwari, you at GAIL have a vantage point to seeing what's happening and a large impact. What are the big challenges in achieving this net zero emission?
Thank you very much, Mr. Batra and co-panelist here. As far as corporate challenges are concerned, that start certainly with the finances, and so that is the one area. But we are in the business where we sell the green energy basically. So for us, basically, that is a challenge lies particularly in the new technologies. That is a regulatory environment which is still very nascent stage. There are 5-6 levers. So that is especially if we'll see that new things are coming, that is hydrogen or CCS or CCUS. So these are the 3 technologies, or we can combine into 2. There is still that roadmap of India is not available. It's CCS, that is carbon capture and storage, and finally it has to be go either to the sea or to a different type of geo structures. So how to reach there? That is if we will compare, because it is a waste from different industries which will flow through different lines, and it will finally convert it into the lime and other things. So a new economy is required to be developed, a new infrastructure required to be developed. And the simple example is that wastage of human. Now we can compare with we are having sewage line in different cities, but for capturing the carbon and to put into the pipeline, a whole lot of things have to be done. So it is the very first thing that if we will go for CCS or CCUS, a government of India, the intervention is very much required to create, at least in the industrial areas. As far as GAIL is concerned, we can come out with a solution like developing the cross-country pipeline for CO2s. That is one area. 2 technologies are very much mature. That is your electrifications and renewable energies. So if we will see the complete spectrum, more than 73% of GHGs comes from the energy side. So we are having enough chance to get the net zero if we will focus more energy towards basically greening our energy spectrum, that is renewables, especially for solar and wind or offshore winds. So that is one area where all basically come in together, and the biggest challenge lies in the green energy, that is the storage part. We get the energy in the daytime or windy time, but we don't get the energy once these natural resources are not available. Still, this BESS policy guidelines have not come up how to basically compensate if somebody is going to invest in BESS so that complete green energy is available across 24 hours. That is the one challenge which we are facing. As far as management is concerned, more than 80% the energy, GAIL is going to green it in our operations. That is the scope. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for being very specific. Let me go to Mr. Jyoti Malhotra. Mr. Malhotra, auto companies can contribute in multiple ways towards the zero emission target. What are the challenges and what are you doing to overcome these challenges?
First of all, once again, good morning to you and all the co-panelists, and thank you for having me here. And this is, I think, something I think I would like to congratulate you for this initiative. It's good to recognize companies who are doing on their sustainability. I think coming from Volvo, as you said, I think we are always trying to be ahead of the curve. Volvo has always been known to produce safest cars. But I think over the last few years, Volvo has also said that sustainability is as important as safety. So I think that's a big statement in itself. Having said that, what does it really mean is that it's not about just protecting people, it is also about protecting the environment. Now, specific to auto companies, if you really see, auto companies are basically like an assembly line. We have a huge supply chain coming from all the way from suppliers, different tiers of suppliers, then we assemble, then we have a supply chain for selling cars. So I would say the biggest challenge is balancing the short-term goal of creating profitability and I think a long-term benefit which accrue because of sustainability. As a company, a large conglomerate, you can still understand that. But how do you align the whole supply chain towards that, starting from, as I said, all the suppliers and then your sort of people who are selling. And this balancing is the most important one. And hence it is very important that we need to first create a roadmap for ourselves. And in that roadmap, you ensure that you have the right set of understanding and specific goals for each of the supplier, because they will take time. We have to sort of take that into account. If we just daydream that we say this and everything will start happening, it won't happen. So I think it's good to have that clear roadmap. And internally, we have a very clear roadmap to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040. And when we say that, it is all inclusive. It is not just what we will be doing, but I think all the whole ecosystem will do along with us. And I think this challenge, I can tell you, let's say from an Indian perspective, we sell our cars to our retailer partners and dealers. How do we align with them? And when you start, it's not an easy journey, but then when we started doing, we started to gain a lot of benefits. And once they start seeing the benefits, you can sort of make the next moves. And I'll share it a little bit later.
Thank you, Mr. Malhotra, for your opening comments. Mr. Mishra, let me come to you. When you advise your clients or large corporations, what are the key challenges you see on their behalf in terms of transitioning to a net zero emission future? And how do you think India and the corporates can overcome this challenge or challenges?
Thank you, Dr. Batra. I'll also start with a few opening lines. I think the biggest problem with the corporate world in India, so far as sustainability is concerned, faces is they are poor storytellers. They don't talk about their successes the way government has been able to talk about their successes so far as any climate negotiation is concerned, any climate initiative has been taken. I'll just give you a few examples. Till Paris, and Ms. Chatterjee talked about it, India was not a major influence on international climate negotiation. But in Glasgow and later in Egypt in November 2022, India became the single point of voice where even every major decision has been taken by our country. For example, compensation for people who are impacted by climate change was introduced by India as a concept, adopted by that declaration. And it was highly popularized in the whole world in United Nations and all the forums. So the government is much better storyteller than the corporate world. That's one. Why I say this? Because virtually every major corporate house which I advised, I realized that they have a lot of things to talk about. But when you compare it with how they function in other countries and how they function in India, they really don't tell their story. They are mostly in the reactive mode. They are mostly, they think that there's a policy paralysis. They think, because I feel that when you actually see the enabling provisions, most of the laws are much ahead than other countries. Just by one example, I'll show. Plastic, the single-use plastic in our country, the kind of transition India has seen, it is unheard of in the entire planet. We consume 4 kgs of plastics. America consumes 53 kgs of plastics annually. That's our average, despite being the most populous country in the world. We had a single law last July 1st. We had like Notebandi. We had a one fine evening. It was said that from today, you won't use any single-use plastic. And you will see most of the people carrying a bag now to buy their vegetables or other stuff. No story. You don't have a single advertisement. You don't have anything, but the transition has been done by whom? By the industry. So I think the biggest problem is that there was a time, and I'll talk about a few court decisions, how this has shaped up. and how this narrative is there. The corporate world is still into lip service so far as the environmental stories are concerned, or whatever they are doing, it needs to come in the public domain.
Dr. Chatterjee, you're an expert. You do work in this domain. Your comments and anything you want to ask.
It'll be more of a question to everybody. Very interesting views, and just noting a lot of challenges related to technology, and we need to talk about CCS because we're doing that in UAE, and so on. But on supply chain as well, very interesting. During the COP meetings, typically the big frustration and the question is about pace. We're all talking about this. This is the third year that we're ranking. Why is it going so slow? And I would love to hear your comments, because you all, like what Dr. Batra said, you are driving this. Whatever has happened, it's because of you all. You know. But what's with the pace? How can we speed up things?
So as I said, I think one of the ways to speed up as far as we are concerned is about how do we align all the stakeholders. And I can share what we have done in recent past. So in India, largely our operations are more in terms of selling. I think we sort of import cars and kits and then assemble them, which is not big opportunity there. But in the supply chain, we have taken an initiative called as the Green Dealer Initiative. And I think we started way back in late 2020, then around COVID was still around. And I think the biggest challenge to start was, and when you talk about pace, is okay, we have a very clear list of, let's say, manifesto of all we need to do to sort of reduce our footprint of carbon emissions. But when you go, there is an investment, as we also heard, in technology, whether it's small or large, and how is not going to impact each individual organization who is sort of part of our supply chain. So it's important for us to create a roadmap. And that I think the roadmap, just to answer to you why it is a little slow or looks slow from outside, because you have to build. I think initial few years will be slow, and then we'll need to take off and everybody starts seeing benefits. So our first initiative was that we said to all our retailer partners that we decided each sort of milestones. The first is that, okay, let's look at water conservation. What can we do at our workshops where the car comes for servicing? What can we do about water? And then there is a big cost benefit which you can show to them in terms of it's not just about sustainability, but it sort of makes business sense also. Then we said, okay, the next step would be use of renewable energy, solar power. How can we, and then also you have to make a business case with them as to this is the investment you need to make in long term, medium term, this is how this will outflow. And I think what we are seeing is the pace will grow. When we first started, the adoption at our retailers was a little slow, but once they start seeing benefit, and parallelly what is also happening, as you said, I think consumers are also becoming more and more sensitive. So now when a dealer goes out and says that I am a green dealer, customer sees value in getting associated with a business which is green. Maybe 3 years back it was not so. So when these things will start coming together, we will see a big change. And I think the pace, in my belief, first year was slow, second year was much faster. And I know when we are working on waste management, we see, I think, the adoption from all partners sort of really going up. So I think we need to be patient. And as I said, a roadmap, and then stick to roadmap, align everyone together to sort of make them continue to work on that. That's, I believe, the way we can go about it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, just to respond very quickly and briefly, we operate in two value chains. One is farm value chain, second is factory value chain. So in factory value chain, where your control is direct and you are totally in control, there you can implement things very fast. And most of the responsible corporates have taken very definitive steps in this direction, because this is entirely under their control, whether it is water conservation inside factory, or it is an emission or waste management, etc., etc. Now comes the second part, where farmers are involved, where consumers are involved, customers are involved. There is extended ecosystem. There you have to align them first of all, and there you have to also sell the value proposition of sustainability. The fact remains for consumers as well as segment like farmers, there is no economic value of sustainability. That gap is very much there. And unless you make them understand the value proposition of sustainability, the adoption becomes very difficult. So it looks, it is a practical challenge, but most of the responsible corporates have taken definitive steps and it has taken a good shape. And now it is, it has really taken off in my sense.
Very interesting because you talked about, Jyoti, you talked about internal negotiation and you're talking about the external stakeholders. So it's, I think, internal and external stakeholder alignment and negotiation, which needs to be speeded up.
One quick thing just to, I think, and another important challenge is also measuring. How do you measure? And for us, we have an internal tool which we really use coming from global. So, and people start taking pride. So I can tell you in 2 years, we are very, very small. I think as an organization in India, if we look at, I think the as a percentage, we are very less than 1% of the whole industry as far as auto is concerned, with 16 dealer partners and 25 workshops. But in 2 years, when we measure, what comes out is with these initiatives, we have saved 500 tons for CO2 in 2 years. And if we can do it, we are like 0.5% of the auto industry. I think everyone across the auto industry can do that. I think it can make a very big difference. So, but small steps, when measured, give you a sense that you are on the right path and sort of makes you progress even better.
Mr. Tamak, let me ask you, what specific measures are companies like yours taking to reduce their carbon footprint? Can you share some inputs, insights beyond what you've shared? And the same question to Mr. Tiwari.
Yes. So very two examples in brief. One is in farm value chain. What we have done under the overall theme of climate smart agriculture, we are implementing a multi-stakeholders sustainable sugarcane production program, where we have roped in various organizations like multilateral organizations like International Finance Corporation, Solidaridad, and we have also roped in various technology providers like New Holland, Revolis, Mahindra and Mahindra. And we have also roped in various government organizations like Indian Institute of Sugarcane Research, Sugarcane Breeding Institute. And actionable and deliverable of all partners are very much there, very much clearly spelled out. Resources have been allocated, targets have been fixed up, and the project implementation is being done in mission mode. And the result of that, we are implementing this program since last 5-7 years. And the theme of the program are water conservation, soil health improvement, capacity building of growers for productivity enhancement, gender inclusion, mechanization, and certification, sustainability certification. So just to the information of the house, we have achieved very tangible, huge impact on ground. During last 7 years, we have saved 735 billion liters of water in the catchment of our factories. And this has been authenticated by Indian Institute of Sugarcane Research. We have constructed 17,000 compost pits. We have developed 300 micro entrepreneurs who are custom hiring and renting the implements. We have created 37 self-help groups for women. So these, and there is about 25 to 30% increase in productivity during last 4 years. So these are the tangible impact and giving good result on the ground. Second program, very quickly, ethanol blending program. Ethanol is a, as we all know, is a carbon, environment friendly fuel in comparison to fossil fuel. It saves foreign exchange, precious foreign exchange, and reduces carbon emission as well. So the industry, with the support of Government of India and various governments and various stakeholders, and including automobile companies and of course OMCs, this program has taken off really very well. This is a classical example where India has taken a very solid progress, made a solid progress. During last 7 years, from 1% to 12% ethanol blending program has been achieved, and it is progressing very well. And it is likely that by 2025, as per the vision of the government, India will be achieving 20% blending.
Please give them a big round of applause. See, again, as these are early days and big strides in early days, Mr. Tiwari.
As far as the pace is concerned, that was the first question to that. So internalization, basically ESG metrics, development of ESG metrics, this organization is taking a lot of time to coming out with that own parameters to measure on that. The reason lies that till this ESG metrics, that department, which qualification people should go into that, that is the biggest challenge, because it is a cross-functional thing. Sometimes some of the things are related to company secretary, some are related to finance, and some are related to basically environment and other things. So we require a person which has a specific
Domain expertise.
in ESG.
And also understanding of the business, both.
Yeah.
Which is difficult to find.
So that is the cross-functionality is the very much required. And as far as GAIL is concerned, now they have taken away a lot of changes. Now field people are directly coming to the ESG metrics. So that gap between the field versus corporate, that is to be met. And I am the first basically person coming in from the field directly to the ESG or sustainability heading of that. So that is the one thing. Second thing, that as far as implementation of sustainability is concerned, GAIL is signed more than 500 LOIs issued to different parties for supplying the bioenergy through our different affiliates, joint ventures and other things. So these will take time. I think within next 1 year, so many bioenergy will be connected to our this backbone of India, that is natural gas pipelines. So this is the one of the initiative that we are taking up. Now India's largest MSW, that municipal solid waste at Hyderabad, Mitsui, GAIL, and one of the associate of GAIL, that is the Bhagnagar Gas Limited, they have joined their hands. And I was there as the managing director at BGL. So that project will be the producing more than 25,000 kg of CBG per day. So initiatives are coming up, but that initially, if a big things are coming up, that inertia is there. But once it starts revolving it, I think more people will come and there will be a revolution, particularly in the bioenergy in coming next 4 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. I really believe the steps that GAIL has taken will usher into a big revolution. It's literally a game changer as the volume of what you produce goes up and the, usage of these new organic, fuels, if I may use. Mr. Mishra, you talked about narrative, storytelling, evangelizing. So you said Indian corporates lack that. But what are Indian corporates doing right to be able to embrace the zero net emission game? What are they doing right? We must be doing something right.
No, I said they are doing right. The plastic transition happened because most of the companies which were using the plastics, they were at the forefront of that transition and they went through that transition. If you ask me, one of the huge successes of corporates, and that storytelling is already happening in the electric vehicle space. And EV also, just to give an example, that Delhi air pollution is in my name in the Delhi High Court. And we always used to avoid this taboo topic of two-wheeler. Biggest contributor to this entire narrative. Now tell me, last 24 months when there has been an odd event in Delhi? No, because the electric vehicle in two-wheelers is a voluntary action which is happening on part of the demanding customer. They are buying to ride a two-wheeler than a petrol scooter or a motorcycle which was outdated technology and with other things. So the beneficiary is who? The good technology companies which are into. So that's a huge story developing voluntarily, where there's no incentive on part of the government. The biggest problem which is facing is there's no enabling legal structure for net zero as of now. If you are a company and you are really working very hard for a lot of good electricity through non-conventional energy, there is no enabling provision which is already present in more than 30 countries. And there are representations done by voluntary organizations, legal think tanks, that we need enabling provisions and also a regulator like Competition Commission for promoting green initiatives. And that will completely integrate all the efforts which are already being seen in the market.
Yeah, you have a global vantage point while you work with Indian companies. What do you think you learn from, let's say, Volvo is a global organization? What can Indian companies learn from best practices outside India? What are the 1 to 3 things?
Firstly, Dr. Mishra, that was I completely agree with you. There has to be a regulatory framework and a support center, whatever you want to call it, for helping corporates. One of the reasons why the pace has not picked up. So globally, Europe, some work in Europe, and Europe's really leading the way. And I think going back to some of the points made over here, a big driver has been the European Commission and the forward-looking and I would say very brave and courageous, regulations being made, like having taxes on the border of Europe of any imports coming into Europe. Any company who wants to import to Europe now has to pay a tax to the European Commission on the carbon that they have emitted, which is surplus of the carbon that would have been emitted if that same product was produced in Europe. So, and these kind of regulations are not only driving the businesses within Europe, but also rest of the world. So we do a lot of work in the UAE. We are working with the government, we're working with the companies. And what the regulations in Europe is doing is actually impacting UAE, because there is, ADNOC, one of our clients, they are importing to EU, and suddenly they have to do cab, they create manufacturing cables, and they're all telling us that wow, now we have to up our game. So I think the number one thing within corporates in India is to work closely with the government. And I'm saying that because here in our room, we have some large heavyweights who can work as PPPs. Right now, skills are missing, even within policymakers as well and corporates. So who's going to make these kind of policies? That is what's lacking. So if the private sector and the government come together and make policies and resource centers to implement policies, just like the rest of the world is doing, I think we can go a long way. So I think that's one huge piece, which abroad I see this happening, and it's not happening over here. And the second thing is, of course, setting scientific targets on things. Like in India, we still have the habit of pulling out, targets from the air. Acha chalo, 30% kam kar dete hain, 15% kam. So how do you set scientific targets, run simulations, think of what is practical, and set ambitious targets? By 2025, let's achieve this. That's another piece which I see a lot that's happening, and that's driven in different regions, Anurag, for different reasons. The UAE, they always want to be the best. They always want to be the largest. They always
scale matters.
Yes. So so UAE, it's that. In Europe, it's different. And in India, I'm wondering what would be the driver for that push of setting very ambitious targets, scientifically driven targets.
Thank you. I want to ask my last question to the panel before I do that. If there are audience questions and they're short and specific, I can take them. I would cut down on long questions. Mic for the gentleman there. Mic there, Team BW. You can just talk. Question, sir. Question. No incentives. It's very important. We talk about all the solar panels, solars. No incentives. Okay, we got. You're saying there should be more incentives from the government to be able. I think there are enough incentives from the government. That's another debate. Okay, sir. Any other questions? If they're not, let me ask you my last question to each one. And let me start with Mr. Mishra and then go. There's one thing that the Indian corporates can do immediately in the next 3 to 6 months to be able to hasten the process of reaching zero carbon emissions.
You did it earlier, actually. Last year, you got a person from Peter. I asked you why. Because when we talk to him, we realize it's very easy, demystifying, and simple. So the simple message, which was actually said by Niti Ayog in one of the conferences, that every corporate should capture one thing which they are doing for sustainability. Now we have here all this ranking. One thing, have you saved water? Like it was said very nicely, how much water have you saved? So that story I'm telling you. Sorry I'm again repeating this. India has captured maximum number of green cover because of the tiger, which is the indicator species. It has gone to record numbers now. And we have saved the forest in this kind of population. There was a binocular camera company which did a report with New York Times, and they were given a green Oscar on that. But we are not telling those stories.
Beautiful. So the narratives, we live in the war of narratives, whether it can become countries, communities, businesses. So what Mr. Mishra is saying, that we have to be able to evangelize what we do better. People Baba is a gentleman. I know his real name. He's a guy who planted more trees. I met him in some other context 20 years back, and then he became my friend. He has planted more trees than anyone I know. And he's a very educated person, very simple person, just goes about planting trees on a daily basis. And he was part of our recycling conference. That's what Mr. Mishra is referring to. Mr. Tiwari, if there's one thing that you would like to see Indian corporates do better, they can learn from GAIL, or some other practice you've seen in other corporates that GAIL can learn.
As far as GAIL is concerned, basically we are a transportation in natural gas company. So the first transition fuel for getting net zero or minimizing your carbon footprint, I think more adaptation towards the natural gas and bioenergy that corporate can come up. And recently, I think Hero Motor Corporation that have come to us, they want CBG. So that is the one area demand should come from the corporate for CBG. So that naturally market will develop and we will have a more greening in energy sector. That is the easiest way.
I think that one practice can make the difference. Mr. Tamak.
Yes. So first and foremost, identify themes which are relevant for that particular corporate in their operations. Like for example, in our case, we have chosen water conservation, replacing fossil fuel, and adoption of circular economy. These three initiatives have been identified. And besides productivity enhancement of sugarcane growers. So then create partnerships. You should choose capable and credible partners to implement the program. And then science-based targets should be fixed up, a roadmap should be prepared, allocation of resources should be done, and then implement that project in project and mission mode.
Thank you, Mr. Tawak, again for being so specific. Mr. Malhotra, your final comments.
Yeah, I think if we were to have one wish list, so to say, I think just to add to what Mr. Sudhir Mishra said, is about adoption of EVs. We are globally, we have said that we want to become a fully electric vehicle company, and I think in India we can do it faster. And not only for us, I think each of the organization, when it comes to mobility, should use the best possible means of green mobility. EV can support, but one important aspect of that, and when again Mr. Mishra talked about it, is the regulatory enablement, and it's not about incentives. For example, I can give you a small, it's not very easy even today if you were to buy an electric vehicle and you want to install your own charger at home. I think the enabling, each state in India has a different sort of way of getting it done. Delhi is much easier. You go to Gurgaon, it's very challenging. Within Gurgaon, each RW has their own whims and fancies to allow you or not to allow. Solar, I think somebody from the audience said, solar is not about the money. It makes economic sense, but to get it done, get the permissions done is a big challenge. So I think we need this adoption, and we need the enabling sort of support from all stakeholders. As a corporates, we can do what we can, but we need, I think, build this together and make it done.
Thank you, Mr. Malhotra. You want to make a quick comment, Mr. Mishra?
Yeah, something very interesting I will tell you, that electric scooters, there was no concept of multi-brand. So one of my client had this issue because he sells all the scooters in one roof, like Vijay sells all the fridge and TV. So the government said, no, it's not possible. Either you can sell Volvo or you can sell Maruti, or you can sell this thing. So I had to, actually in few states, I managed to change the law that how you can, in a single roof, you can sell all electric vehicles of different scooters, because you cannot have a conventional model for that. because then you need an amendment in Motor Vehicle Act and also the certificate which you get for doing an operation. Similarly, the other example is we did a air pollution report in this December for Delhi on behalf of a university, that how the pollution is less. And there is a reason one particular state has done a great job. A state had a cold feet letter that if we acknowledge this report and celebrate this, it means air pollution happens because of the agriculture waste. So they said, no, we have nothing to do with this report. And I have kept it 10 copies with me. Maybe sometime later after 10 is like a will, it will be open.
Strategy, your final comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that one piece of REVA. You know, you all know REVA, and REVA initially, they didn't get the go ahead from policymakers to start off in India because they said, you know, electric car, how can cars run on electricity? They had to go to London, and there was this photo in the newspapers of the whole parking lot in one part of London, which was Chetan's, Chetan was driving it, and the whole parking lot was filled with REVA. And that's when Indian policymakers, they brought him back. It was like, okay, let's do. But anyway, I think the great discussion and such a great start to the event. Three things for corporates to drive corporate sustainability, and I call it the 3 C's. So, you know, the first one is to conceive sustainability with everybody in the company. It has to be bottom up and top down, everything, because it has to be a very consultative process, because ultimately it is the whole company which will have to implement it. So if you don't conceive it in a consultative process, you know, it doesn't go very far because people will not feel it's their idea. The second C is very, and I didn't hear this piece much in this panel, which is to cast sustainability well. You have to empower sustainability. You have to empower that department. Merrill Lynch, one of the banks I used to work at, I was an unpaid intern at Merrill many moons ago. It was my first job in investment banking. And there, the whole bank went down because, the risk manager, he was put in a corner on the trading floor, wasn't empowered enough. And the whole bank went down because it was basically that insight which was missing on the amount of debt the bank had. And companies which are having CSOs right at the top, the number 3 person, CEO, CFO, CSO, these are the ones who are actually leading. I should have mentioned that in my trend. So how do you empower and cast sustainability? And the third one, which I think we've all spoken about, is collaborate. Partnerships, collaboration with the government, with other companies, with platforms. Don't reinvent the wheel. Collaborate, partner, and do things together with employees, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give Mr. Mishra, Mr. Tiwari, Mr. Tamak, Mr. Malhotra, and Mr. Strategy a big round of applause. You can do better. Clapping is good for heart muscles. Thank you so much. I think it's a good start. I think India is today leading in many domains. I had the good opportunity to interview the power minister, and he said he gave me data on how we are keeping our commitment, and we are ahead of the world in terms of our timelines to achieve whatever milestones we have committed to as a country. So I think even in the ESG and sustainability, India will eventually lead in all parameters and show the way, and with leaders and organizations represented on this panel and in this room will lead the way. Thank you for being a good panel and being a very specific panel. One of the panels where every panelist has been very specific rather than talking general. So I hope that trend continues throughout the day and we learn about best practices to be able to benchmark from them. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause again. We have a very insightful session coming up from Schneider. Please stay tuned for that, and I'm sure you'll go back richer in terms of knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And the guys managing in the panel, you'll have to keep your voice comes still, and I can hear everybody. Be soft.
Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now from the plenary session, we move towards the spotlight, the fastest path to net zero. Please join me in welcoming our speaker for the same, Venkat Garimala, Vice President, Sustainability, Schneider Electric, India Zone. Yes, please welcome, sir, everybody.
So good afternoon. Everyone able to hear me well? Thank you. So good afternoon once again. First of all, thanks a lot, BW Businessworld, for giving this opportunity to be here. And frankly, it's not easy to come after such an insightful discussion that we have in the panel. Dr. Batra, congratulations for organizing this third edition of Business World Conclave, and also my congratulations to all the corporates who will be recognized in this conclave. Net zero has been discussed. Net zero has been on everyone's mind. What perhaps I will try to share with you is a bit about how do we get to doing this net zero stuff, right? You are all our experts here. I'm sure you will have your own practices on taking your organizations on the net zero path. Perhaps we'll have some exchanges here and discover as to what is the best way to do it. I'm not going to be advising anyone. It's all collaboration and learning from each other. Some insights that perhaps I have captured is what I will try to share with you. You're able to see the slides, all okay for you? Yeah, so about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes to share my thoughts. Climate crisis is a big issue for all of us, and we all know about that. In many ways, we have been experiencing this, right? We have unseasonal rains, extreme hot weathers. We have some forest fires every time going all around the world. The latest one was in Canada. So this is all happening, right? It is all impacting our lives. If not that severely, it will in days to come. So, and as per IPCC, this climate crisis is called Code Red. It is perhaps the planetary emergency that we are all facing. And corporates, individuals, all of us have a lot to contribute. What I will try to focus here is this whole climate crisis, how they're connected to greenhouse gases, and how these greenhouse gases ultimately result into global warming, creating the climate crisis. So this is largely the context that I'll be talking about. As you see here on the screen, we are talking about greenhouse gases that we emit in a year is close to about 59 gigatons. Okay, this is the overall inventory of greenhouse gases that the planet emits. 2022 numbers. Now, what is interesting is there are different types of greenhouse gases. I'm not going to that. You're experts around that. What I want to focus here is on the element of CO2, right? As you see, CO2 is by far the biggest greenhouse gas that we are talking about. And more interestingly, CO2 that we emit, and this is what I want to bring closer to all of us, CO2 that we emit on account of our energy consumption. Okay, if you see the CO2 that we emit on account of energy consumption is as high as 36 gigatons in a year, right? Close to about 81% of total CO2 in the world is on account of energy consumption. What do you mean by energy consumption? I mean all the energies that we consume in our homes, in our factories, in our businesses, on the road, traveling. This is the energy ecosystem that I'm talking about, and we all are party to it, right? These energy systems contribute to about 36 gigatons of CO2. So when I when I share my thoughts about becoming net zero or getting onto the path of net zero, what I'm referring to mathematically is how do we make this 36 gigaton really near to zero in coming years? Is it possible? How easy? How difficult? These are the thoughts that I'll share. Just to give you some perspective, since the beginning of Industrial Revolution, 270 years back, our energy consumption has increased 50 times, right? And perhaps if we go around the world on the same trajectory, you will see the impact in terms of global warming. But before that, I want to share a bit more about where all we consume energy, to what extent that is kind of creating the impact. If you see right there, buildings and industries, we consume close to about 70% of our energy. And that's a sizable thing that all of us really work, live, think, ideate. So that's the big area for all of us to think. These are global numbers. India numbers are down there. And if you see with respect to the way the energy is generated, coal and oil really constitute a lot of emissions. On an annual basis, we mine and consume 8 billion tons of coal every year. We mine and consume close to 4 billion tons of oil. We mine and consume close to 3 billion tons, 3.3 billion tons of gas. That's the fossil footprint that we have for this planet. And this is the resultant of what we do. All right. As I was saying, if we continue on this path of our energy consumption, we are all hungry for energy. We all consume a lot of energy. If you go down this path for, let's say, many more years, what we see is a global warming trajectory of 4 to 6 degrees centigrade. This is what we'll end up doing to this planet, right? Now, we all know the climate scientists have been very, very clear, and there is a target for all of us to limit the global warming, to limit the temperature rise of this planet to 1.5 degree, 2 degree or preferably 1.5 degrees. So we are far from that trajectory, right? We had a very interesting discussion in the morning, and we talked about the net zero commitments of organizations, corporates, nations. You know, just to put things in perspective, more than 80 countries have pledged their net zero targets. More than 4,500 corporations worldwide have pledged their net zero target. If you all put together, the emissions that we reduce is just about 4 gigatons per annum, and that still puts us on the global warming trajectory of 2.4 to 2.7 degrees centigrade only. We are nowhere closer to 1.5 degrees. With all these commitments also, we are falling significantly short. So a lot of actions, a lot of things we have to be doing. By the way, again, these are global numbers. I have a Indian specific numbers also. Maybe if time permits, I'll share. Now, what is hence necessary, and that's what I'm trying to land this message, we have to be much more aggressive. We saw in the previous discussion, we have to be much more aggressive. We all have to be much more ambitious in our net zero targets. Two important milestones. 2023, first important milestone is that by 2030, we need to bring down our emissions, 36 gigatons of CO2, perhaps to 50%, 15 gigatons per annum by 2030. And when we do that, we see a possibility of making these emissions almost zero by 2050. If we do this, we perhaps are on 1.5 degree trajectory, right? Now, is it possible? Is the question. And it is possible. It is for us to make it possible. And that's why I say the time to act is now. The time to act is for all of us, me and you. Just to give a bit more perspective, this planet is 4.56 billion years old. Oxygen came to this planet about 2.4 billion years ago. Now, and that's how the life system started on this planet. If I have to compress the entire lifespan of this planet into, let's say, a 24-hour format, human beings came on the scene after 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. We are just 2 lakh years old on this planet, right? And as I said, since the beginning of Industrial Revolution, just about 270 years ago, we kind of started changing the overall trajectory of this planet. Human beings, 8 billion of them, have become a planet force, a planet-sized force for us on this planet. So we, whether we like it or not, all that we do or don't do have an impact on the species, on the sea that we have, the biosphere, the lithosphere, the atmosphere. Everything can be impacted by all that we do and don't do, right? So that's super critical for us to act now. We have only time of 1 generation. And again, going back into the math of emissions, we have the carbon budget for the planet as per climate scientists of only 500 gigatons of CO2. Every year we do 36 gigatons of CO2 already. So we have a budget of just about 500 more. So you can see what are we talking about in terms of timelines and the urgency. The moot question is, how is this possible? That's what I'll try to throw some light on that. These are 2 reference documents that I'll be using in my talk. You are free to download. They are all available. These are the documents that Schneider Sustainable Research Institute has created, and it is available in the public domain back to 2050. And this one is dedicated specifically for the India net zero pathway. It's called Path to Developed and Decarbonize India. So maybe if you want, you can download a copy of that. I'll share insights of this research report. Other than managing the climate crisis, which I talked so far, there's another important area so far as energy is concerned. Energy is indeed a lifeline for all of us, yeah. And but still we have about 800 million people on this planet who don't have access to electricity. Right, so we have a priority of providing access to electricity, access to energy for these 800 million people. The second important priority is about the energy equity. There are about 2 billion people on this planet who do not have a good availability of electricity. When I say availability, I mean reliability and also the affordability. Right. So this is also something that we need to be addressing. This is what I call as energy resilience. Right. So on one side, with regard to the energy ecosystem, we have to get back to 1.5-degree trajectory of global warming, bring down 36 gigaton of CO2. On the other side, we are talking about 3 billion people on this planet to have a good energy equity. This is the overall objective. Now, how do we do this? There are 2 parts to it. One is the demand side, which is what I'm talking about here. And the other one is on the supply side. Now, what do you mean by demand side? Demand side is where all of us interface. The way we use energy at homes, industries, corporations, businesses. This is what I mean by demand side scenario. One thing which is very interesting, and this is what I want to put a point here, is there is a huge potential on the demand side to be more smart in the way you consume energy. And this is what I'm trying to talk about is energy efficiency. Energy efficiency, resource efficiency is not a new thing to us. We all know it. But it is important for us to ponder here that digital energy efficiency, the latest technology available to harness full potential of energy efficiency is available, and that is going to be a big enabler for you to reduce energy and get to reduction of CO2. Look at this way. If you talk about electricity, right? Significant part of electricity, close to about 75% of electricity is generated on this planet by burning fossil fuels. And what is the efficiency of this ecosystem? 3 units of fossil fuel you burn in the power plant, you get 1 unit of electricity. Right? So if you save 1 unit of electricity, you save 3 units of fossil fuels. That's a multiplier effect. That's the power of energy efficiency, right? As I said, technologies are available for us to deploy in our sites, in our demand sectors to make it more efficient. And to tell you, best-in-class energy efficient buildings are 70% more energy efficient. Best-in-class hotels and hospitals are 50% more energy efficient. Best-in-class steel plants can be 30% more energy efficient. So energy efficiency is indeed a significant enabler, and we have technology available for that. For your homes, for your factories, manufacturing, different processes, for heating, for cooling, we have energy efficiency solution. And please, I would invite all of you to look more seriously on what are your energy efficiency architecture principles and methodologies. The second one is electrification. Today, electricity has been around for more than 150 years, but unfortunately, only 18% of world's energy is supplied through electricity. What happens? Remaining 82, fossil fuels, right? As a matter of fact, electricity, Thomas Alva Edison, when he created the bulb in 1850s, 1870s, exactly in the same time was the first commercial oil well was drilled. So pretty much both started at the same time, but significantly going forward, the fossil fuels took over the world and electricity was still just about 18-20% of energy source. Now, why I'm harping about electricity is because this is a very unique source of energy. It's the only vector of energy which can be decarbonized on the demand side, energy efficiency, and also can be decarbonized on the supply side by using renewables. There is no other source of energy which has got this dual impact in making it greener. Electricity is very, very unique in that sense. Do we have opportunities to electrify more? Certainly. In your offices, in your factories, in your manufacturing, in your cooling, in your furnaces, there's a huge opportunity for all of us to electrify. At our homes, do we still use electric cooking equipment? No, we don't, right? We use ovens and things like that, but largely it is the cooking gas. Cooking gas, is it emitting CO2? Yes, it does. 1 kg of your LPG is equal to 1.5 kgs of CO2. Can you electrify? We can. Do we have appliances? We have, right? So electrification is another very, very big enabler for us to decarbonize and get onto the path of net zero. All in all, on demand side, energy efficiency and electrification can really contribute to 55% reductions of your energy related emissions. That's the math, that's the calculation, right? And of course, very, very famous, most popular discourse around renewable, around decarbonization is about renewables. Renewables has a great role to play. We all know that. I'll not emphasize further. And in particular, India, the way we are looking at it, one of the 2-3 commitments that we have as part of our net zero commitment is increasing the renewable generation capacity to 50% by 2030. So we are by far one of the big renewable country, going to be a big renewable country. That also has a big, big contribution. So all in all, demand side actions of energy efficiency and electrification can bring down your emissions by 50-55%. If you start changing the supply side to greener renewable sources, it can bring down to about 45%, right? So that's the equation that I propose for all of us to get to net zero. As I said, we have very clearly indicated in the report, sector-wise, how do we play out this equation, right? A demand side, supply side equation to get to zero or near zero emissions. We have just a summarization of what I spoke. We have about all the technologies available for us to do this. And this is what you see, 70% of technology is already available and the rest is on the way. Now, if you talk about, again, taking a minute on energy efficiency, we have all the technologies here. If you see some few popular examples that we are all aware, Indian Railways, one of the largest Indian railway systems in the world. Indian Railways want to become net zero. How? First, it will electrify the entire railway system, and then the electrification will be supplied by renewable, and that's how it's going to become net zero, right? We also have heard about in India, and we're very proud of the program, EESL program of LEDs. What did we do? Again, full leverage of energy efficient appliances. We have star ratings in India for energy appliances. These are all in the right direction. In the industrial context, I said digital energy efficiency. We start with sensorization. Look at this way. Energy is invisible, first of all, and energy efficiency is the absence of invisible, right? So it becomes really complicated, and that's where digitization really comes in. We have all the digital technologies for your processes, for your systems, even for your homes. You sensorize it first so that you exactly know what is being consumed, where, and then you have perhaps a software to run and automate the whole operations. And the third thing is all the data that you now have sensorized and gather, you can have a big data engine running and supporting you to help you with analytics, peer benchmarking, so much so that you will have artificial intelligence coming in and creating perhaps a digital twin of your energy system, right? So these are the technologies available, and this is how we can really unlock the opportunities of energy efficiency. So the way we see at Schneider Electric, this is how it'll play out in the world, right? Digital for efficiency, electric for decarbonization, and this is what perhaps will help us to become more sustainable, bringing down my 36 gigaton of CO2 almost to zero by 2050 and getting back to 1.5 degree temperature or global warming trajectory. So that's all I had to share with you, and this is our purpose statement of our company. Our purpose is to make the most of your energy and resources to bridge progress and sustainability. At Schneider, we believe that progress, growth, improvement in lifestyle, well-being, and climate and sustainability are not mutually opposing. They are mutually inclusive. Both can coexist. That is what is the vision of our company, and that is what we endeavor to do. And I rest my case. If you have any, I don't know if you have time for any questions, but anything burning, maybe if I can take the permission of the organizers to have one or two questions. One question? Okay. So anything quick, I'll be more than happy to answer. Yes, please. There is one. There are two. Yeah.
Hi. So it's through the solar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how far India is like moving ahead with the solar energy?
Okay.
And how you are using it?
All right. First of all, thanks for this question. And I really don't 100% agree with your viewpoint that solar or perhaps the renewable is the magic going to do the magic for sustainability. Sure, it is a big contributor for sure, right? But I would urge you to see on the demand side the avenues available for making your energy consumption more efficient, avenues available for electrifying. And by the way, energy efficiency pays for itself. We heard the technology, the way technology is expensive, vagera, vagera. But energy efficiency technology, we have a solid payback, right? As early as 2 years or less than 2 years, right? So I would really urge all of you to not just look at the renewable and the supply side and the solar evolution as the only way to decarbonize, look more on the demand side. So that is what I would make the point. However, yeah, coming to your point, India has a very, very massive renewable ambition. 50% of, let's say, the power generation should come from renewable by 2030. Our power generation capacity is about, let's say, 420 gigawatt. This is going to become.
I just heard in one of the posts from LinkedIn that morning 2 hours of sunlight gives maximum amount of energy. That can be consumed up to 300 or 400 hours.
Yeah.
So why not?
Absolutely. Be careful. Even when we talk about solar, there are resource issues here. Storage, solar panels, you need water to clean solar panels, you need so much of photovoltaic raw material to make solar panels, it needs land for setting up solar panels. So all the supply side greenification will come with the resources crunch, resources issue that we're talking about. Look at this country, okay? Today, we are the most populous country, right? 1 out of every 6 people on this planet live in this country. But we have access to just about 4% of the fresh water of the world and only 2% of the land of the world, right? And it's very constrained. Resources are very, very constrained in this country. In terms of, let's say, I was reading this, on an average, at a world scale, we have 422 trees per person, but India, we have just about 28 trees per person. Right? So anyway you look at it, the resources are very, very constrained. So you want to put more renewable, more, it will cost us in terms of resources. Sure, we'll do it. We'll have a fine balance of it, but do not take your eyes off on demand side of reducing your energy consumption. I think the time has come for all of us to be a bit gentle on this planet with our consumption. And it all boils down to your lifestyle. You're not talking about lifestyle emissions here because that's not the purview of the conclave. But at the end of the day, it boils down to one's lifestyle, the way we manage in our homes, in our families, in our community. And I appreciate what Mr. Mishra was saying in the previous this thing. We are as a country a great storyteller. I really appreciate our Honorable Prime Minister in Glasgow talking about life. Right, lifestyle for environment. I think that's a very, very pertinent point, which I want to place in this August gathering. I think was the only time I had. Thank you very much. Pleasure talking to you. Thank you. Have a lovely conclave.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. If you have any more questions, please feel free to take them also in personal capacity. Thank you so much. And with that, from Spotlight, we move towards the environment track. An industry presentation on the trends in the upcoming environmental commodities markets in India, highlighting India's carbon market landscape. Please join me in welcoming Nilesh Agarwal, founder, Calculus Carbon, to talk on the same.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nilesh Agarwal. Thank you for being here today. So since we are kickstarting with the environment track, what I would like to start off with is focusing on something which we refer to increasingly, which has been discussed globally, called environmental commodities. Right. So just to give my background, I have been in financial services over the last 7 years, working across investment banking and asset management. We started Calculus Carbon last year with the view of bringing the rigor and the maturity of any mature asset class to environmental commodities increasingly, right? So what do we mean by environmental commodities? So environmental commodities, think of them as financial instruments which can be increasingly used to mobilize capital towards targeting specific attributes of the overall ESG puzzle. Right. So, for example, looking at, for example, GHG emissions within the environment of ESG, we have carbon credits for that. For targeting biodiversity, we have biodiversity credits. For groundwater replenishment, we have water credits, right? So on and so forth. And what I would like to do here is talk about how India has progressed massively on a lot of these markets. These markets are not just upcoming anymore, but India is a leader, and there's been a lot of efficiency in the way funds have been mobilized using these financial instruments in India towards these specific attributes, or towards these projects which are targeting the specific environmental attributes. So let's talk about plastic credits. So Vera, which is the nodal agency which kind of issues 75 to 80% of the total carbon credits globally, came up with this concept of plastic credits. Not long ago, but if you see the chart on the top right, you would see 88% of the total upcoming pipeline projects on plastic credits come from India. historically it's been from Australia and Thailand, but India is going to be the next big player. REC market, obviously, most of the people in this room would be aware of. We have here collated price volume data across the 3 exchanges. So HPX is the latest one which has come up and kind of has brought a lot of efficiency towards channeling funds towards renewable energy projects in India. ESerts market, again on the same theme, targeting projects toward the PAT scheme across the PAT 1 and 2 cycles. Coming up with the last one, the most recent one, SD Vista. So this is one market where India still has not made a mark, but increasingly, I feel, and I would love to, engage with the participants in the audience who are working towards the UN SDGs, the 17 SD, the Sustainable Development Goals, to kind of help us tap this market, which is upcoming in a huge way across the world. And then coming to the highlight of this presentation, which is the carbon markets. Obviously, the markets have picked up over the last 2 years in a big way. And India, for example, currently, if I have to talk about the global total size of the market, voluntary market, it's around $2 billion. India's share is around 23% as of last year. According to the latest report by Morgan Stanley, that market itself is supposed to grow to 100 billion, and by McKinsey's estimate, it's 50 billion by 2030. So even taking the more conservative estimate here, if we manage to keep our share of the pie, which is around 20%, we'll still be sitting on a $10 billion opportunity per year by 2030. And historically, it's been on the back of renewables because a lot of solar, wind, hydro has been put up across the across the last decade. But now increasingly, the carbon credit market is moving towards projects which are more non-renewable, so to say. For example, one is energy demand, which includes your energy efficiency projects, including LED bulbs, which Venkat talked about, or efficient cook stove, and AFLU is the agricultural, forestry, and other land use, by which you could reduce methane emissions in, let's say, rice farming in Punjab and Haryana or AP in Telangana, and kind of generate carbon credits against that. Right, and one significant shift that we have seen increasingly in our stakeholder engagements over the last 1 year has been a move towards pre-financing, and I think this is something which the delegates in the audience could kind of take away from. So, for example, what's happened is, walking you through a regular value chain of a carbon credit, a project developer who is doing a project wherein he's sequestering carbon or greenhouse gas emissions in any way, they first kind of file a project development document with the registry. Then they move towards kind of hiring a validation verification body, which does a physical or desktop audit of their project on ground. And keeping these two in mind, Vera or a gold standard would kind of issue a carbon credit against that. But now what's happened historically, if you see the chart here, post 2021, there has been a significant down trend in the total supply of carbon credits coming into the market. So why that has happened, Vera, which kind of is the nodal agency which issues 75 to 80% of carbon credits, kind of by their own admittance have faced a massive bottleneck. And one such study done by Thalos, which is the carbon market player, which says that it could create a loss of around $2.6 billion every year over the because of this bottleneck at Vera. So what the market has done in terms of the investors who are investing in carbon credits, which are corporates and institutional investors sitting out of North America and Europe, who increasingly have come from carbon dense industries like oil and gas, cement, thermal, they have moved up on the risk return curve, wherein they are coming in earlier into the project and investing in project equity rather than taking the final finished carbon credits, right? So what that has led to is, what that results in is the investor pumping in money into the project while it's under development, so that they also have much more control over the quality of the project that's being implemented on the ground. And also, because they come in early into the project, they are entitled to a source of carbon credits at a cheaper price in the future. So they solve for both uncertainty as well as quality of the credits that they have. And one kind of huge theme which is picked up recently is the upcoming Indian compliance carbon market, which is supposed to kick in 2026. So what I wanted to do is kind of take you through the different markets where it's already been operational and working very efficiently. And leaving everything else, I would like you to focus on the European market, which is the second column here, EU ETS. So EU ETS today is by far the most stringent and the most efficient way of channeling capital towards towards project which reduce carbon or sequester carbon in any way. So if you look at that market, it came live in 2005. And right now it's at the 4th phase of its implementation, wherein it's entirely closed. What that means is any company, for example, Shell, sitting out of Amsterdam, could only invest in carbon projects elsewhere in Europe and not outside, right? India, for example, does not have a compliance market as of now. It's kind of supposed to come in, and I'll come to that briefly. But any market which starts off implementing a carbon compliance cycle, they start off in a very lenient way. So for example, what we foresee for India on the similar lines is, so right now, I think Bureau of Energy Efficiency is supposed to table a draft structure guideline for the upcoming compliance market sometime this month or later next month. What we are expecting is they would kind of make it compulsory for the top like descending order wise, top carbon dense industries like steel, cement, and thermal to start buying renewable credits because they are cheaper. So pricing carbon is easy for the corporates internally, and over time this would kind of only shift towards higher quality carbon. So now if you look at any corporate, when they have a net zero in place, this is a good way to marry the different aspects of a net zero, right? So the first step that you do, for example, obviously is to set a future date wherein you will meet your net zero target. What net zero means is number of the amount of carbon you're inputting into the atmosphere, you're taking it away, right? Once you have that, what you do is start off by looking at the pink line. You start off purchasing the carbon credits, which is offsetting of carbon over and above the company boundaries, and investing in projects outside the purview of the company. Over time, you kind of move towards, as the price of carbon credits rise up, you kind of start looking internally in terms of reducing your own carbon footprint, cleaning up your own value chain, making them more efficient. And over time, the idea is that we shift to a goal wherein you meet your net zero. And a lot of inefficiencies across not just carbon credits, but across all the environmental commodities market, which has kind of prevented India to become a massive beneficiary in terms of FDI. So for carbon example, it's at a 23% of total supply. I think it can go still further because we are a tropical country, we are an agricultural first nation. The entire market of carbon credits has moved towards nature-based, and now not just carbon credits, we have biodiversity, water credits, potential for everything, which can serve as a massive source of FDI in the country. So think of it like what rare earth minerals was for China, nature is going to be for countries in Southeast Asia and for Africa. Right? And kind of what we're trying to solve for here is, so one particular aspect that I would like to talk about is the information asymmetry. A lot of intermediaries today kind of sit on this artificially obscured information, and as a result that translates into high fixed costs, and for participants in the market to kind of have to climb that steep wall to get into the markets. What we have tried to do, and Calculus IQ is one product that we have launched, everything else is in pipeline right now. What we have done there is kind of looked at, so the charts that you saw towards the start of the presentation, where analytics sort of a machine where we are kind of on every 24-hour basis, we are taking in data for both supply, demand, and price, and kind of showcasing it to the market participants so that it's easier for them to get a taste of it and then start participating eventually. So you could just look at, like visit us at our booth, and we are free to give away logins for a trial basis. And historically, I think what we've seen over the last 1 year is some quick validations in terms of how we are trying to approach the market in terms of solving for the rigor, the structural inefficiencies, and we have had some excellent partners to work with. I would love to for you to kind of visit us at our booth and kind of sign up for a demo. And I'll just stop there in case you have any particular questions around the carbon credit or the entire environmental commodity market as such. Thank you. That's it. Cool. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, this is Vishwabandhu from Tata Consumer.
Hello.
How do you think the recent news about Vera being questioned on the rainforest certified carbon credits impacting the Indian markets, especially the deforestation ones that they have?
Yeah, so thanks for that question. So what's happened is, if you look at carbon credit market, it can broadly be divided into two odd sort of credits. One is avoidance credits, another is removal credits. What that means is any project which is abating someone's own footprint from while they're generating electricity from the grid and shifting it to renewable. So those sort of things qualify under avoidance, versus removal would be any project which kind of sequesters the already existent carbon in the atmosphere. So deforestation, because it's something which is akin to protecting the existing land of pact of forest, it qualifies under avoidance credits. And avoidance credits, so not just deforestation, but even renewables, so to say, they have currently already been phased out of the market, right? So both in terms of demand as well as supply, investors don't really anymore look to purchase those credits coming out of those projects and then using that for their net zero. So for example, as I said towards the start, I think India is well positioned in terms of not having as much exposure to RED plus credits. Most of our credits today come from outside renewables. They come from AFLU, which is agriculture, sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and your energy efficiency like efficient cook stoves, LED, so on and so forth. So
how about projects like Miyawaki or mangrove conservation, which are very focused on climate impact, but not so much yielding as far as carbon credits are concerned? How are they positioned in the market, especially if you link it to some social angle and bring in a gold standard concept into this?
Right. So two parts to that question. One is obviously mangrove as well as Miyawaki. Both have excellent. So all of these projects that generate credits do so on back of published research, and which is kind of very well incorporated scientifically as of date. And mangrove, for particularly, has been shown to do it in a excellent way. And you can kind of look at that from the price of the credits that are coming from each of these projects, right? So if I have to look at renewables, they trade renewable credit from India would trade at around $1 a credit, whereas mangrove would trade at $24, right? So that kind of is a symbolism to the kind of quality of sequestration that's happening from a mangrove. Now coming to the next part of the question, sorry, what was that?
Miyawaki and
So yeah, Miyawaki and mangrove, I think both serve as excellent source of carbon credits. Miyawaki, from what I understand, it's just not easy to do that at scale, because by structure, it's supposed to be around buildings in urban areas. So you have to aggregate it across a large area or multiple cities, and which becomes an operational challenge. So fixed costs go higher when you go to register those projects. But mangrove, for example, Adani and even Pakistan has been a huge beneficiary of implementing mangrove, and it's serving as an excellent source of FDI for them.
So what you're saying in practice is that we should look at doing mangrove kind of projects more than doing plain forestry projects.
Yeah, so forestry, for example, the issue with that is most of the forest in India is owned by government in some way or the other. And so there's another aspect of the market which is called Article 6. So I think government would itself, so there would not be, in my opinion, a private party play there. Government itself could go and kind of implement that and get a buyer for that. But I think mangrove is something which has been taken up by a lot of corporate parties as part of whether CSR or even outside the purview, just for carbon. So.
And does this link to the nature-based solution angle as well? The NBS part, which is primarily being linked to these kind of projects, where it goes beyond a corporate's direct business operations and doing this kind of work.
Yeah, so I think the idea of implementing a nature-based solution is to get bumps up in multiple aspects of ESG on their own sustainability report. So obviously, greenhouse gas emission is just one aspect. You can also be solving for biodiversity in that local area, for the local flora and fauna. You could be solving for groundwater in a way, not sure about that. And for sure, you would be solving for SDG goals. Look, out of 17, you would be solving for 2 to 3 in any kind of nature-based solution. So it helps you better your ESG score on multiple aspects if you invest in any NBS project that way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You also have one. We'll be very short then. Very short. So there's one more for you.
Sure. Yeah, you're audible.
Hi, Nilesh. Thank you for that background.
Sure.
I just wanted to ask you about how you see the interplay between carbon sequestration and carbon credits playing
Could you
out.
repeat that? Sorry.
Carbon sequestration versus carbon credits, because a lot of
Yeah.
organizations are on the net zero journey.
Sure.
And obviously there is an element of double counting. So how do you see this developing forward?
Sure. So I think the way to kind of look at it differently is whether, so I think there are two parts to it, right? So you could divide anything that you're doing towards your net zero into insetting or offsetting, right? Insetting is something in which you are cleaning up your own internal processes, or, so for example, you talk about carbon sequestration. Let's say if there's a steel plant which has, a lot of smoke being generated at a source. if you can capture that, and that would basically help you reduce your own carbon footprint across scope 1 and 2. Versus in case you don't have any such project internally where you could implement a carbon sequestration project, you could even go beyond the purview of your organization and kind of invest in it elsewhere. But in that case, you will be entitled to carbon credits, which you could use to kind of reduce your scope 1 and 3 by offsetting, right? So that's how you would have to, you could only do one of those two things. Either you reduce internally and reduce your carbon scope 1 and 2 as a whole, or you kind of keep your scope 1 and 2 as is and kind of take benefits of carbon credits and then reduce it from there. So idea is to just choose which one, and then that depends on the internal value chain yourself that you have.
With that, thank you so much, Nilesh. Everybody wants for him, please. Also answering those questions. Thank you. It's just a request. If you have any personal conversations, I request you to please take them outside. It sort of hampers the attention of our audience members as well. Also, Tetra Pak, Carbon Calculus, and Recycle.com have placed their stalls outside. The team members are there as well. So if you wish to discuss anything with them in detail or also understand about the brand a little more, please feel free to visit them there as well. Moving on towards our next panel discussion on the future of water stewardship, collective action, measurement, and community impact. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Santosh Jayaram, Global Head, Sustainability HCL Tech. Rajneesh Chopra, Global Head, Business Development VA Tech Wabag. Paul Abraham, President, Hinduja Foundation. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, AVP and Head of Environmental Sustainability, Godrej Industries and Associate Companies. Ruhana Zariwala, Global Head Sustainability, Slipla. And this session will be chaired by Nitin Basti, Senior Program Lead, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Let's welcome them collectively, everybody, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nitin Basi. I lead the Sustainable Water Program at Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are India's and Asia's one of the leading policy think tank, and we work a lot along with the government on issues which cut across various natural resources, and of course, water is one of them. I'm happy to be joined here by quite a learned and experienced panel. They have been introduced already, so I won't be introducing them. Before we start, I mean, for those who are, let's say, are not fully aware about the water stewardship, will of course be hearing from the experts here, and they will. I'm hoping that they will go back as a informed and a learned individual about the water stewardship program. Before we start, I mean, it's just to highlight why water stewardship is important when we talk about businesses and we talk about enterprises. See, the whole agenda or objective of water stewardship is to ensure that the resources, which in this case is water, which is being used in various production and the life cycle of the product that you're dealing with, it has to be socially equitable. It has to be environmental sustainable, and it also leads to economic benefit for the enterprise, and that is the reason they are doing the business. So that is why it becomes very important wherever the enterprises and businesses, they are using water in a substantial way, that they also do something for the water to ensure that it leads to its sustainable development. But at the same time, the business operations are not impacted. So to start with, I would like to pose a query to Mr. Santosh Jayaram, who's the Global Head Sustainability HCL Technology. Now, this is very interesting. You are one of the leading IT services and consulting company. We would like to understand why water stewardship is important for HCL Technologies and how you are actually doing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Nitin, for that, because I really can understand the curiosity behind that. IT service is not a water intensive, and why would that be a focus area for us? I might have to start a bit historical to answer that. I think water as a paradox, even Adam Smith in 1770 has talked about it when he said that it is so essential for life and diamonds are not, but diamonds are valued more. So even from that period of 1770, you had that paradox. And the paradox still exists because we don't value water still. So I think it's one of those key things which we thought that it's important. And there is quite a bit of discussions around the GHG emissions, carbon, and all those things. And our headquarters being here in India, and India being a country which has got a water risk, thought that there is a potential for us to kind of work in that particular direction. And also water, if you really look at it, it is unlike the so-called GHG emissions because it's pretty local. It's 1 kiloliter is not equal around 2. So I think it has got that very localized impact, and you really require to customize your solutions and all those things to that local parlance. So I think it is all these things put together which kind of caught our attention, and we started working this. On an overall, sustainability philosophy, the way we approach it, we put it very simply called act, pact, and impact. So to tell, act is a recognition that it all starts with us. We have to start. But the pact is also the recognition that we cannot do it alone. We have to do it in collaboration. And impact is the outcome of act and pact. So from an act perspective, yes, our own operations, we try to minimize whatever little. We are not a water intensive industry yet. So we do that part. And being an IT company, we have the luxury of using sensors and all those things. So we do that. And also from the HCL Foundation, which is the CSR arm of HCL Tech, we do have a huge focus around water. There are multiple projects which are linked to water, but one such initiative which I would say that, in terms of helping about more than 150 water bodies to kind of recharge water better and all those things. Although I'm not a big fan of doing net accounting of water, but just to give you a sense of measurement is that that initiative recharges 26 times more water than what we consume. We consume less, but 26 times, just as a measure. The pact part of it, I would say, is that we are one of the endorsers of the CO water mandate by the UN Global Compact. But I would also like to bring to the attention here is that we are the first Indian company. I'm not saying this with pride, but I find more Indian companies should join, is that we are the first Indian company to join the Water Resilience Coalition. And we find it a very good initiative in the sense that the Water Resilience Coalition is trying to look at the impact at a water basin level. As companies, as various stakeholders, we do work on whatever is the level at a local level, but what is the overall impact at the water basin level? That's the kind of the collaborative impact which is getting measured at the resilience side. So I think these are some of the things which we are working. I'll just end up by adding one thing is that when Coleridge said that water to everyone, nor a drop to drink, he was talking about fresh water. And so the freshwater side, the Aquapreneur initiative, which the HCL group does, it's a tie-up with the World Economic Forum of the 5 year. The first cohort of the 10 winners was announced at this World Economic Forum. And the kind of projects which they are doing, it's more about, helping them scale up and, easy funding. It's a grant kind of a program which we are doing. So it's a 5-year first cohort come in. Every year we will select about 10 Ecopreneur winners and we'll be supporting them to scale the freshwater solutions to the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very interesting to know about your initiative and especially what foundation is doing and about recharging the aquifers and also rejuvenating the water bodies, which is also Government of India focus as per the last budget, if we can go back to. I should have said before the session started. So we will have 2 rounds and each round you will get 3 minutes to speak. And if there is more time, we'll again, come back to you and ask more queries. So sorry, that was an oversight on my part. From the IT services, now we move to the, the hardcore water and wastewater treatment infrastructure. And there I would like to call in Mr. Rajneesh Chopra. I've been hearing him in a lot of such events and always pleasure to know what VA Tech Vabag Limited is doing. Mr. Rajneesh, of course, your company has a kind of a substantial presence in the water treatment and wastewater treatment space. And of course, when we talk about wastewater treatment, it is also adding to the element of circularity that we talk about these days. We would like to know, given that your focus is on infrastructure, so how water stewardship is mainstreams in the projects or whatever other infrastructures that you are creating for government or for the private entities.
Thank you, Nitin. I think I'll just give a small brief about the organization I represent. We are a 99-year-old organization. And the only thing we do is water, wastewater treatment and resource recovery. Now, next year we'll be celebrating our centenary year. And much before, these SDGs came into play and people started talking about sustainable developmental goals, sustainable development. And also now the latest buzzword is net zero. I think we took lead in this much long. Our logo reads WABAG, Sustainable Solutions for Better Life, that is in existence for 5 decades. So most of the projects which we do, I think one of the focuses any client we work with, because we work more with the urban local bodies. So we try to integrate water and wastewater management in line with the circularity. So whatever water is being pumped, we try to see that we capture each and every drop of the wastewater. And it is again comes back to our sewage treatment plants. And when we talk about circularity, it's not just, recycling of the water. I think currently we recycle around 2,900 mld of water in our plants. I think 450 million liters per day we recycle for industries. And the balance is recycled for other various purposes, including supply to industry from municipalities' recycled water and for agriculture at large. So we have been responsible and we have been advocating this with our clients. The other parts of circularity which we are focused on is that we try to recover. First thing is our CMD always, not now. He said, today we are, taking money for building sewage treatment plants. The day is not far that I'll be buying sewage from the municipalities, setting up my own plants with my own investment and making money out of it. So I think one thing where everybody can support is that some states have taken a lead of declaring it as a resource. So we recover recycled water. I've been part of various government committees and we realized that today around 72,000 mld of wastewater is generated. Only capacity for treatment is 3,100. The efficacy is another question mark. But the entire water cannot be absorbed by the industry. So it has to be pumped back to agriculture for recharging of aquifers and various other purposes, which we have demonstrated in a lot of our projects. That's the other thing which we have been demonstrating is that we need to, whatever the biogas is generated, we convert into energy. So we have plants in India for last 1.5 decades, which are power neutral. When I say power neutral, what it means is that we do not take any energy from the grid. So all the biogas which is generated, we scrub the H2S and feed it to gas engines. And in the process today, currently in our sewage treatment plants, we are generating around 40 megawatts and maybe 2.9 million tons of GHG emissions we have reduced. The third component is sludge, which we have now started converting into biomanure. And it's not that it's circularity. It makes a lot of commercial sense to do that. So that's why I say it has to be declared as a resource. When it makes business sense to our clients, automatically it will start replicating much faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very insightful. And I would like to share with you that recently at CEW, we came out with a report which actually looks at the market potential of available treated wastewater in India. So I'm glad that your thought process is pretty much on the same way. And Government of India, this year in January, they came up with a national framework for the states who are interested in formulating policy towards treating wastewater and reuse. So, and otherwise also more than 10 states in India, they already have such policy. But I think, as you mentioned, that they need to realize this as a resource, and probably that will do more good to the society, and as well as the challenge that we had in our hand. So thank you so much. Now I move to Rohana Zariwala, who's the Global Head Sustainability for Cipla. Pharmaceutical companies and especially the units where the medicines are manufactured, so they are located mostly in the rural areas. And of course, there is a dependence on resource and also some impact which happens because of the operations. So given this scenario, we would like to understand that what is Cipla doing in this space, working along with the community and also ensuring the environmental sustainability when it comes to water.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nitin, for this question. So at Cipla, while we are looking at water stewardship, we are looking, I can say it in two buckets. One is what we are doing inside our operations, and one, what we are doing outside our operations with the communities around. So inside our operations, as many corporates, other corporates as well do. So we are focused on, reducing our freshwater withdrawal consumption. We are focused on increasing the recycling and reuse percentage. Some technologies like ZLD or utility automation, and conservation through rainwater harvesting techniques. While we are doing inside our operations, we are also a water intensive sector, and we are also looking at located in some of our plants are located in the areas which are water stressed. So what we are doing with the communities outside is we are also working on watershed development programs. And how we do about it is we collaborate with the NGOs, we collaborate with the technology partners, and we engage the local communities in these watershed programs. And these communities are involved from the beginning. They are involved in the planning stage itself, in the decision making, in water budgeting, net metering, etc. All the activities. And we support to empower these communities in terms of making a financial viability, financial resources, technology expertise, and also the capacity building of these communities. So while we started this journey on water outside our communities, it's a very young journey. So we are doing it in the states of Maharashtra and Karnataka. And so there are different scenarios altogether. Some in one of the states where we are doing it around the Nashik region. These receive very high rainfall, maybe around 2,500 mm or so. However, these rainfall, these are on the hilly areas. So the runoff doesn't stay, it just washes off. And so there is soil erosion, land degradation because of all this. And there is also the tribal communities out there. There is no water available for them, in the summer season. Whereas some states, if you look at, they are actually in the water stressed regions where we are working on, and they have they also face droughts at multiple times. So the structures, what we are doing is different in different regions, depending on, what is the kind of technology which we are using it. So if you see the hilly terrain, we are using the ridge to valley approach, so that, the watershed, it is managed at the top, and then it is percolated down. So it is, the technology has to be in a very scientific way as per the regions what we are what the necessity is there out. While we are doing that, we are also looking at the overall environmental sustainability, and not just environmental sustainability, but also the societal impacts with this. So, and we are trying to cover the multiple SDGs while we are working along with this. So, because of this intervention, now the farmers will be able to grow the second crop in the season, and that's how it will lead to the income generation for them. It will also lead to improve their livelihood. The women are getting empowered, because the women are the one who are suffered most, while doing these activities out there, or the irrigation activities. And while we look at the environmental sustainability, we are also capturing the soil conservation, the land degradation part, the biodiversity part, because we are also planting trees, the native trees around that, which is good for the feeding of the birds and nesting of the birds and the feeding habitats. The most important thing is, while there is also a long-term planning in this. So while we will exit from the project at some period of time, we are also building in the capacity of the communities around, so that, and also a sustainability fund, so that the asset belongs to them ultimately, and they should be able to manage it once we exit from the project. So that is what the overall way we are looking towards this project.
Yeah, thank you so much, and glad to notice that your interventions are backed up by the scientific assessments and the understanding of the region, because that is very important when we especially talk about watershed development programs. We talk about groundwater recharge programs. We talk about managing water at the watershed or the sub-basin scale. So glad that you have undertaken those assessments, and also that building the capacity component of the local communities, because of course you cannot be there for the entirety, and things have to move out. But if the capacities are developed, of course, it helps community to maintain the process that have been initiated. So thanks for sharing the work that you are doing. Now I move to Mr. Paul Abraham. He's a president, Hinduja Foundation. Now, I think previously what we have heard is more from the CSR side of it. And when we go towards the foundation, it is always about what actually is getting implemented. So we understand that there is a lot of effort from the Hinduja Foundation to make, I think, the group operation water neutral as a whole. And at the same time, ensuring the water security of the communities who might be near your plant site or area of operations. So how you are actually managing the trade-off that is involved here?
Well, first of all, the recognition that this is a national crisis, right? This is one of the few areas where policymakers and government have admitted that they have a crisis on hand, with the Niti Aayog report that came out, to talk about 50% of the country being in water stress situations is a huge admission, and therefore I think needs to be addressed also on a war footing. Couple of things we did. One is, of course, what we call typically within the fence. So we have 14 companies in India, going from banking to automotive to technology, etc. And one of the things that we've set for ourselves, and to a large extent that has already been achieved, is you will be water positive, every one of them. So for example, Ashok Leyland, which is our automotive company, is the first automotive company in the world which is water positive. We consume less than what we actually generate in terms of water saved, water captured, and things like that. The other part is what we do outside, and outside it's about the situations that we are in. So we are in rural areas through our bank, through our microfinance company, through our vehicle finance and all of these. And in the rural areas, it is about figuring out what is the issue in the local context and what is the best solution that you can, address it with. And of course, in Rajasthan, for example, we are in hundreds of villages where it's about conserving, it's about regeneration, it's about, making use of local technologies like the old tankas and the nadis and all of that. If you go down south, you have traditionally every village with a village pond, usually a substantive water body, if not the village tank, which is associated and usually attached to the temple. So it's a huge project around reviving all these water bodies. And to that extent, everything what Rana said resonates. So our project is largely broken up into spring shed rejuvenation, restoration of water bodies, and saving and recapture of lost runoff water. Now, one of the things that we do face is the challenge of, and that I think is a national challenge, and I would, love at some point to have a chat with you, Rajneesh, about this whole concept of pricing around some of these resources, especially, sewage. In India, it's a free for all, because 90% of our water body rejuvenation program comes up against water bodies being destroyed by sewage runoffs, and that's one of the big challenges for us as a country. So I think to summarize, we have three verticals in the foundation. So it's not just what the foundation does. The foundation actually manages the philanthropic spend of the family, but it also coordinates the CSR spends for the 14 companies of the group. So it's a substantial, contribution. And 1/3 of our monies are directed at water, which is probably one of the highest in the industry today.
Thank you so much. And glad that you highlighted the fact that water also needs to be priced. I mean, we all understand it's a social good. It remains as a social good, but that doesn't mean that it cannot be priced. Apart from your focus in, building the water base or the endowment in the rural areas, it's important that people also understand the importance and the value of resource. Now from here, I would like to highlight, how there is now a big focus on green budgeting, how we can make our operation greener and also creating more green jobs. And this is where I would like to bring in my colleague Ramnath Vaidyanathan. How Godrej Industries and associate companies are actually making, because I know that one of the programs that you are running is all about greening operations and creating more jobs. So how water figures, in those deliberations and the interventions that you are making?
Yeah, actually, a lot of what's already been said on this resonates a lot with what we do. And I'd like to start off where Paul left off, because one of the things that really enabled us to do a lot in the water sector in our operations was putting in an internal water price. And it wasn't just about a direct, it's with fossil fuels, it's easy. There's a fairly direct link with the market. But where we really struggled with, and I think doing the CDP water response for the last few years really helped us in doing this, was to add the risk cost of water as well. It's not just a direct and indirect cost, but for example, what happens if there is a drought and there's no other supply of water and your operations come to a standstill for 2 weeks? So your production loss cost factors into your internal water cost. That's something that really helped us, in our operational improvement. But what I'd like to really stress upon is that on an operational perspective, whatever we set out to do, we did well. We're about 4.5 times water positive as a company. We did watershed programs through our CSR projects in 4 states, where I think what Rohana mentioned, the secondary and tertiary benefits, apart from water, restoration, which is about 32 million kiloliters a year we're doing, recharging. We're also able to sequester carbon in these watersheds, and we've registered them all on the VCS registry. The average income of the farmer has gone up by about 2.5x because of the intercropping that they're able to do, greater availability of water. But when we actually finished doing that over the last 5-6 years and we stopped to do an assessment of it, what we realized was, even though we were water positive, when we actually did a climate risk resilience assessment of the companies, water remained one of the highest risks. The reason for this is what was alluded by a lot of other people. I think Santosh also mentioned this. Water is very local. So we were not present in any of the places where the watershed programs were. I think where we have really panned our strategies from looking at conservation within the operations, we are about 95% of our facilities are zero liquid discharge, and yet water is a stress in that area. So we realize that the real opportunity is in stewardship. Conservation cannot be spoken of anymore. Should be the de facto minimum that companies should do in terms of trying to achieve zero liquid discharge in operations. But where the focus really should be really changing the behavior and creating the infrastructure for stewardship. So we've just started a water stewardship program in Nashik, and we'll be doing one more in Malanpur in Gwalior with WTR and WRI. In doing this, we've done the assessment. Now the actual watershed program will occur in this year. And I would also want to focus on the social angle of this as well. It's not just about the infrastructure, but behavioral improvements. Whether it's our creating products which have a lower water footprint. I think Minia mentioned in the first session about the life cycle assessment. That's really helped us. Even something as simple as looking at replacement of plastics. We've actually rejected bioplastics, many of them which come from stars, saying that it has an adverse impact somewhere else in the water table. Why you're growing sugar to make plastic, you're going to create a bigger water problem in those areas. So I think it's a very holistic look. It's penetrated each and every aspect of our business. And that's how we're really able to now create value for the community and our value chain rather than just the operations.
Well, thank you so much. Again, a lot of focus on how the assessments are done prior to doing interventions, and that probably also help in the way the targeted interventions can be done, and it makes a lot more impact on ground. Now we can move to the next round, because the session is also about the future of water stewardship. So I thought it's important to first let the participant know what are the various interventions which are undertaken by the corporates which are represented here. And then we can discuss a bit on the future aspects as well. Given that each of you has taken about 3.5 minutes in the first session, so I would press that maybe you take 2 minutes now. And the idea is to also then open a floor for the discussion. So maybe 5 minutes for the participants to, if they have any pressing queries. Moving forward, Mr. Rajneesh, I will again come back to you. See, of course, you mentioned clearly that wastewater needs to be considered as a resource. But we still see that there are a lot of challenges, so I would like you to just, kind of a focus on some of those challenges, what is stopping such projects to become a mainstream given the current policy context?
So there are policies, which are showing both carrot and stick. And I think one of the biggest enablers has been the NGT, which has been the driving force on the wastewater treatment. And I think Maharashtra is one state which has, decided to declare it as a resource, and a lot of wastewater is being used for agriculture currently. But one thing I would like to say that I've been part of this industry for more than 3 decades. The industry has been very, very responsive. So a lot of major industries, they resorted to recycling maybe 20 years, maybe more than 20 years back, because they considered it as a resource, and a lot of production losses were there when water was not available. But unfortunately, maybe they consume hardly 2 to 3%, but industry is always on focus on recycling still. But the major area is the urban areas. I think the major challenges are, one is the compliance, that we should get a sewage to treat when sewage treatment plants are built. We operate in over 30 countries, but it's not only in India. There are certain developing countries. It's a typical characteristic, which you would know more than me, that if you don't get sewage, we don't design a plant which is going to treat anything beyond sewage. It's a biological system. That's one. Second thing is, the amount of funding required. As I mentioned, that maybe today, whatever is wastewater generated as per CPCB report, not even 50% is treated. So if it is a resource, it should make a lot of commercial sense. So there is a need for a private investment here, but the challenges on private investment is, one recently successful model has been developed by National Mission for Clean Ganga, where a lot of national and international participation has happened, which is a hybrid annuity model. It is not fully PPP, but it's a hybrid annuity model. Some states are adapting to that. But being a social sector, again, what Paul just said, the pricing mechanism, it's not priced. Nobody disagrees whether it is Niti Aayog or any decision makers, but it's politically never a very, very encouraging decision. So unless that is done, I think we all pay. I'll take just a few seconds more. We all are paying a lot of money for water. Sitting in this room also, I think there are a lot of bottles. We're talking about sustainability. We have plastic. We have highly priced water here. Similarly, these are small initiatives which can help us. I think in a city like Delhi, although I stay in Chennai, I think RO is in every home. 75% is reject. Very few people who are conscious to reuse that. And we pay 6,000 to 7,000 rupees an annual maintenance contract. So I think the users are willing to pay. A volumetric pricing is something we all have been advocating. Let's see how it comes. That will really make a lot of sense. And when we start treating wastewater as a resource, I think it will automatically happen. Or the other way is when I don't have water, like Namibia, since 2003, I've been treating water for wastewater for portable reuse. So we have a choice. We want to wait till then, and then that's the last alternative.
I'm glad that the signal is working, and we would love to hear more, but there are these time considerations. But yeah, a lot of food for thought there. One is interventions, and then how you sustain those interventions, how you ensure that the evidences which are generated gets also reflected in the way the policies are prepared or the policies are implemented. So a lot of reflections from Rajneesh there. Paul, I would again come back to you. So see, I understand that a lot of interventions are done, especially groundwater recharge, somewhere rejuvenation is being done, which ultimately leads to improvement in, let's say, water levels, or it also leads to improvement in the water quality of the sources. What we struggle is that, how you attribute that it is because of your intervention that this has happened, because there might be several other interventions that might be ongoing in that particular watershed. There can be some government schemes that are being done. So what are you doing to measure such, or let's say the impact of those interventions?
Yeah, I think, there are a few things there. So on the initial one of what happens within the fence in terms of our own, we have straightforward metrics of how much you consume and how much you regenerate, right? When it comes to the other stuff outside, I think there are metrics, and we are not too fussed about sharing credit as long as the desired metrics are achieved, whether they are health parameters, whether they are water stock, all of those kind of metrics. The issue, I guess, if you ask me from a, policy perspective, there are 3-4 broad issues, One is, of course, at a, state level, this whole thing of convergence and allowing us multipliers. So if I'm spending $100, is there a possibility I can multiply that with community and state contributions? In states like Rajasthan, I have 90% convergence. In other states, it's less than 10%. You're just walking and banging your head, and states just don't release the money. So my 1 rupee doesn't go that far, okay? The second thing, of course, from a policy perspective, and it's very clearly already mentioned, it's dire. What you do to preserve and conserve, and what you do to, charge and price the discharge element, whether it is sewage, whether it is wastewater in whatever form, okay? And it has huge implications. It's not just the circular economy and all of those buzzwords. It's also about health. It's also about toxicity and many other issues around, the water bodies that you have in the country typically. And I think the third thing, and that's a very emotive and difficult issue to handle, is crop mix. There's no business for Punjab to be growing rice the way it is. Yeah. And if we keep doing that, in some places, water table is down to 4,000 feet. And then with all the chemicals, you effectively got rice that is not fit to eat. And what do you do with that? You have political problems because the only way you can get rid of that rice is the MSP is guaranteed. And, you run into all the problems which are there, which are highly political problems. And, you have these issues. So I think those are big, big choices, and they're very emotive choices, but some of these have to be made. And so I think one of the big things that we have to do collectively is to create consensus around action. Make it politics neutral, so that everyone says, yes, it's a common problem. It's not one where I gain brownie points by running you down.
That's a fair point. In fact, we'll come back to the participants. Please wait till all the speakers have completed, because otherwise it will break the flow. No, I kind of understand the issues that you're trying to flag here. And in our recent conversation with the Water Resources Department in Punjab, so of course there are these issues, and they are well aware of it. The only thing is like what you mentioned is the political will and of delivering some of the aspects. So even when we talk to the bureaucrats, so they are want to do certain things, but it's just that sometimes there are these restrictions, or let's say limitations, that they are unable to handle. Carrying forward, I would like to understand from you, Ramnath. So what happens is that when we design interventions, so and most of the time it is village wise or a watershed wise that you're doing it. Depending on the location, you might lead to some negative impacts in the downstream, because it depends where your intervention area is there. So in order to ensure that the interventions which are done is of course creating water security for the people, but also ensuring that they are not leading to downstream impacts. So what are the things that you at Godrej specifically focusing on given such a situation?
It's really brief. The most important thing is to understand that we don't have the expertise, and you rely on the expertise of others and the implementation partners and government agencies who will give you the information that's required to make these really difficult decisions. So it's about having a very consultative approach with the communities, with the downstream communities as well, to understand how the impact may adversely affect them. But I think it's also important to realize that there may, despite your best efforts and the best intentions, you may still create problems. But being really involved and hands-on in these projects enables us to really act on these very quickly. So you're never going to be perfect. That should not stop you from doing things. You should just be able to be very agile to respond to these things and consult experts. Listen to the experts, listen to what they have to say, and you'll really get closer to good than before.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very fair point you make, that it is important to engage not only with the communities you're working with, but also with the communities who are likely to be affected by your intervention. And I think identifying that itself is a challenge, and I'm glad that that is being taken care. I come to you, Rohana, for a follow-up question. So like you mentioned about various interventions, whether in terms of watershed, groundwater recharge, and there are existing government-run programs, on such aspects which are being done in the rural areas. So how you are ensuring that a public-private partnership mode is adopted when such interventions are done? And do you think that this is the way to move forward? Because Paul also mentioned about how we can take everyone together and trying to create a holistic system rather than working in silos. So how you think that this system is enabling better impact on the ground rather than working alone in these areas?
So for the success of any public-private partnership, I believe that it's very important that it has a good governance framework. It should have transparency in the decision-making and the planning, and regulatory oversight, to see that there is, and to ensure the accountability as well as to safeguard the interest of the communities there. So while we are talking about the PPP, how we are looking at, while we are doing our water stewardship programs in CIPLA is, we are ensuring that all the parties play a role. So CIPLA is a private entity. We are bringing in the financial resources. While we bring in the financial resources, we partner it with the technology providers. There are organizations who are experts in water and working in these areas from many years now. And they bring in the technologies and very scientific studies, be it, how you understand the groundwater table, also looking at, the downstream end should not get impacted because of your interventions. So that's very important. And also, tying up with the, say, local KVKs there, who help, the farmers in capacity building, in training the crop pattern, the cropping of these things, and making them understand of the rain predictions, the natural calamities, and so that is very important to tie up with all these parties. Also, some corporates are now working with government as well, for example, NABARD and all, to get set a proper monitoring mechanism and have a proper technology in place. Along with that, how there is also a part where communities play a role, where so they also bring in their local area expertise and share their local knowledge. They share their resources in terms of the land, in terms of manpower, and they invest in time. So it's a holistic thing. It is successful if you do it if you address all the aspects of the watershed and do it in a holistic way.
Thank you. Again, interesting that you talk about the technology part of it, and this takes me to the last, kind of a query to the learned panel here. Santosh, I mean, we are seeing, how the world is changing when it comes to use of making disruptive technologies, whether it's IoT, big data. How you see that such technologies can really, make or help decision makers to take effective decisions when it comes to managing water in the, this particular century?
Yeah, I'll try to compensate for the first question to this in terms of time. But so technology is there. It's not that you need to kind of reinvent anything. Technology is there. It's about the use case. Think about this, that the virtual meeting platforms in March 2020, how good they were. Within 6 months, what happened? Because the moment you have the use case, the moment, then the whole drive of optimizing that technology happens and it delivers to the right kind of. So I think the whole of the, technology is available. Data, for example, we are in a zettabyte era. Look at the quantum of data. Each time you look into your mobile, it's a data. It's getting generated, right? And I'm sitting next to a company with 100 years of data. If you can digitalize that 100 years of data and apply AI on top of it, look at the kind of impact which you can create in terms of how you would be generating some things. So I think, and again, in a manufacturing environment, for example, if you are able to bring in different data sets, like for example, an information data set or an IT data, what we call, like a climate or a precipitation or those kind of things, combine it with your OT, which is the operational data, and create those solutions for a manufacturing segment. Or use digital twin. For example, we have multiple case studies which we are delivering in Australia, in US, on water utilities, on how digital can help them optimize in terms of water utilities. So technology is the basic, I mean, it's all there. It will improve if we use it.
Oh, fair point. Thank you so much for all the panelists here. I mean, it was wonderful, sharing thoughts and also knowing what are the various things that has been done by the respective companies and the businesses. Now we open the floor, and yes, please just briefly introduce yourself and please ask the query specific to a panelist. That would be of help to us.
Hello, I am Rubinder Singh. I am technology expert, farming expert, and writing on farming issues, environment issues for 50 years. I have taken patents. I represented India at X85. Sir, but it is a big tragedy. You are talking about Punjab, but you are not in India. We don't have any, you can say, data that how much water is drawn by Punjab for growing wheat and rice. Punjab is drawing only 1% of the water in our rivers for producing 10% of food. And and we should be, providing more water to Punjab. We are wasting water. 5 to 10 billion cubic meter of water is lost to Pakistan. We are not, you can say, building dams on Yamuna. Sir, we are getting groundwater for our drinking purposes. At this time, earlier, it used to be 100 million cubic meter. At this time, we are drawing 400 million cubic meter of water from ground. We are not building dams. Sir,
may I request you to ask the query, please.
Sir, my question is that, when you are making some comments, you should come up with your proper data also. Comparison with other states. Every district, government has data, but the government is not providing the data, in a proper manner, so that, we can understand where is the shortage of water, in which district, which we have shortage of water, which district needs more water for crops. Things like that, they are not happening. How much water is lost to the sea? We don't have any data. Sir, and we are, we are having 500 such kind of events every year. And we go to the events without any data.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, you would like to answer it?
Yeah, can I try and respond to that? I think, don't get me wrong. It's just one example that I gave. There are many states who are doing many things which are wrong. Like, for example, where I come from in Bombay, Maharashtra, I think we don't have any business doing the extensive sugarcane cultivation that we do. As for, your rather, generous thought of let's get other states to give water to Punjab because they are utilizing it so well, you can forget that. Yeah? No. Everybody is water short.
No, I think this can be part of the bilateral conversation.
Yeah,
please
I think we can have this.
We hear you out. Please also hear him out.
Yeah,
And then
so
you can take the discussion.
I think water overall is in deep and short supply, So you expect someone to make a judgment call on who's the most optimal user of water and then get water. That's utopian. I think everyone in this is literally on their own. You figure out what's best for you. If you think Punjab can keep growing rice.
Sir, please tell how much water you have saved. That is important.
Yeah, we'll take that offline.
Yeah.
I'm happy to share that.
Thank you so much. Any other question from the? Yes, please. And please be very specific.
This is one of the reasons the respected Prime Minister introduced 8 millets. Less rice and less wheat, save water. Second question is, there should be a controlling regulatory body of this water
new buildings are coming up. So, like in new buildings, it is mandatory to have a parking, but it is mandatory to have a water reserve. That is very important. The Godrej and the other people are here. Is there any mandatory to have a ensure parking is important good, but the water reserve is also important.
See, I'll just respond very briefly on this. I think that it's now mandatory that if you're applying for a new commercial building or any campus, water recycling is a must. And all that water is either stored in reservoirs or it is used for recharging the ground. That's why you hear so many corporates talking about that we are water positive. That too not one times. I think you said 26 times. 26 times. We as an organization, we are water positive. We run around 70 wastewater treatment plants in India, and we are water positive. So it's already in place. And cities like Chennai, we implemented almost 2 decades back that rainwater harvesting is mandatory. But what is the responsibility of the citizens? I think more awareness is required, but we all need to contribute.
One last question probably. Okay, so I think, yeah, please.
Hello. Yeah. No, I was just saying that there is something called as a virtual water trade, which many people don't realize is that when you grow watermelons and export it, you are literally exporting water. And that's exactly the case with water and millets, if you compare. And that's what he was telling about the life cycle and the whole thing. So I think what we consume, we need to understand what is the whole life cycle. And of course, I can say technology can help.
No, I think I think we are ending on a very nice note that the discussions have generated a lot of interest, and I can see many people would like to have interaction with you. And I'm hoping that you will be still around and, kind of have those conversations with the participants here. With this note, thank you so much for, addressing the queries and also addressing the questions which were raised by the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. With this, let's break for lunch. It's 1:40. So I'll meet at 2:15. So we can then continue with the next panel discussions. Thank you.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME. A vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas. A role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more. The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals, expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry. ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations, creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence. Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more. The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals, expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry. ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations, creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence. Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more. The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals, expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry. ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations, creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence. Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more. The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals, expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry. ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations.
की हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more. The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals, expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry. ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations, creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
SunSource Energy has been a part of SHV Energy since essentially June 2021. SunSource Energy is a provider of solar and renewable energy solutions to commercial and industrial enterprises all over the world. We are based in Noida, Uttar Pradesh, North India.
At SunSource, we serve marquee clients across different manufacturing verticals, including FMCG, manufacturing, bottling plants, different commercial establishments. And our clients include Fortune 500 companies, including Coca-Cola's of the world, and where we're providing them energy source from clean renewable energy from solar.
For our business, energy is crucial because total dependency on the large production depends on large consumption of energy. We were looking for someone to help us provide a solution. That's where SunSource came in, so that we become from a responsible business to a sustainable business.
Being part of the energy transition, what we seek to do is help our commercial and industrial customers source as much of their electricity requirements from renewable energy and solar energy as we can. In terms of our impact towards mitigating climate change, we have built somewhere around 300-350 megawatts of solar assets over time. What this translates into is 9 to 10 million tons of CO2 emissions saved.
At SunSource Energy, we help simplify energy transition of our consumers. We understand the data. We come up with a solution, be it helping them on their implementing solar on their rooftop, or providing an off-site solar energy through open access, or providing energy trading. And we are starting to look at storage solutions as well.
कोका-कोला का सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर बहुत फोकस है, तो हम लोग खुद तो इनिशिएट है ही हैं, लेकिन हमारे सिस्टम जो कोका-कोला का है उनका भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है एनर्जी रिडक्शंस में। और 2016 में हम लोगों ने सोलर को इंट्रोड्यूस किया था अपने प्लांट्स में, रूफटॉप सोलर को। नाउ हमने अभी सनसोर्स एनर्जी के साथ 5 मेगावाट्स का पीपीए साइन किया हुआ है, पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट ऑफ साइट, और उसको हम 15 मार्च से कंटिन्यू हम लोग विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं वहां से पावर। ऐसा आज हमारा 6 इयर्स प्लांट चलते हुए हो गया रूफटॉप, तो हमें कभी कोई ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं हुई। तो बहुत ही अच्छी टीम्स हैं, ऑनर्स बहुत अच्छे हैं उनके, जितने भी डाउन द टीम है वो बहुत कोऑपरेटिव है हमारी, तो इसलिए हम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं इनके साथ।
As an SHV energy company now, we know that we are well equipped and extremely strong to face whatever changes the future might bring. So the idea is to use this stability and this long-term approach which SHV has, and this deep commitment to values, which are really, really long-standing values, to utilize all these things to build solutions at scale.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted.
Hello.
The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more. The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals, expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry. ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations. Creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
SunSource Energy has been a part of SHV Energy since essentially June 2021. SunSource Energy is a provider of solar and renewable energy solutions to commercial and industrial enterprises all over the world. We are based in Noida, Uttar Pradesh, North India.
At SunSource, we serve marquee clients across different manufacturing verticals, including FMCG, manufacturing, bottling plants, different commercial establishments. And our clients include Fortune 500 companies, including Coca-Cola's of the world, and where we're providing them energy source from clean renewable energy from solar.
For our business, energy is crucial because total dependency on the large production depends on large consumption of energy. We were looking for someone to help us provide a solution. That's where SunSource came in, so that we become from a responsible business to a sustainable business.
Being part of the energy transition, what we seek to do is help our commercial and industrial customers source as much of their electricity requirements from renewable energy and solar energy as we can. In terms of our impact towards mitigating climate change, we have built somewhere around 300-350 megawatts of solar assets over time. What this translates into is 9 to 10 million tons of CO2 emissions saved.
At SunSource Energy, we help simplify energy transition of our consumers. We understand the data. We come up with a solution, be it helping them on their implementing solar on the rooftop, or providing an off-site solar energy through open access, or providing energy trading. And we are starting to look at storage solutions as well.
कोका-कोला का सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर बहुत फोकस है, तो हम लोग खुद तो इनिशिएट है ही हैं, लेकिन हमारे सिस्टम जो कोका-कोला का है, उनका भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है एनर्जी रिडक्शंस में। और 2016 में हम लोगों ने सोलर को इंट्रोड्यूस किया था अपने प्लांट्स में, रूफटॉप सोलर को। नाउ हमने अभी सनसोर्स एनर्जी के साथ 5 मेगावाट्स का पीपीए साइन किया हुआ है, पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट ऑफ साइट, और उसको हम 15 मार्च से कंटिन्यू हम लोग विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं वहां से पावर। ऐसा आज हमारा 6 इयर्स प्लांट चलते हुए हो गया रूफटॉप, तो हमें कभी कोई ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं हुई। तो बहुत ही अच्छी टीम्स हैं, ऑनर्स बहुत अच्छे हैं उनके, जितने भी डाउन द टीम है वो बहुत कोऑपरेटिव है हमारी, तो इसलिए हम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं इनके साथ।
As an SHV energy company now, we know that we are well equipped and extremely strong to face whatever changes the future might bring. So the idea is to use this stability and this long-term approach which SHV has, and this deep commitment to values which are really, really long-standing values, to utilize all these things to build solutions at scale.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building
Welcome back,
by
everybody.
assisting
May I
and
please
strengthening.
request everyone to take their seats. And if my team can help me do that, if they are here, which I see they aren't. Priyanshu, can you just ask people at the back to take their seats so we can begin? Okay. First questions first. Everybody had lunch? Yes, no? I hear a very dead yes from someone. Probably they didn't like lunch. Everybody had lunch? Lovely, sir. I know you had those 2 extra gulab jamuns, no? Love your energy now. Okay. Let's move ahead with the next panel discussion on maximizing circular economy for a carbon neutral future. And now that you've had your lunch, I expect some more energy from you, of course. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Juhi Gupta, Director, Sustainability, Tetra Pak South Asia. Neelam Gupta, Vice President, Group Portfolio, India, Cape Gemini. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India. Rahul Lene, Head of Sustainability, Huhtamaki, India. Shipra Misra, CEO and MD, Drive. And this session will be chaired by Nilesh Agarwal, Founder, Calculus Carbon. Let's please welcome all of them collectively, ladies and gentlemen, to the stage.
Hello. So shall we start? Yes. Sure. Yeah, thanks everybody. So this is the favorite session that anyone can look up to. So what we'll do here is basically, so we have an excellent line of panelists. What we'll do is I'll start off with everyone doing a quick round of introduction, and basically also, so I'll just keep it as an open question in terms of what each company is doing currently with regards to sustainability, and with a special emphasis on circularity, right? And that's the next set of questions then would be more customized, so we can pick that up. So Neelam, just to start with you. So I think you guys are doing excellent stuff around sustainability internally at Capgemini, and your clients are also kind of benefiting from the tools and products that you are shipping out. So could you just talk about what internally you are doing right now?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Nilesh. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Neelam. I head the Sustainability Center of Excellence for Capgemini Group, which is a multinational into software consulting and IT. Is this better? Okay. With regards to sustainability, we do have the sustainability embedded into our corporate strategy itself, which is one of the key pillars alongside the talent and innovation. When we look at sustainability, we look at 3 pillars, key 3 pillars. One is environment, diversity, and digital inclusion. Within environment as well, we do have our own neutrality target by 2025, net zero target by 2040, and there are all of these targets have got very well-defined action plans along with the measurement. So just to give you the one of the criteria or one of the targets that we have is
move to renewable energy by 2025, 100% RE. So within India, we have multiple initiatives and globally as well. So we do have around 11.5 megawatt hour of solar farm across our facilities in India. There are battery storage solutions that we have deployed. And the unique solution that we have deployed is something called the Energy Command Center. What it does is really it connects all of the energy consuming devices across our facilities in India, and it monitors and controls the energy consumption. So since approximately 1 year of deployment, we have already accounted for around 29% of the saving really there. And which is one of the lever that we are actually having to meet our neutrality target. When it comes to the sustainability, circularity, this is more around water and waste is the initial one that we have more focused on. We have the water treatment plant across the facilities, the waste treatment plant, biogas plant. So entire water is treated and reused within the facility itself. And the dry and wet waste also is treated and actually turned into compost, and which is used in our own gardens. So this is more on the water and waste, but there are many others in terms of the IT sustainability. So one thing when you're talking about the IT circularity or the sustainability, it comes from the IT consumptions. The employee base really play a big part of it. So there is one specific initiative that we are running, what we call it as a business resource group for sustainability, which focused on inculcating the culture of sustainability within the employee base. So whether you need to keep your laptop in sleep mode, or you need to, what kind of attachment that you would send over the emails, lot of those the behavioral changes that we're looking at. In addition to that, the lot of the campaigns in terms of the collecting the waste, not only for our own operations, but the 180,000 employee base within India. They can actually get all of the e-waste and even the paper waste as well, and then we sustainably like recycle them responsibly. So those are the lot of the internal initiatives that we are running right now and moving towards. So at least the renewable energy 100%, though our target was 2025, but we could actually achieve that target for India operations 2 years ahead of time just last month, which is kind of avoided emission of around 70 K tons per year.
That's excellent. So Ratnesh, I think you have some interesting work at UN Global Impact. You're helping private sector implement SDGs. Love to hear about how you're going about that and any particular case studies you might want to highlight.
Sure. Thank you, Nilesh, and thank you, Businessworld, for this excellent opportunity. And Gail, our chief sponsor, and Neelam here. We are a membership-based organization. So whatever our members are doing, this is a pledge that they signed with the United Nations. And they tell us what they are doing, what they did last year, and what they are going to do next year. So this is a commitment of all the corporates, 20,000 plus globally, which gets personified in terms of UN Global Compact. I represent the secretariat of that UN Global Compact, and I have 500 plus members in India, where almost all the top corporates are represented. And we together innovatively try to implement some part of the SDGs, support the government, support the CSR efforts, monitor, evaluate, create partnerships so that we can facilitate the journey. I mean, as the topic today is circular economy, carbon neutral future. So these are humongous tasks for a country of the size of India and the diversity that we represent. It's a humongous task. Population itself, I mean, last session I was listening to on water, bringing awareness about the true value of water. Similarly, the kind of waste that we generate every day, I mean, in terms of plastic and what you're doing in terms of your employees. So this is something where we need massive partnership, multi-stakeholder partnership. The government has to be on board. The policies have to be in the right place. I mean, the carrot and stick referred by the previous panelists, that is very, very important. I mean, the NGT, its role, sometimes it gets slightly jarring, but it is necessary because otherwise, since the 60s, since the Brundtland Commission report, we have been repeating these solemn pledges every year. And yet look where we have reached. So the one thing positive in this phase is, apart from all the negatives and the challenges, one thing positive is that corporates, and I sit where I sit, corporates are really sincere and they want us to be of real practical solution. They want those. They don't want hot air to be circulated again. So that is what, I mean, Gail, we interact very frequently. Then we also do monitoring and evaluation, which is objective third party. We also support implementation. Incidentally, some of the best implementing partners are also our members. So it's a two-way communication which we can facilitate. More concretely coming, as we speak, we are scouting for the best district among the aspirational districts of Maharashtra and Gujarat on the behest of one of our corporate partners, BASF, where we will be testing a district-wide model of plastic waste upcycling and then agro waste consumption, leading to energy and wealth creation. So these are the two challenges that we have taken upon ourselves in 2023, and we will be needing more and more partners to help us in this journey. So one district, we have been able to secure funding and the teams are in place, but we would want to cover all the 6 districts, aspirational districts in these 2 states. Similarly, work on farmer producer organizations, work on gender equality, work on responsible consumption and production. These are all simultaneous initiatives which are being led by one or the other of our members. And that is where we come in. We provide technical inputs, we provide support, we provide follow-up implementation and monitoring. So that is basically in nutshell what we do towards this.
Super interesting, sir.
Thank you.
So Juhi, so your business, obviously circularity is at the core of it, its operations, and we have a very intriguing booth out there on display. Love for you to talk about whatever you're doing internally.
Thanks, Nilesh. At the outset, let me thank Businessworld for having me today on this very important discussion of circular economy. Circular economy, achieving circular economy or driving circular economy is an imperative for any nation, any corporate today, but it requires really step change in the approach that we follow from a take, make, use and throw approach to really integrating the design principles, the circularity principles of reuse, redesign, reduce, and reinvent to be able to really drive circularity, to ensure there is minimal waste, to ensure that the extension of product life cycle can happen. At Tetra Pak, sustainability, at the core of it is the foundation of driving low carbon circular economy. And I'll talk about it, about what we are doing in terms of upstream as well as downstream initiatives. But first, let me talk about our pledge. There's a lot of talk on net zero pledge. So Tetra Pak has also pledged to be net zero in its own operations by 2030 and take it up to the value chain by 2050. So that's our pledge on carbon. Now, being a leading packaging and processing company, Tetra Pak has multiple initiatives on the packaging design itself. So if you look at the structure, we have 6 layers and 3 materials that we use. Primarily paper, about 70% of it is paper, 25% is polymer, and 5% is aluminum. So we are not only, paper is 100% recyclable, we are not only sourcing paper from responsible source, which is forest certified, forest certification, FSC certified forests for our paper that we are sourcing. Apart from that, what we are also trying to do is simplifying our design further to make our packaging more recyclable, which means that we are trying to replace the aluminum barrier with fiber-based barriers. So we are looking at those sort of innovations. We've also introduced tethered caps, which ensure that it is part of the carton, it is intact onto the carton, and it reduces the litter situations. We are also working on alternatives to fossil fuels with paper-based materials, plant-based materials. So while you look at caps, you look at the entire packaging, we're looking at replacing it with more renewable sources. So our commitment is to make our packaging more renewable, more recyclable, and carbon neutral. So those on the upstream side. On the downstream also, we are working on the collection and recycling part. We've been working almost over 2 decades on the collection and recycling network. We have invested into the value chain even before the EPR mandates came in. And we work with around 30 plus partners on a pan-India scale to collect used cartons and then send it for recycling. I would urge everyone to also visit the booth outside, because that will also show what is the end of life for a used cartons, how it can be converted to benches and chairs, which is then donated to underserved schools, not only serving a social purpose, but also responsible collection and recycling, putting those thoughts in the mind of the people. So that's on collection recycling. I think awareness also, a lot of discussion happened in the first panel also on the importance of awareness of sortation of source. We have multiple campaigns. One such program is called Carton to Classroom. Again, we've partnered with many other corporates onto the program. Nestle is also one of our partners there this year, where we are collecting the cartons and then sending it to Deluxe, one of our recyclers, converting it into chipboard, and then converting that into benches and chairs, which are donated to schools. In addition, we have a program with Sahas, another NGO in Gurgaon, where we are working with resident societies and also condominiums to collect waste and also sort it at the source, ensuring that the waste is minimal and whatever we are collecting is of value. So that program is also very well received, and that is done in partnership with Coca-Cola, GIZ, and Municipality of Gurgaon is also a very, very important stakeholder to this program. So, like these, there are many, many initiatives, and I think partnership is really the key to how we can really scale up all these programs. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Can I go to Shipra first? I think, Shipra, so your work is quite great. And in terms of implementing advanced research or lab-based, upcoming projects and industrializing and implementing them. So we would love for you to share that with the delegates.
Sure, Nilesh. And for the benefit of the audience, I'll just take a step back and talk about DRIVE. So DRIVE, which stands for Delhi Research, Implementation and Innovation. It's an initiative of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. It's a science and technology cluster, which is designed to bring together industry, academia, and government bodies together to take innovations from lab to market. In terms of the constitution of the cluster, so we are headquartered in IIT Delhi, which is the nodal organization. All other premier institutes in Delhi NCR and neighboring regions are part of it. So other than IIT Delhi, we work very closely with institutions like AIMS, IIITD, IC, ICMR, other government research agencies, and also a lot with corporates, NGOs, startups, MSMEs, philanthropic organizations, and anybody and everybody who can help take innovations from lab to market. Now, having said that, Nilesh, I think there are a few very key challenges in the R&D space, and which also translate into sustainability space by the nature of it. Now, as you know, compared to the global average, which is around 3 to 5% of the GDP in R&D, India invests less than 1%. It's 0.7%, based on last year's data, which is very, very abysmal, as you would agree. And also, if you look at the constitution of that funding, most of it is coming from public sources. There is very little private contribution in R&D. So consequently, what happens is the perennial problems that have been plaguing India are be it related to climate, be it related to public health, or in generally everything that impacts the society or the environment, that have remained as they are. So nothing significant has happened to improve that. On the other hand, the researchers are then just complacent in terms of just making their publications and not taking it to the market. So these are some of the challenges that DRIVE is aspiring to address. We've made some headway, both in terms of sourcing private capital, as well as the other aspect of it is lack of piloting opportunities for these, core R&D based solutions. As I think most of my fellow panelists talked about, water neutrality solutions, waste recycling solutions. So you have all these, research organizations sitting there: IIT Delhi, NPL, National Physics Laboratory, IRI, that's, TERI, there are a lot of advanced solutions lying with them. But in terms of commercialization, there has been very, very little implementation on the ground. So we are trying to introduce a public-private partnership model. We're currently running a pilot on air pollution mitigation with Delhi Pollution Control Committee. And it's basically has three components. One is S&T intervention, where initially 15 and now I think there are 20 startups working with us that have initially provided their solutions for free implementation, solutions ranging from low-cost sensors for monitoring, as well as to large-scale mitigation, so even industrial-scale mitigation that can bring down PM levels from from 700 to 200 levels. So those are currently being implemented in Delhi in various hotspots identified by DPCC. Now, a second aspect is, okay, so the startups could provide some of these solutions for free, but then we required financial support. So Drive has been kind of successful to a limited way in sourcing funds from CSR and other philanthropic agencies to support more technology adoption. And the third aspect, as I think most of you were talking about, is community engagement, which is very, very key. So through our network of schools and colleges in and around Delhi, we are mobilizing that audience to engage in these initiatives and improve awareness. And I would love to engage with all of my fellow panelists in terms of taking these efforts forward. And the audience as well, definitely.
Okay, so Rahul, so Huhtamaki obviously is a leader in, packaging. And so we would love to obviously understand as to what are the innovations you have come up with regards to packaging for different clients of yours, and how could maybe some of the delegates in the audience benefit or take advantage of those?
Okay, thank you, Nilesh. Happy to be here as part of this August panel. So just for people who might not know, Huhtamaki basically is a Finnish company, a world major in packaging. So we come from similar sectors, but we are a bit different in the sense that we are majorly into flexible packaging. So a lot of our packaging is made of plastic, so to say, and like you said, for it was 70% paper. So we are a supplier to most of the consumer companies, pharmaceutical companies. We also manufacture labels, and that's one of our division. We also have another division which is a food fiber services, which is more paper-based packaging. So, but that's not permanent packaging. It's kind of single-use items like the Starbucks cups that you see, or the McDonald's packaging that you have, or the KFC buckets. So that's majorly our product portfolio. Now coming to sustainability and more on circular economy, and you asked about innovations. So I'll speak more on that. So when we look at sustainability, we again put it into three buckets. So one is our own product, second is our own manufacturing footprint, and third is the environment that we are working in. So we spoke of partnerships, so that's where I'm speaking of. But coming to the innovations part, I think I mean, most of you might be aware, but just so that we are all on the same platform, today the most of the flexible packaging that you see, 70% of it is multi-layered packaging. So when we say multi-layered packaging, like she was talking of structures of their packaging, similarly we have multiple different polymers who make up that packaging structure, and more often than not there is a foreign layer also, so a non-plastic layer like a paper or a aluminum, and that's required in order to considering the aggressiveness of the product that it is holding. Obviously packaging does the functionality of protecting the product. Now the challenge is because these are and the recycling infrastructure in the country is majorly mechanical recycling. We don't have a lot of chemical recycling which can cater to MLP waste. So the fact is that most of our waste systems are linear in the country. So we post-consumer use, we don't have good recycling infrastructure that can bring back the plastic into the value chain of packaging manufacturing. Most often that not, we send it to cement factories or waste to energy recovery plants, but nothing beyond that. So our majority innovations are trying to shift from a multi-layered packaging structure to a mono-layered packaging structure. So having the same functionality, of protecting a hair color or a toothpaste or a food item, but having a mono-layered structure rather than multiple layers. What this will enable is there is a lot of value in recycling mono-layered packaging. I'll give an example. I mean, we have this bottle over here. Recently, I think Coca-Cola also announced on their LinkedIn page, right? They have now 100% recycled PET bottles for Kinley itself. So why this is possible is because these bottles are made out of a single polymer. So there is, how do I say, there is no, I mean, our own mechanical recycling infrastructure can cater to such packaging structures. They can recycle it, and after selling the recycled granules, they can be used in manufacture of packaging again. And in all of this, there's economical value. What we see is if we stay with MLP structures, there is no economic value in recycling, which does not create an incentive for waste pickers to collect the waste. There's no incentive for recyclers to recycle it, and there is quality issues for manufacturers to use it. So this shift, I mean, I have to conclude, this shift towards mono-layered packaging is something that's absolutely been the key agenda for us when it comes to innovation. Of course, we have other things like we have a mission of 2030 carbon neutral production. We are working on, although water is not used in our processes, but we have zero liquid discharge ambitions by 2030. But I'll not go into that. I think most of them have covered it, but this is our key agenda.
Thanks, Rahul. I think to make it more engaging, and I can see some of the drifting faces here. So maybe what we can do is take a minute each and just talk about where maybe depending on your interactions, maybe in the first half, you see there could be some potential synergies with folks attending today where you yourself in your organization could use some help, where you're facing challenges or roadblocks. So if you could just all take a minute each, and then we'll open up to the panel.
So a couple of examples that I will talk about because I come from the IT company, so I'll talk about more on the IT kind of examples. So when we are talking about all of the recycling, the one of the key thing that co-panelist also talked about it is the collaboration model, and the partnership model is very important. So unless we do have the mechanism of the collection and making it through the right partnership, it's very difficult. So technology can play a role there. So one of the customers in Malaysia was a plastic recycler. What we did, we digitize the complete recycling collection itself, the plastic collection. It's what we call it as a Uberizing the plastic collection, the mobile app, which actually helps collecting them more and more easily, which is, so that is just one example. Energy Command Center, I gave another example. There is a very interesting example that is there on the Impact Net also of Europe, where I'm just give this example is more on the partnership, where Neste energy company, McDonald's, our standard French fries, we all love to eat, and the Harvey, which is the logistic partners. These three came together, and what they're doing is Harvey, who is a logistic partner, collecting the reused the oil from the French fries, shipping it to the Neste refinery, where they are actually generating the diesel out of it, the renewable diesel, and which that diesel is being used to power the same Harvey truck, which is again collecting and delivering that French fries to different customers. So that is the different kind of partnership models that we are really looking at, and that is the most important thing that I would say. And the key thing with the technological challenges that we see is more on the data to make it all happen, digitize it. The data of the across the complex supply chain is needed, is very important. So we need to look at the systems and records where we are looking at those like data maintenance of the recycling ingredients or the components, so that it is much easier to find the hotspots to really tackle them in the data. So these two things.
Thank you. So basically challenges are numerous, but I'll pick up one or two. There is this hiatus between, say, top line companies like one sitting next to me, and then the majority of companies. No, this does not concern us. Our margins are so low. This is a luxury. But actually, it's not. And that awareness and that working together, we are trying our level best to engage the MSME segments as much, because that is where the rubber meets the road. And with scope 3 emissions kicking in, it will become more and more important. So I think that awareness is key, and also some hand-holding is required. Again, I come back to partnership. I mean, the role of partnership. So when I visit various locations, fantastic work is being done. But either you have to go through the company's videos or brochures. There's no public domain where all these innovations, I mean, Drive is doing a tremendous work, but I think we need more and more drives, because locally what I can do, that power has to come to the average MSME, and it does not cost the earth. That, of course, it costs the earth, but it does not cost a lot. So that is what is missing, and that is where we have failed as an aggregator. And I recommit myself in this public forum that we will have to reach out to more and more companies and to break them out of their complacency. It's immediate. It's very, very important and very, very urgent. So that, I think, is the biggest challenge I would like to highlight. The top companies have sustainability officers, departments, etc., who are actually doing a lot of good work. But then that has to translate into small pieces which each company can adopt, adapt, customize. But it has to be a movement.
Thank you, Nilesh. I think I agree with both the co-panelists. We need to really collaborate. Individually, we are really creating islands of excellences. We have amazing projects going on within the company. But to create scale impact, I think we need to really collaborate to really move things on the ground. We are trying to do it with various partnerships that I mentioned just now with Coca-Cola, GIZ. So the scale of the project can improve and we can impact a lot more communities. There should also be platforms where best case practices can be shared, because there is a lot of dearth of skills, a lot of understanding is not there, knowledge is not there. So good companies doing great work on ground can share best practices for the other companies also to emulate, and also again partner with many more to really create impact on ground.
Okay, interesting question, Nilesh. Maybe I'll focus on packaging because that's what I represent. Two key challenges that we are, like sir said, the challenges are many, but two key challenges that I see and really need a solution in India is first developing recycled content for packaging, which gives the same quality as virgin polymer, because and I see recycle here, Ricard, I was talking with EcoX. We really look forward to companies who can help us develop this value chain of recycled content, because like I said, even if we design the monolayered packaging, it needs to get recycled, and then high quality granules need to be made, and then that which can be used back in manufacture of packaging. And that's like we all speak of UN SDG 17, so partnerships and associations are is the one thing that's going to take sustainability ahead. So that's how do I say, one key challenge which we are facing, and if solutions come out, it would be really helpful.
I completely agree with all the panels, and particularly Ratnesh Ji, where he mentioned that, okay, so we are all doing some work, but obviously it needs to be scaled up a lot more because the nature of the problem is humongous. One thing I would like to add is, a lot of the panelists brought up the problem of plastic waste and plastic recycling. There are some lab scale innovations sitting in labs of IIT Delhi and other partner institutes that are looking at biodegradable plastics, right? So those kind of innovations need to be adopted more and more, and that requires partnership with the corporates, both in the room and outside. Multi-layered plastic, again, commercial scale solutions have been done, and packaging industries can take advantage of that. Zero liquid discharge. So again, institutes within the cluster can provide that level of consultancy to help you assess, okay, what are your water needs, water recycling needs, and how can we help you? And there are solutions out there. That is one. In terms of developing the value chain, and that's the problem we also identified, and therefore we've developed that kind of value chain, particularly for plastics, and we'll come to the other issues as well, where we work with a large-scale waste management companies that go and collect plastic waste, and the channels we've developed is through our school and colleges. We are running a drive called corporate responsibility drive, where we are targeting 10 billion tons of plastic to be collected and recycled into desks that are donated back to schools. So this is just one example how it can be done. There are multiple solutions sitting in the cluster that convert plastic into fuel, agri-residue, biomass into value-added products that can be used in automobile industry for absorbing shock and reducing noises, etc. So multiple such use cases exist. Again, it goes back to everybody coming together, creating that value chain collectively so that impact can be seen on the ground.
So yeah, thanks everyone. We can open it up to the delegates. If you have any questions, follow-ups.
Yeah, so starting with the caveat that although I do hold an engineering degree, I'm not very close to this particular technology. So I'm happy to connect you with the researchers there. But to your question, it doesn't disintegrate in as quickly as a banana peel, but obviously it doesn't take years also. So at best, it'll take a few months to disintegrate, less than 6 months to disintegrate. It is the question of simply simplifying the polymeric structure of the plastic so that makes it easier to disintegrate in natural conditions without consuming extra energy from outside.
Seema here from Mergent. As you mentioned, right, that in some part of the country, not here, overseas, the used cooking oil has been used as a biofuel, right? And if you are aware, we also have biofuel plants in India too, but unfortunately they've all shut down. Just because we don't have the resource and we don't have the raw material over here. We are banned to import palm, the waste, which is called pome, okay? And UCO is nowhere available. Again, it's into some other market. So what do you think, you or the corporates can contribute to get the biodiesel industry in India?
I would look at it more it is as a systematic change actually. So it's not only one corporate or it requires quite a lot of system changes, right? From the policies to the individual corporate who can actually, and then entire logistics behind it, like from where it can be collected and those. So that's what it will take. It's more of a system change than one particular effort.
But is there anything that corporates can do on this?
Corporates, I would say it depends on what corporate, but it can definitely contribute in terms of the making the solutions that will ease out these logistics things. So they make the logistics simpler and from the collection points, and then actually looking at it is kind of raw material. So even if you have the visibility of where the raw material is, so then you can have a platform there where people can actually suppose that, okay, these are the raw material vendors, because this is not yet considered as a raw material. So it requires a lot of those changes. It's, as I said, it's more of a system change in which everyone needs to come together and solve it, right from the policy to the individual businesses.
It's here, we will definitely have a good revolution in the fuel industry.
Can I just add, I mean, brilliant question and brilliant answer. It is indeed a systemic change, and I would like to draw your attention to the National Green Hydrogen Mission as well, which the government has recently announced. So there is 20,000 crore budget set aside for it, where they're looking at various ways of producing green hydrogen indigenously and then reaching a level where India is able to export. Now, there are a couple of ways in which you can produce green hydrogen. One is by splitting water, right? It could be wastewater, it could be seawater, anything. The other method is by using any organic compound, which is basically MSW, municipal solid waste, or agri-residue, right? Now, the success of this project lies, and as you rightly pointed out, ensuring regular feed, right? And which is where I think the biofuel project or experiment also kind of failed initially, is that who will guarantee that minimal feed? And this is where a close collaboration between MSMEs, corporates, with the local governments like municipal corporations need to be there to ensure continued success. So rather than it being bottom up, it has to be a combination of both top down as well as bottom up, whereas the municipal corporations are kind of nudged to collaborate with the industry and with anybody who's setting up these plants to ensure, okay, so I'm guaranteeing you X tons of waste or whatever it is you require, and there can be pricing built into it. Right. So because ultimately you're going to produce something of commercial value. So there could be pricing built into it. But this is something that is very much needed.
There are some of at least the municipal waste is getting used as a fuel, at least in cement plants that I know of, where they buy the truckloads of the waste and then just use it as a fuel.
My name is Giri Sethi. I have two questions. One is we are talking about the waste, STP or other waste recycling and this thing. What about the chemical dyeing industry, textile industries, polluting the rivers, using a lot of chemicals? There is no solution to that. Number one. Number 2 point, every bottle has a number. The triangle there is and in the triangle there is a number. There is no awareness that if the number is below 5, it is risky to use. It's to the cancer, you can say, the plastic cancer. But above 5, yeah, you're rightly looking. It is not on below, but it's on the label. There is a triangle, there is a label, recycle. It is mentioned recycle, but they are not mentioned the number. Number is must as per the law. 1 to 5, it is recycle. 1 to 2, easy to recycle. And then HDP, it is little difficult to recycle. Below 5, it is risky to use the bottle. Normally, we take water bottle and frequently 1 year, 2 year, half year, we are using the same bottle, keeping in a bag, carry bag and using it. It's not good for us. Above 5, it is not risky one. So awareness is must. That is my two. There is no number. No, it is, you see the label made in India, the triangle is there, but number is not mentioned, but they have mentioned the recycle.
So I think no number is eternal, that means. Carry on.
It's not carry on, it's a risky one. It's a risky one.
But thank you so much, sir, for giving us that point. I think many of us didn't know that.
Exactly. I'm just to message
Awareing us.
Shipra, just keep on. It's very important. And it has to be. Below 5, it's a risky. Above 5, not much.
Noted. That was a comment from sir. No stress.
Very logical answer for that would be it's really the policies, punishment, that is the, and awareness level. Anything.
So we'll take the last one from you, but 10 seconds to ask and 30 to answer. That's all I've been allowed. So sorry. Please.
सर नंबर्स पॉलीमर के टाइप से होते हैं, ना कि रिस्की और नॉन रिस्की के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से. एक नंबर पीईटी वेस्ट के लिए, पीईटी पॉलीमर के लिए, या 7 नंबर मल्टी लेयर प्लास्टिक्स के लिए. So the numbering is not for the recycling or recyclable, non-recyclable. It is for the type of the polymer. So multi-layered हो या SDP हो या PP हो या PS हो. So technically awareness यहाँ पे required है ये बताने के लिए कि नंबरिंग क्यों है, ना कि इसलिए कि रिसाइक्लेबल कम है या ज्यादा है.
सर कुछ सवाल है इनके लिए? No, just ask, honestly, just ask me, have to just make sure. Lovely, both of you, let's take you to Big Boss and do this. Bang on. But thank you so much, gentlemen, for helping us with that, of course, for giving us details. Any detail, of course, is important. Any more questions? I request you to please take them outside on the personal level with all of you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for the
also Nilesh for
panelists.
moderating
Yeah.
this. Thank you.
Thanks.
No, I think we can be louder for them, please. Also for both the gentlemen here. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think all that we've been talking about since morning sort of will culminate into our next panel discussion, which is a zero waste future from vision to action. And please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Apurv Vij, Senior Director, Technical Development, GBCI India. Renika Grover, Head, Sustainability and CSR, Apollo Tyres. Sandeep Chandra, Chief Sustainability Officer, Tech Mahindra. Rajesh Ayapilla, Director, CSR and Sustainability for India and Southwest Asia, The Coca-Cola Company. Hitesh Mehta, General Manager, Advanced Materials, Honeywell, India. And this session will be chaired by Samir Joshi, Vice Chairman, Indian Plastics Institute. May I please request all of you to take these conversations outside? Wow. What a panel. Priyanshi, where are you? I think I need you. On my team. Let's please welcome our next panelist and a session chair for this one. Everybody, let's please welcome them, audience members. I know the previous one's over, but इनके लिए भी हम ताली बजा सकते हैं. Just asking. However, sir, whatever works for you.
Yeah. I don't want to sit.
Please.
So namaste. Sustainable World Conclave. Namaste. Can I have a namaste? So nice, so nice. You know, we are going to talk about a zero waste future. So green is the new zero. Yeah, no waste. Nothing is waste unless it is wasted. You know, the importance of waste management has been very much there, and now we are talking about a zero waste future. And all these gentlemen and the kind lady are here to talk about what they have been doing in their organizations, their learnings, and how we can work from action towards an action. So may I first request you for 2 minutes opening remarks. Apurv ji.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that. And thank you for having me here. I'm Apurv Vij. I have been working on green buildings, specifically green building certification for the last 15 years. At present, I work at US Green Building Council. I head our certification team for Lead for Cities and Communities. And I work on managing our peer program, which is for electrical infrastructure. In addition to all of this, I have been closely working on pushing the material space towards low carbon, circularity, and healthy materials. Thank you.
Sorry. Very good evening, everyone. I'm Sandeep Chandana, and I represent Tech Mahindra. My story is quite long. In fact, it's a vintage now, 16 years as a Chief Sustainability Officer. I was brought in as a CSO when people were still confused what sustainability exactly meant, whether it was triple bottom line, shared value, or whether it was to look at, people, profit, and environment. So from that perspective, yes means quite a vintage story. But as I stand today in front of you, or I sit in front of you today very proudly, I lead the world. So Tech Mahindra is the rated #1 company in the world on ESG. So very proudly sharing it with you. Thank you.
Hello. Greetings, everyone. I am Renika Grover. I head sustainability and CSR with the Polo Group. When we talk about, the topic's pretty pertinent today that we're going to be talking about, which is on waste. So I just kind of highlight that part only within the organization because I lead sustainability globally. So we do look at waste management as one of the critical areas in terms of the environmental indicators. And within the CSR side also, we look after waste management, which is work where we're working with the government. So both sides of the hats that I wear, we are looking at waste and specifically moving towards a waste-free future, hopefully. And that's what I thought I'll highlight. And rest, of course, we'll have some conversations over here. Thank you.
Teaches us sustainability, one mic, one mic.
Absolutely. Great beginning, I would say. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Hitesh Mehta, and I represent Honeywell here as the leader for the advanced materials business for South Asia. Honeywell, as many of you might know, is a multi-business conglomerate, and we operate in different technology spaces and markets. But interesting to note is that a big focus of our technologies and our investments is towards sustainable technologies and sustainable solutions. Within my business in advanced materials, we do have products which work on reducing the greenhouse gases impact in terms of the refrigeration industry using the HFCs. And we are bringing in the new line of products in HFOs, which have a much, much lower global warming potential. We have products that help recycle plastic, and I think we'll talk more about it. Thank you so much.
Can I begin with you, Ms. Grover? What are the biggest challenges that businesses and individuals face in transiting to a zero waste future? And what are the learnings that you have had and how have you overcome it?
So I'll divide your question into two parts. But before I start, it's kind of really important to draw a picture in terms of the context setting, why we're talking about waste. It's great that we're talking about it today. It's a really pertinent topic, but I'm sure some of the factual information, if we like to portray in terms of putting why we're working on waste, some of the people over here would have already heard about it. I mean, there's a fact which says that, about 0.7 kilograms of per capita per waste per person that's generated. What's kind of a revolution or a challenge is that a significant percent of that is not processed. Moving on, when you look at the picture at a bird's eye view, and that's also, there was recently a report with World Bank, which said that 70% of the waste, we're likely to increase by 2050 because of this population explosion. There's an increase. That means, obviously, when we're looking at waste generation, that's going to increase. That means our reliance on virgin material is also going to increase, which talks about that how when we, the material extraction, when we're looking at how that has an impact on biodiversity loss. And the reason I talk about biodiversity loss is because we work massively in biodiversity as well. So 80% of the biodiversity is lost because of material extraction. So where the topic that we're talking about is huge. It's mammoth. It's not something very, very small. So it's very essential for businesses to even look at it in terms of as an overall piece of work. More importantly, I would say it adds consequence because the whole world, I mean, even we're, organization level, government level, everyone is talking about the NDCs and we're working towards net zero. So it's a huge fact that if we were to deal with the waste, we would reduce our global gas, GHG emissions by 20%. So it's a no-brainer for all organizations to kind of look at it from a larger, through a larger lens and see that there is an opportunity, not a challenge to look at it. Coming back to the challenges that you were talking about. When we talk about challenges overall, one key area is the reverse logistics side of it. So, of course, the infrastructure availability, and I'm talking from the tire industry point of view as well, because we've recently had this EPR law, which has come into play. So that's one of the critical challenges. And when we're looking at the landfills, and it's a given, it's a no-brainer, because there is also this conversation going on that when biodegradable waste makes it to the landfill, there's methane, which is far more detrimental in global warming than carbon dioxide is. So it's really very, very essential to look at this in terms of the logistics and the reverse logistics part of it. The second one, which I'm sure the co-panelists will talk about, is your availability of technologies, which is basically recycling technologies. And here I have a particular example of plastic, and this is something we're looking at as well. When you look at plastic and you try and reprocess it, the kind of quality of plastic that it's reprocessed, it's not like for like, so it's always low graded. So that's the technology side of it where we experience challenge as well. And being in the tire industry, we ourselves are looking at how we can take it back, the reclaimed rubber or the rubber crumb back into the tire. And we're working towards that. There is a lot of work that's happening, but these are the challenges that I would say that one is experiencing. And the one which is most important is the consumer behavior. I mean, of course, all of us are looking at, very channels of our buying patterns have changed. We rely online and all that stuff. So obviously that is another area where there is a sensitization that's required as well. So I thought, I just highlight that. If you want, I can address the other side of the business as well, because we have a three-pronged approach in terms of what we could do. Do you want me to?
Please, please.
Okay. So when we're talking about, of course, I'm sure people will have, there'll be panelists who will come up with more challenges. I just thought I'll highlight only three. But the most important one, when we're looking at in terms of what businesses can do, of course, we have this legislation, but there is three areas where businesses can work on. We're talking about circular economy a lot recently, and we have this report which says that only 9% of the economy is circular, rest we still need to work towards it. So the three areas one we could look at is filling the loop, which is basically you're extending the resource efficiency where your per ton of production, per ton of product is more efficiently produced. So that's something what businesses could do, which is what we're looking at as well in-house. Second is closing the loop, which is more about how you can look at, and that's coming from the EPR or various corporates and various organizations have legislations where you're looking at what you can do so that you can actually use it back into your product mix, which is basically making it more circular. And the third one, which is really important, which is something which goes against the capitalist economy, is extending the loop, increasing the life cycle of the product to an extent where it's there for larger or a longer period in the economy to create the value in the economy. And that's one of the critical parts. And I just can talk about from the organization that I represent, we do work on the retreading based business as well massively, where when the product reaches its end of life, we look at retreading, and we have businesses over there where we can extend its life cycle. So that's something I thought I'd
Thank
just
you.
highlight for you.
I come from the plastic industry, and मेरी plastic industry बदल रही है. You know, technologies are coming, and we can expect better quality of recycling the days ahead.
Yes.
And when you said of EPR, this is a danger word. What
I know.
word? You know, we don't know. But you know, no one is going to spare us on the earth. And when I'm talking of EPR, you know, we also in the plastic industry first oppose it, but we fell in line. Like that same will happen to the tire industry. And going, it's not, I'm not talking philosophy, but I'm saying something. You know, we are plastics burned, hated, you know,
Totally.
whatever kicked, but we are still there. And that EPR should transit to environment protection responsibility. You know, when we are talking of sustainability, it is more important.
It is, and I totally take your views on
Thank
that.
you. Sandeep ji, you have a rich experience of 16 years. And when we talk about this zero waste, how has this been done in your organization? And what are the learnings you can share with us?
Thanks, Samir. And Samir, before I go to that, you know, we were speaking about plastic. So if you recollect, or maybe you would have read about it, the plastics were there in 1911 sometime. And that time when this was invented, or when this really came into the existence, there was a kind of happiness, there was a kind of a gloom around all this. I think so where we have really gone wrong is the mismanagement.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this, as we draw more, yes, means there would be some challenges. So I think so there the aspect has to be more about innovation, that what is it that we bring about. Now coming back to my organization, Tech Mahindra, we started this journey quite early. In fact, looking at the waste, how do we really look at it? All my locations today are zero discharge facilities. That means not even a single drop of water goes outside the campus.
Wow.
That means the water that is used in washrooms, it is used for gardening purpose in most of the campuses, and it goes to vermicompost. So from that perspective, quite good. Then I have taken a target in the public domain saying that all my locations will be zero waste to landfill certified by 25-26, and I've already achieved about 60 to 70% of my
That's
targets.
remarkable.
Yeah. And now, how do we do this? Now, one is definitely your e-waste is a major challenge where a lot of regulations coming in, but still we have been able to survive. The major thing which is there is how do you bring awareness in the employees, saying that we just heard Capgemini saying they have about 1,80,000. Same, we have about 1.5 lakh people who are working with us. And so how do you really bring awareness in them, and looking at how do they really use in scope 3? So with this, I think so more or less we are quite meeting our net zero goals even in.
And how do the 1,50,000 people take it?
See, there are two parts to it again. Now, there was a time when we were still looking at, what is LCA, life cycle assessment. And today, every customer is asking about LCA. Is your product has a life cycle assessment or not? Does it have the requisite materials which are being required? So employees are now eco-design and green IT certified. So I'm making a public commitment that all my employees would be green IT and eco-design certified. So that means they will be aware of whatever they're coding or whatever they're writing. So that would be in a public domain saying, we know our business well.
Amazing. Thank you. You work in making things green and certifying them. So how has this journey, in certification, I know, but what are the learnings while doing the certification about the zero waste, what you have seen in action?
So I incidentally come from construction largely, and that's the focus area. Within construction, from green building certification perspective, quite early, like since the early initial green building certifications came about globally, there had been some push towards circularity. There was always buildings were encouraged to buy carpets or bricks or cement which had recycled content. all the way since the beginning of 2000s. So there was always this push to bring a degree of circularity in, and different laws helped, but also the industries kind of pushed forward and brought that change within their products, because the entire green building movement was driving that change for them. And we, from a certification standard development body, we were ensuring that we keep pushing the bar so that the thresholds keep getting higher and higher. Now, where we are at this point, there is conversation about zero waste. One, of course, becomes how do you, like that was being talked about, how do you encourage people to generate less waste during regular operations? And then becomes diversion. But the other key aspect, which becomes quite unique for construction sector and where we kind of try and face slightly different challenges, is our time horizons are quite long. If a building is now built, that building wouldn't be taken down for next 50 to 75 years. So the concrete or the steel, or usually also the glass, will have very long time spans. Even the internal air conditioning ducts would be like there for 15, 20 years. So it does not become something that can be implemented and results can be seen immediately. It comes over a long period. So then one step becomes this focus area, which is now coming slowly, is you encourage people to design for disassembly, because we know that they might disassemble after 50 years, and who knows which one of us is there at that time, but at least at that time, recyclability or circularity becomes easier. So on one side, yes, there is push to say retain the existing buildings. If you can refurbish them and you don't need to buy new materials, that's good. You design for future disassembly, and then you also keep ensuring that the rest of the materials that are there, carpets, chairs, etc., whatever, have as high a recycled content as possible. And the good part that comes sometimes is that because companies which make these products are not going to make them only for the building sector or only for the green buildings. And green buildings, even the certified buildings, are maybe 1-2% of overall construction sector. But if the change comes within the materials, then that translates to the entire sector. For example, today, pretty much all glass you can buy has recycled content. That was driven by certification. But even if somebody wants to replace one window pane in their house, they'll be buying the same thing. So that becomes our approach of ensuring that we inspire people to kind of move towards that side, more of as much a carrot as possible.
Thank you. Hiteshji, what are the most promising waste reduction and elimination technologies that can help us for a zero waste future?
So I would like to kind of, address it in a way that, getting admirable goal, but there's a long distance that we need to travel. And I think it's an evolving area, especially with all large corporations having committed to net zero, and most of them having a ESG roadmap. It's become really important to start taking note of what are the technologies available. And along with the technologies, I think I would say that ecosystem to support those technologies is also important. We can look at technologies largely in 3 buckets. How can you reduce? How can you reuse? And if reduce and reuse is not possible, then how can you dispose it in a more eco-friendly way that it does not cause further damage? So Honeywell, invests, as I mentioned, that almost 60% of our R&D is invested in developing sustainable technologies. And if I were to begin with some of the key technologies that are today at the forefront, I will start with the greenhouse gas emission effect. Not many of us may be aware, but when we enjoy the cool climates of an indoor building, it's the refrigerant which is causing this cooling. But the refrigerant in itself has a global warming potential, which could be almost equivalent to 3,000 kgs of carbon dioxide for every kg of refrigerant. So when those refrigerants are let out into the atmosphere, the multiple times of global warming impact they have is really bad. So Honeywell worked on a technology which is called HFO, hydrofluoroolefins, which have a global warming potential of 1:1 to carbon dioxide, or maybe a slightly little more than that. What effectively we're trying to do is, and as as Apurva mentioned, that when a building is constructed, it's constructed for many years. When a refrigeration and air conditioning system is put in, it's going to be there for 10, 15, 20 years. So if you put a polluting or a high global warming product today as a refrigerant in your system, even if you have a net zero goal of 2030, 2035, you will not achieve it because something sitting there is really polluting. So I think that's where Honeywell brings in technologies which help us think many years forward. We have technologies for upcycle of plastics. I think that's a favorite subject for you, sir. So Honeywell upcycle technology, and it kind of, problem with recycling of plastics is that, as Rinki also mentioned that, Rinika, sorry, mentioned that, the quality degrades. So what do you do with the plastic? The next best option is upcycle it. Honeywell has upcycle technologies which help convert the plastic back into the base feed. And the base feed then can be converted to various petrochemical products and plastics back in the original form. And that's a really good way of doing the circular use of plastics. We have technologies around carbon capture. If you can't eliminate carbon emissions, you can at least capture. And when you capture, then you have technologies to transport them and to then dispose them through the sequestering into the ground. So Honeywell has proven 50 years track record in handling gases, and we bring in those technologies. Not only this, as companies strive towards sustainability goals, there has to be a baseline. How much am I polluting today? Unfortunately, most of the data today is statistical. Honeywell has technologies which let you measure these emissions on a real-time basis so that you really know where you are today, and then implement technologies and processes and systems to reduce them year on year to reach the actual net zero goal. So I believe, all in all, there are technologies that are being worked in multiple spheres. And as in the previous panel, our co-panelists from Drive said that this requires even more focus from the industry to encourage new upcoming technologies. The real challenge is technology is made at lab scale, but commercialization becomes a big challenge. And I think that's where the industry has a responsibility to support such upcoming technologies and have more solutions.
Thank you. Renika ji, how can businesses and governments collaborate to develop cross-sectoral initiatives that drive progress towards a zero waste society? And can you share some examples?
So, yeah, I'll just reflect back to what I was talking about earlier in terms of overall, the three-pronged strategy in terms of filling the loop, closing the loop, and extending the loop. So just taking the conversation on from there, of course, it's a given that, you can't be working in silos. There is a requirement of partnership between the government, the producers, and also the communities. So when I talk about, and we were talking about the extended producer responsibility or the environmental protection, as you just rightly said, and you recorrected me for that. So when we're talking about that, and this legislation is at a very nascent stage for the tire industry. So one thing is very clear, that the legislation is there, and one has to work, and this is something the tire industry is bearing the brunt. They're working with the government to kind of demystify what the legislation looks like at that level where it has to be compliant. The area where one needs to look at is what is the producer that they can, as a producer, what can you do as an organization? So as a corporate, we have taken a target or a commitment of using sustainable raw material in our production to increase it by 40% by 2030. And one of the critical areas we'll be looking at over there is the recycle content as well. And within the 40%, we're saying that a significant percentage has to be a recycle component. And that recycle component, where do you? So basically, when you get the tire, it's not just the tire rubber crumb, but also looking at other areas such as carbon black, because there are various raw materials that comprise in the tire. So very recently, we launched, and it's a pilot tire that we're looking at the moment, which is in the agri sector. 75% of that is sustainable raw material, and a significant percentage again, and obviously I can't give the composition over here because obviously still in the field phase of testing, but a significant percentage is from the recycle side as well. So that's something as an organization we're working towards overall to achieve the goal that we've put this aspiration for us. The other side, I mean, of course, there is the government. There is, and one of the biggest examples for a program that worked very well, I would say, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. I mean, and I say that because we worked from the CSR side. We've been working on that as well. So I mentioned to you about the consumer awareness and sensitization side of it. One big areas for us through our CSR programs that we're working on is solid waste management, and also alongside looking at for the communities creating playgrounds, play spaces with the tire crumb, the recycled tire crumb, which is from the end of life. So these are the areas we're working on, but in terms, and this is in partnership with the government, it goes hand in hand. But the most important thing is sensitization, which is small things like, you know, what you don't see over here, which is sourcing at, you know, segregation at source. And I mentioned, because when this kind of biodegradable waste, when it makes it to the landfills, it has methane, which is far more detrimental. So these are the things which we're working. In terms of sensitization, we are looking at within the communities, what we're looking at is getting the local resources from the communities to do the sensitization through our self-help groups. In our business, what we're looking at in terms of reverse logistics is how we can cascade this information through our dealer networks as well. Because when you talk about tires, not many people would say, oh, you know, I want to put the tire through a particular set of recycling process, because that doesn't come to you. So we're trying to dovetail all of this together to kind of have a program from the organization as well as the community side of area.
Thank you. We are running out of time. Any questions? Yeah, sorry. I don't see any questions. So, you know, last comments.
So I think so. There is very important point that we'll have to really look at. See if it is a net zero goal, or, you know, most of the companies, most of the cities are looking at net zero goals. If there are waste net zero goals, then where are the funds going to come from? Means nothing is going to come cheap, or nobody's going to invest proactively into it. So I don't know if I can really see that there, like we have a carbon pricing, can there be something like a waste pricing? So if that kind of a mechanism or that kind of a system could be worked out, this could be an innovative thought how we can leave the panel discussion.
Thank you. Last 30 seconds for each speaker.
From the construction sector, I think one of the challenges that we've been seeing is around the world, this is something that we've been working on, is just to have better data tracking for where all the construction waste is going, especially because so much of it also comes from informal sectors. And only once that data capturing gets completed and recycling becomes more authorized and formalized, can we then start seeing supply chains for the rest of the material manufacturers sort out within this space? So that is, again, one of the key areas where we are focusing on at this point.
Hitesh, last.
I think I would like to extend my thoughts on the subject that we need to develop an ecosystem which has to work on a collaboration between the companies, the consumers, and the government. And very rightly said that there is cost attached to all of this. So until there are incentives and there are regulations, so very simply put, a carrot and a stick, you know, getting some of these to see the day of the light is going to be a challenge. We as Honeywell, as a, you know, responsible corporate citizen, are doing our job in bringing the technologies to the market. But I think at the same time, if our country has to progress to its own net zero goal, I think there is a lot of work that still needs to be done on the regulation and the policy making.
So what I can say, you know, we have all talked about technology and things, but, you know, we have forgotten the common man. So, you know, Margaret Mead, if I'm not wrong, she has said, never doubt a small group of thoughtful citizens. They can change us and they can help us to achieve a zero waste future. Thank you. So I have something for the panelists. This is, you know, the chocolate wrappers we see there. So this is a startup which I work with. He has made a phone stand made from chocolate wrappers. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Everybody wants for them, please. A picture, please. Please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have a few more standalone addresses before we move towards the award ceremony, where we will be celebrating India's top 50 most sustainable companies. Also, a reminder that Tetra Pak, Carbon Calculus, and Recycle.com have placed their stalls right outside the main hall, which is this one, of course. Do take our time to visit those stalls. Of course, meet the team members, get some more information about the brand. And you never know what all of you can do together, for sure. And from the environmental track, let's once again head back to our plenary sessions. The next one is on CEO Speak. What compromises a sustainable company? Please join me in welcoming on stage Sunil D'Souza, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Consumer Products. I think we can be a little more louder. थोड़ा जोश दिखा सकते हैं. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for this opportunity to address this esteemed audience. And I'd like to commend Businessworld for taking this initiative and bringing the industry together on a topic as important and as critical as sustainability. I'll take the next few minutes to talk about my idea of what a sustainable company should be, a few highlights of the Tata Group, and what we are doing specifically on sustainability in Tata Consumer Products. Now, sustainability to my mind is not just an ethical imperative, but also a strategic business decision. Companies are beginning to understand that integrating sustainable practices into their operations can yield long-term benefits, such as continuity of their operations, cost savings, enhanced brand reputation, and enhanced competitiveness. Additionally, consumers, especially the younger generation, are increasingly demanding environmentally responsible products and services. Now, in an ESG survey conducted by KPMG in the year 2022, 74% of respondents agreed that robust environmental sustainability practices improve employee productivity and reduce turnover. 87% of investors now consider ESG companies with robust commitments to be a critical part of their portfolio strategy. And 64% of consumers want visibility into the environmental impact of their products that they buy. And more importantly, today, governments are now taking bold steps to make sustainability a priority through policy interventions, regulations, and incentives. In India, we've got remarkable efforts from the government, such as the National Action Plan on Climate Change, net zero commitments, the introduction of renewable energy targets, and the ambitious commitments made under the Paris Agreement. On a personal front, I truly believe that a sustainable business is a better business because it creates long-term value for stakeholders. While the conversation around ESG, which is environment, social, and governance parameters, is now rapidly maturing in the corporate sphere, I do believe that there is a lot more to be done in driving long-term value creation, and I would underline the term long-term value creation with more focus on disclosure and, more importantly, prioritizing everyone's initiatives. A sustainable business has to operate with a deep sense of responsibility towards the environment, society, and more importantly, future generations. It has to go just beyond the short-term profit making and embrace a holistic approach that seeks to balance growth with social progress and environmental stewardship. I would highlight 5 traits that in my mind should be visible in any business that is actually committed to sustainability. The first is environmental consciousness. I believe that a sustainable company recognizes the urgent need to mitigate climate change, conserve resources, and protect biodiversity. It integrates sustainable practices throughout its operations, striving for energy efficiency, waste reduction, and responsible sourcing. Most importantly, it sets ambitious goals. Now, in many of these pieces, I'm sure the companies are not very sure how they will dot the I's and cross the T's when they come to those goals, but they still set it out there as a target to strive for. And then they invest in renewable energy, promote recycling, and circular economy principles. The second piece is social responsibility. Now, beyond the bottom line, a sustainable company places people, and I'm going beyond the social aspect, people at the heart of its operations. It treats all employees with fairness, dignity, and respect, fostering a positive work culture that encourages diversity, inclusion, and equal opportunity. It also engages with local communities, and that is today the more classic definition of social. It supports education, healthcare, and social development initiatives, recognizing that its initiatives can have far-reaching social impacts and therefore strive to create a positive difference. Number 3 is something which is not straightforward in the ESG framework, is ethical business practices. A sustainable company upholds the highest standards of integrity and ethics. It promotes transparency, honesty, and accountability across all levels in the organization. Takes responsibility for all the social and environmental impact of its products and services throughout their life cycle. Doesn't talk of only sourcing or doesn't talk of only downstream, the entire life cycle. And collaborates with suppliers and partners who share like-mindedness. Number 4 is innovation and adaptability. A sustainable company understands that innovation is a powerful driver for positive change. It encourages a culture of creativity and continuous improvement, seeking new ways to develop products and services that are more sustainable, efficient, and environmentally friendly. It anticipates and adapts to societal and environmental challenges, embracing emerging technologies and business models. Lastly, number 5 is stakeholder engagement. A sustainable company recognizes the interconnectedness of all its actions and the importance of engaging with all stakeholders. It actively listens to customers, employees, investors, regulators, communities, understanding all their expectations and concerns, and engages in meaningful dialogue. It might not have solutions for everything, but engages with meaningful dialogue, seeks feedback, and collaborates with them to address these challenges proactively. Just a point on the 5 traits that I mentioned, which is environmental consciousness, social responsibility, ethical business practices, innovation and adaptability, and stakeholder engagement. None of these are mutually exclusive, but rather all interconnected and mutually reinforcing. A truly sustainable company integrates these principles into its DNA, making sustainability an integral part of business strategy, decision-making process, and its corporate culture. Now, at the Tata Group, we've always held that sustainability is good for the planet, good for our consumers, and good for the commercial enterprise. We've been working on sustainability long before it became a buzzword. More than a century before the conversation around climate change became mainstream, Jamshedji Tata spoke of using clean energy to power the industry and the importance of caring for the environment. There was special attention paid to ensuring green cover and protecting biodiversity, even when we set up Tata Motors and Tata Steel ages back. In the early 1900s, the group pioneered many labor initiatives and welfare measures before they were mandated by law. For 155 years now, the Tata Group has been living our purpose of giving back to society. The ethos of nation and community building is deeply rooted within our DNA. Even in the current context, sustainability is firmly on the agenda of boards of several Tata Group companies, and they are adopting global sustainability frameworks to disclose their sustainability performance. Recently at the Tata Group, we've taken it up one more notch. We have now literally embraced sustainability through what we call Project Alingana. Sanskrit translated is embrace, right? This embodies the group vision of protecting the planet and securing the future while innovating and acting today. Alingana has been launched with sustainability commitments from 7 Tata companies, which includes Tata Consumer Products. It commits to embedding sustainability into business strategy by focusing on 3 interconnected pillars. A, driving net zero. B, pioneering circular economy. And C, preserving nature and biodiversity. Now, coming specifically to Tata Consumer Products, we were formed to fulfill the FMCG aspirations of the Tata Group. But to us, progress towards becoming a leading FMCG organization is not just about achieving numbers and metrics, but also about meeting the needs of all our stakeholders. We have the unique opportunity to deliver our commitments through our consumers' most loved brands like Tata Tea, Tata Salt, Sampann, and many, many more. These reach 200 million households in India. That's India alone, apart from the US, UK, Europe, Australia, and many other countries. Now, as we accelerate our growth journey, we have made our sustainability agenda sharper and more integrated. Last year, we laid out our sustainability strategy by drawing upon our learnings from several sources, such as the UN Sustainability Development Goals, the SDGs, as they call them, materiality analysis conducted with a wide cross-section of our stakeholders, which includes investors and customers, regulatory requirements, industry trends, and scientifically developed targets. And we've now made these commitments public with dates on them, and I'll come to the details. But we've basically said we will work on 4 big pillars. One is for a better planet. Second is for better communities. Third is for better sourcing. And number 4 is for better nutrition. For better planet is initiatives driving net zero, water conservation, preserving nature and biodiversity, taking an active role in pioneering circular economies. Better communities is community engagement, equitability, employee health and well-being, and human rights. Better sourcing is end-to-end product stewardship. And better nutrition includes responsible marketing, product stewardship, and nutrition and consumer connect. And I talked about having made public commitments. We have put out numbers there. We said we will be net zero by 2040, water neutral by 2030, zero waste to landfill by 2030, 100% of packaging to be recyclable, compostable, or reusable by 2030. We are at a 15% diverse workforce, and we said we will be 50% diverse workforce by 2030. Positively impacting 2 million beneficiaries through community initiatives by 2030, and 100% sustainability sourced critical raw materials by 2040. On a lot of these parameters, we know the targets, we know where we want to reach. We have part of the information, but we are sure if we put the targets out there and work with all our stakeholders, partners, suppliers, customers, we will get there. While we have still a long, long way to go, we have started making decent progress on these initiatives. And I'd like to share some proof points with you. Firstly, on climate change. As part of our commitment to mitigating climate change impact, we have embedded sustainability practices into our operations and put in place a robust risk management process. Number 2, plastics. We are a founding member of the India Plastics Pact, the UK Plastics Pact, the EU Plastics Pact. In India, while we can get away with a lower number regulation-wise, we are 100% EPR, on all our plastic that we generate. 68% of the laminate that we use in Tata Salt, which is our single biggest SKU, 68% of the laminate in the salt category in FY23 was recyclable. All our beverage factories globally are zero waste to landfill. We used to have a little bit of plastic in our tea bags and packaging earlier, but now in our international business, our Good Earth and Teapigs tea bags are 100% plant-based, and Tetley, we are on our way, and in 2023, we will be rolling them out. Water. Through our water conservation projects, we are aiming to positively impact approximately 2.5 million individuals across 4,000 plus villages across 12 states. Sourcing. We are founding members of the Trust Tea Initiative in India, which is a sustainability code and verification system for the Indian tea sector. 55% of the tea that we source in India is from Trust Tea. Internationally, we partner with Rainforest both for tea as well as for coffee. And we are 100% Rainforest certified. Community. And this we are always proud of as part of the Tata Group. Our projects focus on critical areas spanning healthcare, nutrition, education, and skill development for vulnerable groups in the communities that we operate in. And we focused all our efforts around our plants and our plantations, because instead of dispersing them everywhere, we concentrate around our plants and plantations so that we really create impact out there. Some of our projects include the High Range School in Munnar, the Srishti Trust in Munnar, the Swastha Center in Coorg, High Range Hospital in Munnar, and the Referral Hospital and Research Center in Chabua, Assam. On nutrition, we're just getting started. 24% of our new products launched last year addressed health and wellness, and we now look at accelerating that momentum. While we have been making all these efforts, I still do think we have a lot more to do. Integrating sustainability into our strategy and operations is a challenging but ultimately rewarding experience. At Tata Consumer Products, we do aspire to be among the top FMCG companies in the country, and that will take a little bit more time. But there is no reason we cannot be right on top of the list of companies driving sustainability in India and globally here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards sustainability might not be easy, but it is a journey we must embark on. Let us commit ourselves to creating and supporting sustainable companies that embody the values of stewardship, responsibility, and progress. Together, I do believe that we can shape a future that is economically vibrant, socially just, and environmentally sustainable. Thank you.
So we will be taking questions. Any questions?
Sir, my name is Girish Sethi. I have 3 questions. You said the product innovation. Just few years ago, when we go to the market, we simply say, give me Tata Salt, give me the salt. And only one brand quality is available. Now, if I'm not wrong, 5 different brands of Tata is available. The consumer confused, which is good for health. Number 2. Earlier, we go to the market, we say there are 2 oils, cooking oils, Rath and Dalda. Number of oils, consumer confused. What to get? 3 point. Number 3, the tea bags always have a staple pin, the thread which is attached. And that's not good, if I'm not wrong.
So let me answer your questions, right? Innovation cannot be done for innovation's sake. Innovation has to come from a consumer insight and a need that the consumer has, which current products are not able to fulfill. So as the whole dialogue about what we call in our industry HFSS, right? High fructose, salt and sugar, high fructose, salt, sugar and fat. As the dialogue goes up, and COVID has only accelerated this, and health and wellness ramps up, people are moving towards more healthy and, I mean, nutritious products. People are now becoming conscious that while salt is a necessity, excess sodium is an issue, right? So we have in our range, when you say multiple salts, there is a very specific reason why each of these salts exist. So we have got a 15% lower sodium, and we've got now a 30% lower sodium, right? So you can get the same saltiness at a lower sodium level. One of the things we were working with the health ministry some time back was this, while the Tata Salt did address the iodine deficiency in the country by adding iodine into the most commonly consumed product, which is salt, the next micronutrient deficiency in India is iron, right? So therefore, again, the easiest carrier for these micronutrients is salt, right? Because everyone adds salt in all the products. So therefore we've launched iron fortified salt. There is a huge deficiency of vitamin D, right? We did launch this, but consumers didn't want it. So we're pulling that back. After COVID, people wanted to boost up immunity and willing to look at products with some immunity boosters. Therefore, we launched salt with zinc. We call it immuno. So the pack will say immuno. So the consumer knows what the benefits. I think two things. I'll repeat, innovation has to come in from a consumer insight and then solve a problem which the consumer has. That's number one. Number two is, I do believe it is up to the companies as well to educate the consumer, saying if you've got this deficiency, this is the salt for you, right? So I do think there is a space for all these products. Once the consumer is educated enough, they know what is good for them, what is their specific need, and pick it out, right? So that is my answer to why we have 5 different salts.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Anyone? More questions, anybody? All right, so we will take your question next time.
Yeah, let's take one.
Hello, I'm technology expert. Sir, and I worked in Badarpur Power Station where you have, you can say, ash handling system was, using water waste system, But in Hitachi, in IP station, Hitachi had bag system, all the fly ash was collected in bags. And this was used for, cement making and mixing with cement and other uses. So we are, having so much, problem with our ash disposal. We are having some fly ash problems after ponds after drying. They start, throwing up fly ash. For almost 50 years, we are having bad technology. So your coal handling plant was supplied by your company. So there were some problems. I wrote to JRD Tata so that, we can fix these things. For example, sprinklers were not working. So you can improve your own things also.
I
particularly fly ash, fly ash, we are not capturing fly ash in bags. When you are capturing fly ash in bags, there is very little possibility of it going into air and polluting the air. So we are having, something like 20 million tons of fly ash, or maybe more, is produced in India. You should be working on such kind of things also. So you have such a big group, international group.
So sir, point perfectly taken. I just like to make 2 points. I represent Tata Consumer Products. We are the FMCG group. All of us operate as separate companies. But at the group level, like I said, Project Alingana, we made specific commitments. 7 Tata companies, which includes Tata Motor, Tata Steel, Tata Power, all of us have made these commitments. And I'm sure all these companies are working towards achieving these commitments by those target dates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. Moving ahead to our next address on India-UAE trade relationship and its significance towards sustainability. Please join me in welcoming on stage Abhishek Ganapati, Director, Commercial at the Dubai World Trade Center.
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, BW Businessworld and Sustain Labs Paris for giving me this opportunity. Quick introduction. As you can see, I represent Dubai World Trade Center, which is a semi-government entity. For those of you who aren't aware, we are owned and operated by the Investment Corporation of Dubai. To make it easier, sister company of Emirates Airlines. Yeah. Our core objective is to work within the directives and vision of Dubai economy and Dubai tourism, where we contribute to the economic development of Dubai and UAE. Dubai World Trade Center as an entity or organization works at different levels, catering to different business opportunities. We have our own events. We host the world's largest food event called Gulf Food. We host JATIX Global, which is the largest technology event in the world as of 2021, so on and so forth. We have our own free zone, authorities, XYZ. Now, I'm here to basically talk about the India-UAE trade relationship in significance to sustainability. I would call it a road to COP28. This is addressing the UAE 2030 agenda towards sustainable development. Now, as we all know it, COP28 is a crucial global event focused on addressing climate change in creating a sustainable future. But however, the partnership between UAE and India hold immense potential in driving environmental action and promoting the sustainable development. Now, I want to stress on 5 different points. The first one being the overview of UAE-India trade relationship, you know, where it started. I'm going to keep this very brief, and probably we could look at it in detail, you know, later off stage. But the UAE-India trade relationship has seen a significant growth over the years. So let's add some numbers here. In 2020 and 2021, UAE reached, the India-UAE trade reached about $40 billion, making UAE India's 3rd largest trade partner, right, globally. Q1 of this year, 2023, we saw a 24.7% growth in non-oil economy, right, between the two countries, while the UAE's non-oil exports to India saw about 33%, that's around 49 billion, which was up by 10% from 2021, in terms of growth. So UAE also is a keen supporter of Indian government's vision to rise the economic GDP to 5 trillion by 2025. So there was a SEPA agreement that was signed, and it's already showing some bright, it's already showing a bright future in the non-oil trade and driving startups and various kind of innovative businesses between the both countries. Energy cooperation is the second element that I want to talk about. The India-UAE trade relationship in energy cooperation. UAE is a major oil supplier to India and meeting a significant portion of India's energy needs. However, both countries have recognized and have identified the importance of transitioning into clean energy, which is a source to combat the climate changes. Now, the recognition has led to collaboration of renewable energy, including solar, wind power. And what we've seen is by leveraging the energy cooperation, India and UAE can look towards working together to promote a clean energy transition, reduce emission, and increase resilience in climate change. Coming down to the third point, which is investment opportunities. UAE is or has been a major foreign, source of foreign direct investment for India. And UAE investments were traditionally into infrastructure, technology, real estate, which has contributed to the economic growth. This is, I mean, no secret. I think most of you would know it. But moving forward, towards a sustainable future, these investment opportunities have been channeled into green sectors such as renewable energy, sustainable transportation, waste management. I think we see some brands over here, the largest in India, and smart cities. So this would not only drive the economic growth, but also contribute to the climate commitments of COP28 and the objectives beyond. It's also catering to sector-specific needs and not just towards the national agenda. While you have COP28 addressing the national agenda, here you have technology or innovative solutions coming in from India that is addressing, let's say, the banking or the energy or the manufacturing sector individually at different levels, right? Moving on to collaboration in innovation and technology. India and UAE collaborate in areas of innovation and technology addressing climate change. And this means that UAE of late, or let's say, has been making significant investments into research, development, particularly in sustainable technologies. I mean, yes, we have COP28, it is the year of sustainability, but it is an important agenda. We have the 2030 vision that needs to be addressed towards a sustainable development. And UAE is being very serious about it. So you will notice a lot of initiatives or efforts or investment within this line, specifically addressing sustainability. And India, coming to India, India obviously has a strong expertise in technology and innovation, which is a given. I mean, we already see through our platforms, the highest number of companies that represent innovative technologies, from around the world are from India at the largest technology show. There's great potential, and a first mover advantage to partner with the UAE and to develop and deploy solutions within renewable energy, energy efficiency, water conservation, sustainable agriculture, and digitalization, right? The collaboration will further enhance the implementation of climate-friendly initiatives and strengthen the country's position as a global clean technology provider. Coming down to COP28, now let's briefly look at the significance of India-UAE relationship towards COP28. COP28 basically aims to accelerate global climate action and strengthen international cooperation. Now, what we see is by leveraging their trade ties, India and UAE can showcase their commitment towards sustainability and inspire other nations to take similar action. There has been collaborative efforts in areas such as renewable energy, energy transfer, and sustainable investments, which can serve as an example and open doors to further opportunities and also encourage other countries to follow suit. While COP28 is addressing the national agenda, we at Dubai World Trade Center are hosting JATIX Impact this October alongside JATIX Global, which will bring sustainable technology services, solutions, and strategies from around the world, to cater to the region's industry-specific requirements, addressing their core objectives or challenges within sustainability. I would be happy to discuss this off stage, but I will leave it at that for now. As promised, I'm going to keep this as short as possible. So in conclusion, yes, the trade relationship between India and UAE has significant potential in driving climate action and promoting sustainable development. We work with a lot of government, semi-government entities from India in driving, let's say, ventures or businesses into UAE and beyond at various levels. And we are one of them as well. We work hand in hand with Dubai Chambers to ensure that there is, and there are endless possibilities for enterprises or startups looking to expand their horizons into, newer markets or greater markets. UAE has never been shy in welcoming or investing towards innovative and game-changing technologies, solutions, and products, with sustainability being at the core of, at the helm of our agenda, I think there are a lot more opportunities for brands from India to consider Dubai, UAE, and the GCC region as a potential market, and we can work with you hand in hand to help you get there. Today, the country thrives towards addressing the sustainable goal, and the time is now. So, ladies and gentlemen, together, India and the UAE can pave towards a greener and more resilient future for our planet, and I thank you. Questions, happy to answer them on off stage. I think we are running short on time. Yeah, we good? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for talking about India and Dubai, of course. What more is happening, what more can be done. Also, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to welcome amongst us our chief guest, Shri Bhupendra Yadavji, Union Cabinet Minister, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Labour and Employment, Government of India. Good evening, sir. So before we move forward, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Sunil D'Souza ji, Abhishek Ganpati ji, and also our chief guest, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, to please join us on stage and help us with unveiling of BW Businessworld, India's most sustainable companies special edition. And also joining them would be Sudhir Mishra ji. Please, gentlemen, aye. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, please.
First of all, please give our chief guest and our environment minister a bigger round of applause. I know you've been here throughout the day. Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji kisi introduction ke mohtaj nahi hai, but as is customary to, I mean, he's very well known both as a professional. He is a top-notch lawyer who is now serving the country. Of course, he has multiple portfolios. He has the portfolio of labor. He has the portfolio of environment. And as you heard in the morning from the speakers, not from me, from very eminent speakers, how he's raised India's profile at COP, how some of the things that India proposed to the world and seized the narrative. He led that delegation and he made sure that India had a voice at the table when it comes to environment and the sustainability issues. So please give him a bigger round of applause. Tali bajana dil ke liye bhi bahut acha hai. So Bhupendra Yadav ji ko lage ki unka swagat ho raha hai. And last year, he was supposed to be here, and the parliament session went on for a longer time, and we couldn't have his presence. He's been very kind and gracious to come this year, and in spite, he has another engagement, which is very important for him, which is not an external engagement, it's an internal engagement with the most important body that matters in this country without taking its name. So he will go for that. I don't want to stand between you and him. He has a speech to make. We'll unveil the special issue of the BW Businessworld, the India's most sustainable issues, which will be on stands in 10 days from now. But the cover is already finalized. We'll get Mr. Bhupendra Yadav to release the cover.
Also, please request Sanjeev Singhal ji, sir, to please join us on stage along with them. Presenting to you BW Businessworld, India's most sustainable companies special edition.
let me have the good pleasure of, as I said, Mr. Bhupender Yadav doesn't really need any introduction, but he is leading the Ministry of Environment, he's leading the Ministry of Labor, and you heard in the morning from the panelists his contribution in making sure India sets the right narrative and India overachieves its goal in terms of net zero emissions. So with this, let me request Shri Bhupender Yadav ji to deliver a keynote address at India's Most Sustainable Companies Award. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes onto the floor.
Thank you very much, Batraji. Last year you invited me, but I'm not able to reach in your program. Thank you very much. You are so patient with me, invited again this year, and I am able to reach in your program. Once again, I congratulate your effort, especially in media, to promote the industry and their sustainable efforts to achieving what the goals we are targeting for our country. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to be here amongst all of you at the Business World Sustainable Development Conclave. The increased focus on environment and larger issue of sustainability at media conclaves gives me hope that a greener India is indeed a possibility. As government make policies, it is media that helps in mobilizing public opinion and inspiring action. So congratulations, Team Business World, for selecting a topic at utmost relevance today. The fact that we are discussing sustainability at all levels is also because the future of the earth, the only home we have, is in peril. It is a reminder that if our consumption pattern and lifestyle do not adapt, change with urgency, our planet will not be able to support life. We are often told one most thing too much of the past because live in the present and we move into the future. But once in a while, it's important to look back and wonder how we reached where we stand. And I say this because I fear while the world recognizes the symptoms of the problem, it is far from understanding the root of the problem. It takes no genius to understand lasting solution, address the root of the problem and not mere system. Let me try to elaborate on this. You will find two kinds of people in these days. One who believe in catastrophism. They believe the world is about to end soon enough. And then there are the techno-optimists. They believe the powers of invention will open unlimited horizons beyond the confines of the earth. They believe human ingenuity can tide over any crisis. Positively is good, but this sense of ultimate human superiority is at the root of what we are faced with today. The human race has been too intelligent for its own good. The intelligence allowed us to believe that we can beat nature into total submission. It is time for all of us to understand that our chances of survival will be better if we adopt an accommodative approach to the planet rather than have a dictatorial sense. American scientist and ecologist Aldo Leopold called it land ethnic. Land ethnic believes the relationship between people and land are intertwined. care for people cannot be separated from the care for the land. But this philosophy has forever been part of Indian ethos and reflect in saying, and that is the motto of our ministry also, Prakriti Rakshita Rakshat. That means nature protects when it is protected. I therefore want to emphasize that the prerequisite for sustainability is substitute human arrogance with human submission to nature. We cannot have technology to overpower the ecosystem. We must develop the empathy to coexist with it. Holding the G20 presidency under the leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, India is pushing for this approach to be part of a global understanding. With India taking over the G20 presidency, the discourse around sustainable development, especially in the UN critical decade of action, has caught the global attention. The Environment and Climate Sustainability Working Group meeting in G20 has seen extensive deliberations on topic which had a sustainable development and climate resilience at its heart. The topic discussed included first, land degradation, accelerating economic restoration and enriching biodiversity. Second, promoting sustainable and climate resilience blue economy. And third, encouraging resource efficiency and circular economy. The Indian government under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has shown this empathy and has tried to further it is with its mantra of lifestyle for my environment. Mission Life aims to nudge individual to adopt ways and do not harm but enrich nature. Some of you may ask, how to become a part of Mission Life? My simple advice, just think, if your action preserves the integrity, stability, and beauty of the environment, make this part of your life at every step. Just like we inculcate a civic sense in us, we can inculcate the environment sense too. Even as the Modi government is nudging these changes at the level of individual, a lot is happening at the policy formulation and implementation level to ensure a sustainable India. Several global agencies have acknowledged India as an economic bright spot. As the world's fifth largest economy and fastest growing major economy, we share a huge responsibility of also remaining a bright spot for environmental action. While economic growth since the Industrial Revolution has granted countries with greater economic prosperity, it is also entailed a grave cost of the environment. India has country which believes in oneness with nature is not ready to go down that path. Our path, the carbon neutral developmental path. We are not just after economic development, but sustainable economic development. India's contribution to cumulative emission is only about 4% from the pre-industrial period, though we have about 17% of the world's population. Our per capita annual emission are only about 1/3 of the world average. And as a developing countries, with over 1.25 billion people, India remains committed to grow without polluting. India's nationally determined contribution is ambitious, and they make a significant contribution towards achieving the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. At COP26 in Glasgow, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji further presented 5 nectar elements, Panchamrit, including the goal of reduction in carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45% by 2030 and net zero target by 2070. Despite the adverse impacts of the pandemic on the economy, India has enhanced its climate ambition. India is spearheading one of the most ambitious clean energy transition in the world. India has already achieved reduction of 24% in emission intensity in its GDP between 2005 and 2016. Globally, India stands fourth in terms of installed renewable energy capacity, fourth in terms of wind installed capacity, and fifth in terms of solar installed capacity. But a sustainable future is not just about cutting down emissions. India has adopted a whole of environment approach toward the goal of achieving a sustainable future. Despite being the fastest growing economy in the world, India is taking giant strides at the domestic and international levels in tackling the triple planetary crisis in form of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The Union Budget of 23-24 laid down the vision of green growth across multiple sectors, with the underlying thought being that all future growth in the country has to essentially be green. This validated how sustainable development has been in Indian policy making the progress. Just this month, on World Environment Day, I had the privilege of launching Mishti, Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitat and Tangible Incomes, envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi ji and announced in the budget. Through Mishti, increased mangrove plantation will help in ecological stabilization, provide protection against cyclones, support biodiversity, and create blue carbon sinks. Similarly, the promotion of wetland conservation through Amrit Dharohar has biodiversity conservation and carbon sequestration benefit. The outlay of 19,1700 crore toward the National Hydrogen Mission will be instrumental in boosting the production of green hydrogen, which will be significant in the decarbonization pathways of the country, particularly the core sector such as refineries, coals, and steel plants. Ladies and gentlemen, these initiatives will not only provide to be a significant in achievement of Panchamrit announcement, they will also result in increased job generation, particularly for the youth. India has already submitted its long-term low-emission development strategy, document at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, which is premised on two major pillars of climate justice and sustainable lifestyle, alongside principle of CBDRRC. That means common but differentiated responsibility. With this, India has joined of select 58 countries who have submitted their new or updated long-term low-emission development strategy. Since the last World Sustainable Development Summit, India has got 75 Ramsar wetland sites, 33 elephant reserves, 53 tiger reserves, 12 blue flag beaches. We have also successfully implemented single-use plastic ban, updated our NDCs, reintroduced cheetahs from 2 countries, and demonstrated a strong and bold leadership at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh and CBD COP15 in Montreal. While India prides in these achievements, it remains mindful of the long road ahead that need to be covered. India is also mindful of the fact that this is not a journey any country can undertake alone. It requires the coming together of the entire world. As the G20 president, India is showcasing leadership toward formulating inclusive, ambitious, decisive, and action-oriented policy. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to go back to where I began. The climate crisis taught the human race a huge lesson. We are part of a whole. Despite our intelligence, we are not the whole. The birds, the sun, the trees, the lions and tigers all belong to this whole we all nature. Let us protect them all and be protected by them. Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Also, please request Ferry Swan Ambassador, Royal Danish Embassy in New Delhi, to please present a token of love and appreciation to Honorable Chief Guest. Please, can we have you on stage, sir?
So it's with great pleasure to, an ambassador cannot be given the floor without saying something. So I would like, on behalf of the global community, to hand over a token from nature that we have to respect to Honorable Minister Professor Yala.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Please. With this, may I please request Sanjeev Singalji, Chair, UNCTAD, ISAR, 39th Session, Central Council Member, ICAI, to please deliver his address on ICAI, Building Trust, Enabling Sustainability. Everybody, let's please welcome sir to the stage.
No, this is okay. Namaskar. A very good evening to you all, friends. I'm Sanjeev Singhal, the Central Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, the largest professional accounting body across the world. And I'm also the chair of the UNCTAD ISAR 39 session. I express my sincere thanks to Businessworld for giving us an opportunity to present what ICI has been doing to building trust and enabling sustainability. Friends, as far as this phase 2 of sustainability reporting in India is concerned, and why I say phase 2, because phase 1 was BRR, which did not make much of an impact. The phase 2 started with 2020 with the BRSR reporting being made voluntarily for top 1,000 listed companies. And then came 22-23 when it was made mandatory for top 1,000 companies. And from this financial year, the key matrices of the business responsibility and sustainability reporting have been made mandatory for top 150 listed companies. And a very path-breaking step has been taken by the capital market regulator by saying that those mutual fund schemes, which are ESG-based schemes, they need to invest at least 65% of their asset under management into those companies which are getting a reasonable assurance audit done of BRSR. Nowhere in the world this kind of a concrete step has been taken. That's been taken by the Security Exchange Board in India. And from 24-25, it's been proposed that the ESG disclosures for the value chain partners will be mandatory, and the assurance will be on a comply and explain basis. And by 26-27, so there is a 4-year glide path starting from this year up to 26-27, the BRSR core, that is the key matrices of this reporting, will be mandatory for top 1,000 listed companies, which covers about 95% of the market capitalization. Now, how the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India is contributed. Institute of Chartered Accountant of India was formed in 1949 by an Act of Parliament, and it established its Sustainability Reporting Standard Board in 2020 when BRSR was paid voluntarily. It's working on key pillars of the technical guidance, capacity building, and launching the sustainability awards to encourage the corporates to adopt best practices in this area. First and the foremost has been the implementation of assurance standard. While the whole world has been struggling to come out with an assurance standard for doing the audit of sustainability information, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India has been the first one in the world to come out with an auditing standard on this. And on the basis of it, SEBI could make that assurance mandatory. So this SSA 3000 has already been issued by ICAI, and it's already there in the public domain. And apart from that, we also adapted the ISA 3410 on the greenhouse gas statement, which was issued in February 2021. When SEBI wanted to make audit of sustainability information mandatory, and why that was required, because otherwise a lot of greenwashing was happening. So they looked at the institute and said, can you do a back testing of data? By back testing means pick up top-notch companies and see whether they have a verifiable, auditable sustainability information. Then at that point of time, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India picked up 8 big companies and tested whether the information available with them, the information that they are reporting on ESG is auditable or not. And we found that 95% plus information is auditable. Based on that strength of that back testing, SEBI made this assurance mandatory, which is mandatory from this year. To build capacity in the profession, we are also doing a training program, which is of 20 hours for the chartered accountants, and we launch 1 batch every month. So far 18 batches have been done, and more than 1,600 members have successfully cleared this course. To make an impact of the social work that is being done and being aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India partnered with Security Exchange Board of India to set up the Institute of Social Auditors of India. So now we have 2 social stock exchange in India, whereby the social organizations can list themselves on the social stock exchange, the National Stock Exchange and the Mumbai Stock Exchange, and raise capital from there. It's a zero coupon, zero principal funds, which means neither the principal is repayable nor the interest is payable on these bonds. These are called zero coupon, zero principal bonds. Now, this was necessary that a reasonable checks is there. So the Institute of Social Auditor of India, set up by the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, came out with 16 social audit standards. Again, the first one in the world, whereby the impact of that work done by the social enterprise who has raised funds from social stock exchange can be assessed. And these 16 audit standards on social audit standard precisely, they link to the Sustainable Development Goal themes like no hunger, zero poverty, life below water, etc. So these are aligned to that. And again, these are the first one in the world. India is the first country in the world to have these social impact assessment standards. To train our members, we are also doing a 5-day training course on social audit. Now, apart from that, for this BRSR, which is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. So while the world is still struggling, the ISSB is still struggling to come out with the reporting standard, India already has this BRSR. Now, to help organization map their internal preparedness, we came out with, again, the world's first ever SRMM, which is Sustainability Reporting Maturity Model Framework. And companies could evaluate themselves and see whether they are in level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4. Level 1 are the initial stages or the formative stage. Level 2 is a slightly higher threshold of emerging stage. Level 3 is the established one. And level 4 is the one which is leading by examples. We also launched 2 editions of the Sustainability Awards, and the International Awards and the National Awards. International awards are in the field of climate change and gender equality. And for the International Award, the jury is all international, comprising from UNCTAD, UN Metro, World Bank, and UNDP. And the National Awards jury is from the Indian organizations. So how we see from here that we have built the foundation of the sustainability board and has come out with the assurance standard. We are building the capacity in the profession. And now we are undertaking research on nature and climate disclosure and to come out with integrated statement. See, the fallacy is that today we have the financial statement and the whole world is coming out with the non-financial statements. But this is leading to disclosure overload. So India is working on one set of integrated statement, which will combine both financial and non-financial. And we are doing this research with UNDP and intend to present this in COP28. Institute of Chartered Accountant of India is also the principal partner with CII for G20, for B20. And as I said, we are doing projects with UNDP and hold the chair for UNCTAD. And we are participating in the World Investment Forum and hope to participate in the World Economic Forum also. And ICI has committed itself to be carbon neutral from this year. And when ICI turns 100 years in 2049, we intend to be net zero ahead of India target of 2070. So this is how, you know, India has been making its contributing its bit in the ESG journey of India and the ESG journey of world. While the Honorable Minister just said that India is leading the way, ICI is acting as a backbone for all these changes, building capacity in the profession and ensuring trust in the sustainability reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thanks for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take up. These are for social organizations only who raise capital from social stock exchange, and the enterprise who do the CSR work. For them also, because any project worth more than 1 crore rupees spent, a social impact assessment needs to be done. So these standards are for evaluating those work. So the BRSR, the answer lies there. The BRSR assurance will be mandatory from this year, and these 2 elements are a part of BRSR. So in the financial statement audits, a financial audit which is done. Non-financial because it is not required as of now. As and when it will be required, we'll do it. No, it is made mandatory from this year, that is 23-24. It's mandatory for reporting from last year, 22-23, and from 23-24, audit of BRSR core for 150 top companies is mandatory. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That was really insightful. And ladies and gentlemen, moving forward now from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebration. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to welcome all of you to BW Businessworld presents India's Most Sustainable Companies Awards 2022 and 23 in association with Sustain Labs Paris, a celebration of the achievements by companies towards sustainability. These beacons of corporate excellence have forged ahead, established unprecedented benchmarks, breaking through the boundaries of innovation, and all this while embodying the principles of sustainability at their very essence. Today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. Please join in the celebrations of the evening using the hashtag BW Most Sustainable Companies. And I would once again like to thank our partners for today, a silver partner, GAIL Limited, a co-partner, Tata Motors, Our knowledge partner, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Our associate partners, Calculus Carbon, Ricard Innovations Private Limited, Himadri Energy International. Our sustainability tech partner, Recycle.com. Our lanyard partner, Merchant IT LLC. And our event partners, the Dikshak Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, Beanly Coffee, and JustBath.ai. The winners of today were judged and measured by the SLP Sustainability Cube. Now, each of these cubes consists of multiple sides, such as first, resource efficiency, which consists of energy productivity, water productivity, innovation, human resource productivity, and waste productivity. The second cube, social entrepreneurship, which includes life cycle pollution, philanthropic activity, number of lives positively impacted as a result of business, and number of lives negatively impacted as a result of business. Cube number 3, financial management, financial health, CEO average worker pay ratio, optimization, reporting, and climate resilience. Cube number 4, employee well-being, lost time injury rate, wage discrepancy per gender, wage discrepancy, fertilities, employee turnover rate, employee satisfaction, gender parity in leadership, diversity at workplace, HE policies, including insurance, maternity, clean revenue, waste to wealth practices, shared platforms, litigations, and compliances. And the last cube consists of inclusive supply chain, which consists of transparency, human rights, pollution, and integration. So all these factors are taken into play while judging the list for all the winners today. Once again, today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, as I had mentioned before. Now, before we start with the awards ceremony, I would request all the winners to please step down from stage left once you've received your award for pictures for the magazine, and also stay back till the very end for a group picture once again for the magazine. And now it's time to reveal the winners of the 3rd edition of India's Most Sustainable Companies 2022 and 23. To felicitate the first set of winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Freddie Swan Ambassador, Royal Danish Embassy in New Delhi, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief BW Businessworld and Founder, Exchange for Media Group, and Minya Chatterjee, CEO, Sustain Labs, Paris. Please. Now, these winners are in order of their rankings. A few rankings will also have ties between them that we shall see as and how they come. So the first organization to join India's Most Sustainable Companies 2022 and 23 is Godrej Consumer Products. And we have with us Ramnath Vaidyanath, Associate Vice President and Head of Environmental Sustainability, Godrej Industries Limited and Associate Companies. Congratulations. I shall help you hold that. A few words from you.
Sure. I think and I was just talking about this. It's great to be felicitated for this. One, because obviously it feels really good to be validated for all your efforts. But second, it also gives us a good understanding of that we're in the right direction. think, I mean, efforts like this really show us that where we're getting it right, what further we need to do. And the best part about being in a room with fellow ESG professionals is that there is really no competition to sustainability. We're all working towards the same thing. So I don't have the marketing and sales pressures that some of my colleagues in my company have. So I'm really glad to share this with all of you, actually. Thank you.
Moving forward, the next organization, which is ranked number 2, to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Tech Mahindra. And we have with us Sandeep Chandra, Chief Sustainability Officer, Tech Mahindra, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Let's give the entire group of Tech Mahindra a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's again an honor, and we're proud to be here. And thanks to BW Businessworld. It's a great. And yes, as we heard, the journey is still a long way to go. Net zero targets are still far away. So hopefully we should be there with all that. Thank you. Thank you.
And the next organization, ranked number 3 to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is HDFC. And we have with us Sanjay Joshi, Senior General Manager, Technical, Affordable and Green Housing, to receive the award on behalf of HDFC Group. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of my team and the management, thank you, jury and Businessworld, for this award. This award is always exciting, thrilling, motivating to consider. See, in the current context of sustainability, I think housing sector and the housing finance has to play a key role. And today, the housing finance is so easily available. But when we started company 45 years back, I think nobody had dreamt of the retail finance to be available so easily. It was our chairman, H.T. Parikh, I think had a vision. And I would say that I think his vision is completed because today there are so many banks, housing finance companies, and NBFC, everybody is there, and finance is easily available to everyone. I think that is the financial inclusion. And I think this award means a lot to us for the simple reason, probably this may be the last award as an HDFC. As some of you would know, that we are going to merge with HDFC Bank in about 3 weeks' time. But I'm sure the goals which we had set, that we'll continue to work on the housing sector, as well as SDG 11. If you look at SDG 11, which talks about easy and affordable housing, I'm sure we'll work even stronger once we merge with the bank. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead. The next organization, which is ranked number 4 to join India's most sustainable companies 2022 and 23 list is Wipro, and we have with us Narayan PS, Global Head, ESG and Managing Trustee, Wipro Foundation, to receive the award. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you so much, Business World and the jury for this recognition. I think at Wipro, we see all recognitions like this as catalysts for further improvement, because I think we all know in this world of sustainability that, whatever we do, it's just seems like the beginning. And in sustainability, the real, when it's only when everybody wins, only when nature wins, that we can really think that something substantial has been achieved. But nevertheless, thank you so much. It gives us the encouragement to do even more. Thank you.
Congratulations. A picture, please. Stage left. Winners, don't forget a picture for the magazine. And then towards the end, we'll also have a group picture for the magazine once again. Moving ahead to the next position, which is number 5, we have a tie. So at number 5, the first organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Tata Consumer Products. And we have with us Sunil D'Souza, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Consumer Products, and Vishabandhu Bhattacharya, Head of Sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Please. Everybody wants for them, please, and their hard work, their efforts.
So first of all, let me thank Dr. Batra, Minai, the BW team, Sustain Labs for instituting this and bringing industry together on such an important topic. At the Tata Group, as I said, we've always believed that sustainability is good for the planet, good for community, and good for commercial enterprise. And as I mentioned earlier, the Tata Group has been doing sustainability before it became a buzzword. Tata Consumer is a relatively newer company, but we firmly believe that sustainability is not just about ethics. It's the right business strategy. It's not a set of numbers, but translating them on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Minachi, for helping with the awards. Everybody, once for her, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Now, please request CS Sanjeev Singhal ji, Chair, UNCTAD ISAR 39th Session Central Council Member, ICAI, to please join us on stage. Is sir here? Can you please call him? We shall move ahead with the next one. So the tie at number 5, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies 2022 and 23 is Sifla, and we have with us Suhana Zariwala, Global Head, Sustainability Sifla, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Let's please congratulate them with all our love.
Thank you, Business World, for giving us this dice. And this is for all the suppliers who have worked on the screen and behind the screen. This is a great opportunity for us to portray what we have done in sustainability. And in sustainability, we have miles to go and miles to go precisely. So thank you very much.
A picture, yes. Moving ahead. At rank number 6, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies 2022 and 23 is Marico. We have with us Bipin Nodekar, Head Sustainability, and Amit Bhasin, Chief Legal Officer, to receive the award on behalf of Marico. Let's please give him and his entire group back home a huge round of applause.
Well, I received this award on behalf of each and every Mariconian who is very proud of this journey. And it's a very important moment for us. I also congratulate each one of you who have decided to spend your personal time for this important subject. And last, thank you to Business World and Sustain Plus. I think your work will be a very important catalyst in the days to come. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead at rank number 7, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies 2022 and 23 list is Tata Consultancy Services. We have with us Mayank Bhardwaj, Assistant Consultant, ESHS TCS, to receive the award on behalf of TCS back home. Sanjay sir, I request you to please join us on stage, please.
So thank you so much for this award. It feels really great when your efforts are being recognized. So thank you so much again, jury and Business World, for this award and recognition. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. A picture, please. Don't forget, winners, stage left. सर, अभी बहुत सारे हैं सर, संजीव सर, लंबा सफर है. Thank you so much, Minyachi, for helping us with the awards. This is not me. This is 100 people behind me talking, so I'm just, but okay. Moving ahead, at rank number 8, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. We have with us Jerome, Global Head, Engineering, EHS, and Sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group.
Thank you, Business World. It feels great that we are being recognized for our efforts. And as I said, as somebody has pointed out, that we have miles to go before I sleep. We do echo that emotion, but we believe in the power of industry. We believe in the power of human ingenuity. So for sure, I'm saying, hum honge kamyab. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, at rank number 9, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is HCL Tech. We have with us Santosh Jairam, Global Head, Sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of HCL Tech. Please.
Thank you, Business World and Sustainable Paris, for recognizing this. And both me and Deepika, we take this on behalf of all the 220,000 plus HCL Techites. And I think there are no winners or losers. I think we all will win together, or we all will lose together. And I think some of the recognitions here really pushes us to the next stage, and really hopeful that we can create a bigger impact in the coming years. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
You know, whatever we do it, honestly, I don't even know the winners. I don't even ask the team who wins. But very core to our process, of course, Sustainable Labs Paris, I have said in the morning, high integrity, high domain knowledge. So between Noor and Minya and the teams, they figure out the list. Noor is our group editorial director. She's in Cannes today. That's why she's not here. But our jury is very important to us, to validate, to be able, and there are things. So for some reason, we didn't run the jury AV today. Somebody didn't eat their breakfast. You should. But do we have a jury AV, first of all? Yes. So I do want to tell you, when you get your certificate, I do want to read out the names of the winners and, you know, of the jury members. So Mr. Dhaval Monani, who's the CEO of First Home Reality Solutions, and he is a senior fellow at the Artha Global and IDFC Foundation and director of affordable housing at the Anand National University, India. Was a jury member. Mr. Srinath Sridharan, who's a columnist with us in many other media publications. and a very prolific writer and a corporate advisor was there. Mr. Sandeep Kanda, who's a consultant to the World Bank, was there. Ms. Subhashini Chandran, who's a Vice President, Social Impact, Asia Pacific MasterCard for Inclusive Growth was there. Dr. Debajit Patil was there. My friend Mango Park, who's the chairman of Innovator Capital, is based in between UK and Monaco, was there. He's been a former investment banker. He does the world's largest clean tech summit and understands clean tech and sustainability. Mr. Karthik Desai, who's the founder and CEO of Design Associates, was there. Mr. Bhaskar Bhatt, who's the Dean School of Design at Anand National University, was there. That's Minya's association with Anand National University. Okay. Ms. Reena Singh, founder and designer at ECA, was there. Mr. Vikram Chatterjee, CEO of Galileo, was there. Mr. Josh C. Raphael, who's the director at District Rainwater Harvesting Mission, Kerala government, was there. Mr. Mohammad Muzaffar Rahman, scientist, Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, was there. So really, these were the people who were like a sounding board, who whatever Sustain Labs Paris came up with, there was a further level of validation. So I do want to acknowledge them and their time. They put in a lot of time. They lent their name. So I just do want to acknowledge, and this is the first time that we don't have a jury heavy in a Business World Award, but that's okay. Hopefully we'll correct. The team does a great job. But possibly Noor and Tanvi not here, being here has made sure we have not acknowledged our jury. So I just wanted to do that. And again, why we selected these jury members, primarily from Minya's recommendations. So,
thank you, Anurag. We actually had two levels of jury. We had two levels. One is at a sector level, because all of you know every sector has their specificities. And so, and then we had jury members who cross-cut different sectors and are domain experts on sustainability. And you would notice from the list that Dr. Batra mentioned, none of them are from the 200 companies, and none of them are businesses from India. They're usually academics, researchers, think tanks, or if at all, CEOs of companies outside India. So extreme ethical standards. And like Dr. Batra said, I'm deeply grateful that there's never been any intervention in the rankings, purely data backed and research backed, and never an intervention. As he said, he doesn't even know who the winners are. So thank you.
Just want to make sure, because we live in an era where people think everything can be bought. I can tell you Business World Awards, and we are very careful about our editorial, our awards, our juries. We take a lot of time to build our juries, the process. We run lots of people's awards, and the only reason they come to us is for the process. We're custodians of the process. Of course, in most of our awards, I don't know who the winners are. I don't ask. I get to know when I get complaints. Oh, why are we low? Why did we not win? And that's when I engage. And some have been informed of their ranks, and they have written to me and Noor. So I have directed them to Dr. Chatterjee. And we have, we've not partnered with her without a reason. Some of you know her personally, know her work. The minister knows her work, her organization's work. So I think what is very important, which should have come out in the AV, is a process of validation of what we do, taking it to experts and saying, are we all this? And again, in the first 2 years, there were lots of feedback. And in those meetings, I was there, I was just listening. It's an editorial product for us. So I was listening. I'm not an expert on sustainability. Definitely I'm not. But I just want to say that it's through an honest process. And if you want us to improve, Arjun is there, Priyanshi is there. Of course, Dr. Minya Chatterjee and her team is there. You can write us to, and they have detailed inputs. And when the issue comes out on what parameters you did well, what you did not do well, I think that's important, because it's not a one time. We'll carry on, improve. The scale of what we do in this domain will grow. So I do want to make that point that, and I want to thank our jury members for giving us their time. They gave us almost 2 full days. That's a lot of time. So I just want to acknowledge their work and express my gratitude to them. Thank you. And all the best for the next year.
I think we can. Hello. Sir, आपने बोलने से मेरी आवाज ही काट दी उन लोगों ने. Hello. It's okay. I'll use this. I think before we move forward, let's have a bigger round of applause for all our jury members, because as they mentioned, the amount of registration that come in from each one of you, the hard work that you put in, it's very, very difficult for them to choose as to who should top the list. So thank you. Now moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Tata Communications, and we have with us Mukul Kumar, Vice President, EOHS and Sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
At the outset, thank you, BW World and Sustain Lab Paris. And this awards tells us two things. First is we are on the right track. And secondly, it does motivates us. And as Sunil, you said that us at Tata, sustainability is a journey and we'll try to move along. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And may I please request Abhishek Ganapati, Director, Commercial at the Dubai World Trade Center, to please join us on stage and help us present the award to our next set of winners. Please, sir. Everybody wants to, sir, please. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Maruti Suzuki, and we have with us Rahul Bharti, Executive Officer, Corporate Affairs, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Thanks, Business World, and thanks, jury members, the sectoral and across sectors. We have a philosophy at Maruti Suzuki, which kind of, even before the word sustainability was coined, which is smaller, lighter, neater, and more beautiful. So if our design, whether it's a product or a process, is smaller, lighter, neater, and more beautiful, chances are it will be more sustainable. So that's our effort towards sustainability. We are happy our CO2 emission per car is the least in all among all cars in India, our average fleet, but we have to reduce it far more. We have to bring it to zero. So it's a journey, and thanks Business World for encouraging us on that journey.
Congratulations. So I think that's Maruti Suzuki, no, ki petrol khatam hi nahi honda. I'm not wrong. Yes, no? I love the smile that you have on your face. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Ultratech Cement, and we have with us Ram Mohan Regulapati, Chief Sustainability Head, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. We also have with us Ram Mohan, Communications Head from Ultratech Cement. also Raju Goyal, Sustainability Head, joining us to receive the award on behalf of the group. Everybody wants for them, please.
So thanks on behalf of Ultratech management and the team. I really thanks for the BW Businessworld and the SLP and the organizer of this event. So knowing that you have seen the last previous awards, being a hard to abate industry and getting this award is really a great privilege for all of us. And thanks for recognizing our efforts in the cement, which we all know is the most polluting we know, but we are committed to make it more sustainable industry. As we all know that we are the industry which can take the waste from the various industries, agriculture, which we can convert to the value. And Ultratech is committed to take initiative on the circular economy, transition of energy, as well as all our product portfolios with the low carbon cements and concrete. And as somebody has said that long-term commitment, we also have the long-term commitment, which called the net zero 2050. But as our management also set the target for 2032, where we have committed to reduce our scope 1 and scope 2 by 27 and 69% reduction in our CO2 footprint. And we are very privileged to be here today. And thanks to all the organization team for inviting our efforts. And our journey has just started, and wait for some time, we'll be changing.
Congratulations, sir, and all the very best. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Bharti Airtel, and we have with us Neeti Mittal, Head, Compliance and Sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Thanks a lot, Businessworld, Sustainable in Paris. This is really, really important. On behalf of we are committed to reduce our emissions, and being a digital company, we are others also to reduce their emissions. A long way to go. We also have scientific bodies are working to up our rankings.
Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Asian Paints, and we have with us Samit Kumar Singh, Group Head, Corporate Affairs and CSR, Asian Paints Limited, to receive the award on behalf of the entire team, please. Everybody for them, please, for Sir and his entire team back home.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Business World and the jury. We feel humble, encouraged. As a culture in Asian Paints, sustainability is integral. Whatever we do, whether it is our processes, whether it is our manufacturing units, whether it is even CSR for that matter. If the vision and mission is around sustainability, and we consider it as a shared responsibility for all of us. So let us contribute towards all this and make this world more sustainable, livable, and for our future generations. We owe this responsibility. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, Abhishek, sir, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for sir, please. Thank you. Now, please request Juhi Gupta, Director, Sustainability Tetra Pak South Asia, to please join us on stage and help us present the awards to our next set of winners. Please, ma'am. You can, आप ताली बजा सकते हैं. कोई टैक्स नहीं है, कोई मना नहीं है, पक्का, I promise. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. Then we have with us Dr. Rajan Sharma, Vice President and Head, Environment, Health and Safety, to receive the award. Please for them. मैं क्यों वेटिंग कि कब आप लोग ताली बजाएंगे, मुझे थोड़ा पुश करना पड़ेगा.
A big thank you to Business Award and self and to the jury member, and we are super excited to receive this award on behalf of all Landmarkians. And I'm happy to state here that recently our SBTi targets also have been approved for reduction of carbon emissions, and this award gives us assurance that we are on the right path and we will definitely achieve it. Thank you so much.
A reminder for all the winners, once you've received your award, please step down from stage left for a picture for the magazine, and then also stay back till the very end for a group picture, once again for the magazine. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Larson and Tubro, and we have with us A.R. Soni, Head, Corporate Affairs, and joining him is Pradeep Panigrahi, Corporate Sustainability, who receives the award on behalf of the entire group. Please. Everybody for their hard work, their efforts.
Thank you, Businessworld. It's all efforts by all our workers, our vendors, our employees, and very good push and passion from this new chairman to make it possible for this entity. Sustainability is the core of the operations. We will work for our excellent things whichever we done. We will go ahead and see that what best we can do further to achieve that number one position because now I think it's 14 or 15. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. All the very best. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Ambuja Siemens, and we have with us Mr. Manoj Jindal, Chief Manufacturing Officer North, Adani Siemens, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. I'm also silently waiting.
I think our initial few steps in this direction, I hope we'll do much better.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Tata Power Company, and we have with us Vaishnavi Prabhakaran, Head, Corporate Sustainability from Tata Power, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Please, ma'am. Please for her, everybody.
Thank you very much to Business World, Sustain Lab Paris, and the jury team. I very humbly received this award on behalf of Team Tata Power. There is much work that has happened and a long way to go. And you know, in a hard to abate sector to try and see how we can be a completely clean power solution provider for our customers. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening, everybody.
Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Reliance Industries, and we have with us the Senior Vice President of Sustainability and Circular Economy, Rajesh Gabaji. Also, Ajay ji joining us to receive the award. Young man, thank you. Extra chai for you today in the evening, I promise. Tata tea, wow, lovely.
Thanks for the award. In fact, so happy to see that there are so many companies who are trying hard to work on sustainability. No one can do it alone. We have to do it all together. Thanks.
Congratulations, sir. And with that, thank you so much, ma'am. Everybody wants a ma'am, please, for helping us with the awards. I please request Ekta Narayan, co-founder and CBO Recycle.com, to please join us on stage and help us present the awards for next set of winners. Please, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is GAIL, and we have with us Mukesh Kumar Tiwari, Chief General Manager, to receive the award on behalf of GAIL. And also the Director. For them, please.
Thank you, Business World and the juries. Happy to receive this award on behalf of GAIL, and pleased to see that a gas measure is being recognized in sustainability efforts, and we hope that we'll try to keep it up. Thank you.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Please don't forget the picture. Now, moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Titan Company, and we have with us N.E. Sridhar, Chief Sustainability Officer of Titan Company, to receive the award on behalf of the group. Please, sir. No, I honestly just point and wait कि कब आप लोग मेरे इशारे को समझेंगे और अपना प्यार दिखाएंगे इनकी मेहनत को. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Business World, and like many of my senior data colleagues who here have spoken, it's a pleasure and honor to receive this. We as one Tata will move the needle as much as possible, and more importantly, all the companies present over here, we would like to collaborate and see how we can create more together. Thank you so much.
Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Tata Steel, and we have with us Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Resident Executive, to receive the award on behalf of Tata Steel.
Thank you, Business World jury members. Awards like these encourages us to do more in terms of sustainability. Need not recreate the importance and focus which Tata Group and Tata Steel sustainability. More important for extractive industries like us, and Tata Steel has taken net zero by 2045.
also for all the winners, once you receive the award and of course got your picture done, we'd request you to please also move to a room or hall right opposite this room for a winner's bite as well. Our editors and correspondents are there waiting for you. Please don't forget to do that. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Dalmia Bharat. We have with us Mahendra Singh, MD and the CEO to receive the award on behalf of the group. For him, please, and his entire team back home that awaits this recognition. Oh, what happened to your talias?
Mr. Malik has already said there is no GST on clapping. There isn't. I want to confirm that. Second, somebody told me many years back, clapping is very good for heart muscles. So for some of you who didn't go for your morning walk, if you clapped enough, it would compensate for that. Trust me, I'm not. You can Google about the impact of clapping. And third, you build your karmic balance. So for these three reasons, can you clap for Dalmia Bharat?
Happy evening, the winners and the participants. Heartiest thanks to Batraji, Business World, and all the sponsors who have supported this. It's really happy moment that Business World is supporting, motivating sustainability excellence of corporate world. And I think it will go a long way to make India the leader in sustainability, the leader in climate change. I'm so happy to receive this award on behalf of whole Dalmia Bharat team. We are manufacturer of happiness material, which is cement, which creates happiness by making houses, by making infrastructure. At the same time, we could also make cement, one of the greenest cement in the world. Dalmia Bharat's carbon footprints are one of the lowest in global cement world. We follow the philosophy of clean and green is profitable and sustainable. And that's why we are one of the most profitable cement company. And we are also one of the most, I would say one of the lowest carbon footprint cement company in global cement world. We do work on various sustainability activities, including how we conserve the water. And I'm so happy to share that Dalmia Bharat is 14 times water positive. We are also working on how to enhance livelihood. Once again, thanks to Batraji and team. Thank you.
Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Britannia Industries. And we have with us Shantanu Gupta, Regional Sales Manager, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Thank you, Business World, for awarding Britannia as a top 50 Indian companies for our ESG initiatives. Britannia's vision has been to become a responsible global total foods company, and sustainability has been at the heart of Britannia's philosophy over the years. Thank you again. We are thrilled to receive this award. And we would like to express our gratitude to the Business World team. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, Ekta ji, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for her, please. Please request Anurag Tiwari, Director, Ricard Innovations, to join us on stage and help us present awards for the next set of winners, please. And the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Shree Cement. And we have with us Mr. Abhishek Kumar Rai, Chief QA, QC and R&D. So then, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening to everyone. Thanks to Business World and the jury for recognizing us with this award. And this is just our start. And of course, we are in a long queue, but we are doing the best to be the number one. So thanks again, and thanks for this motivation. So on behalf of complete Sri Cement, I'm happy to receive this award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. A reminder, winners, once you've received your award, please stage left, you step down from for a picture for the magazine, and also stay back till the very end for a group picture, once again for the magazine. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Biocon, and we have with us Shivalla Ravi Kiran, Head, EHSS, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Good evening to all of you. Thank you, BW Businessworld and SNP also. It's always pleasure and happy to receive an award. And what are the efforts our company has taken, and especially from the top management, our chairperson, Kiran Majinder Shah, and our CEO, the efforts of every employee. That is the reflection of this. Continue to improve ranking. Thank you once again, BW Businessworld.
Rana and my friends, I have nothing against people meeting people. In fact, I have everything for. But can I request you to sit down, sir? The gentleman there. Either you can sit down, or if you want to still have a chat, you can be outside. Nandini, can you request everyone to do that? It distracts. So can you sit down, or if you choose to be outside the room, I'm fine. Can you two gentlemen also sit down, sir? Salman and Rima. Nandini, can I request you to sit down, please? Right, distracting.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone. We have with us Charanjit Singh, Head ESG and Investor Relations, to receive the award.
Good evening, everyone. And on behalf of Adani Ports and SEZ, firstly, thanks to the organizers and the jury for this recognition. Awards like these are a good reminder for any company of their actions. Said that sustainability is we have more work to do. And thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Indus Towers. And we have with us Uday Mahajan, the head of ESG, to receive the award. Please. So then, please, everybody.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thank you, Businessworld and the jury, for the recognition. I think it's early days for all of us here, but here's to beautiful times ahead for this planet. Together it is. Thank you.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is ACC. And we have with us Mr. Manoj Jindal, Chief Manufacturing Officer North, Adani Cement. Congratulations, sir. And moving ahead, the next organization to join the India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Havels. We have with us Nitin Singh, Vice President and Head of ESG and Internal Audit, to receive the award on behalf of Havels. Please.
Thank you, everyone. At Havels, sustainability has always been at the core. In fact, this year we celebrated 10 years of launching the first sustainability report, which was launched way back in 2012. And this year we're calling it the Decade of Action, and looking forward to working on more sustainable initiatives for taking this forward. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, gentlemen. With that, thank you so much, Anuragji. Thank you. Everybody wants for sir, please. Now, please request Nilesh Agarwal, founder, Calculus Carbon, to join us on stage and help us present awards and set of winners. I believe sir is not here, but he'll join us for sure. Let's move ahead. The next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23. Kotak Mahindra Bank. We have with us Nilesh Maikar, Executive Vice President, Group, Public Affairs and Government Business, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Good evening, all. First of all, it's a great honor and privilege to be here and receive such a prestigious award on behalf of entire Kotak Bank family. Thanks to Business World and thanks to jury, all the jury members. I think such award functions for sustainability would go a long way in saving this world. Thank you.
Congratulations. And with that, may I please request Harbinder Singh Narula, the CEO of BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World, to join us on stage. Please, sir. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is DCM Sriram, and we have with us Mr. K.K. Sharma, full-time director and EHS head, DCM Sriram Limited, to receive the award on behalf of the group. Please, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's a great honor to be here receiving this award on behalf of entire DCM Shriram family.
Being a chemical company, I think uh, getting carbon neutrality, which is a great challenge, but in this endeavor, the company has taken a lot of efforts in terms of not only energy initiative, but right from the inception of the plants, circular economy is something which is part and parcel of our processes. So this is something which I believe is sustainability is a journey, and with collaboration of all of you who are here, other companies, I believe this journey is going to reach us to the net neutral destination, which is the ultimate goal. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, winners. Reminder for a group picture at the very end. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is HDFC Bank. We have with us Nusrat Pathan, Senior Vice President, CSR and ESG, HDFC Bank, to receive the award. Everybody that's please give her and her entire team a huge round of applause.
On behalf of HDFC Bank, heartfelt gratitude to the jury as well as the organizers. I think awards such as this are both extremely reassuring at the same time inspiring and motivating. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Grasim Industries. And we have with us Surya Valluri, Chief Sustainability Officer, to receive the award.
The trophies that you're getting, you should know they are made of recycled materials. So they are not normal trophies. They're made of whatever little we could do. It may be symbolic, but every small bit matters. So these are made of recycled materials. One of our partners has made it, and just wanted to sensitize you to that. I just wanted to confirm it with Priyanshi. I knew, but I confirmed it with her. So just small thing, but it does matter.
For them, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening. We accept this on behalf of fashion industries. All these kind of awards motivate us. And, we have been doing that. Good job has been recognized. But as you all, many of our colleagues, awards and recognitions motivate, but at the same time, it increases the responsibility to do even more sustainable. Thank you very much.
I agree with everything you said, but these are one of its kind. One that through an honest process, done honestly, nobody's to ask you for money, either for evaluation or post it, or there is no way. As I said, most of my team doesn't even know, and we get requests. They go to Minya, and Minya is quite capable of handling it. And sometimes I've got it from chairman and MDs of very large companies on last year. They know my character, so when I tell them something, they believe me. So I just want to say, all awards are welcome. Any recognition, pat on the back for good work is welcome. We would like to become the new because of our process and integrity and domain expertise and our jury and our partnership with SSP. We will become the number one in this domain. This is the much want to say. While everything you said, I just say this is not just another award. It is the award. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2020, 22 and 23 is Dabur. We have with us Mr. Rahul Avasti, Global Head of Operations and Sustainability Lead, to receive the award on behalf of the group. Not here? Now, my congratulations to him and his group. Let's move ahead to our next award. The next organization to receive or to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Adani Transmission, and we have with us Mr. Santosh Kumar Singh, Chief Sustainability Officer, to receive the award on behalf of the group. Please, for them, for the entire group, for Adani Transmission, and of course, Santoshi.
One more reason to clap is their cameras. Only people who clap get tea and snacks. Kidding, of course, everyone. But you can clap for Mr. Singh. Please clap for him. We are humbled to receive such a prestigious award, and it motivates us to do better every time. And as our recent approach you would have seen on the television, hum karke dikhate hain, and we are very proud of it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, jury.
Moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Mahindra and Mahindra. We have with us Rohit Raina, Head Group Public Affairs, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Good evening, everyone. I don't think I'm qualified to address gathering of keep it very brief. Sustainability is what we call, what in Mahindra we call part of the Mahindra way. And the Mahindra way is to keep things very simple and impactful. For decades, when we thought carbon neutrality was okay, it would do, we followed a triple bottom line approach to sustainability. We said we'll focus on people, planets, and people, planet, and profits. And mind you, necessarily in that order. But today, when the need for PR is more urgent, our philosophy has also shifted. We now strive to be planet positive And again, we're trying to keep it very simple. We're trying to do that by greening ourselves, by decarbonizing the industry, and trying to rejuvenate nature. And you will see that in everything that we do, whether it is by in the sort of alliances we try to forge, whether it is with the World Economic Forum's Alliance for Clean Air or First Mover Alliance, or by our simple business practices, whether it is adopting SBTIs, internal carbon pricing mechanisms, so on and so forth. So this is a continuous learning and development process. A lot of us have said this today. That we come to see us again next year, and hopefully placed at a better rank. Better rank. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And moving ahead, the next organization to join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Siemens. We have with us Mr. K. N. Srikumar, President, Smart Infrastructure, to receive the award. Sir is not here. Congratulations to him. Probably planning for the next one. Let's move ahead to the next one then. The next organization to join India's most sustainable list 2022 and 23 is BASF India. We have with us Jay Mishra, Head, Regulatory Affairs, Nutrition Business, BASF South Asia.
Well, as you know, to be counted in one of the most sustainable companies is a big job for us, and we thank for sustainability.
And the next organization, join India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 is Vedanta. We have with us Gaurav Sarup, Director, ESG, Carbon and Social Performance, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
On behalf of Vedanta, thanks to Businessworld and SLP for Vedanta set up a very ambitious sustainability. I think along with all of the companies, there's a massive opportunity. Congratulations to all the other
Congratulations. A picture. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. The other members that you didn't see, the other numbers, let's say, they were there, but of course, they wanted to receive the award. That's why I didn't announce. No mystery behind that. I request all the winners to please join us on stage for a group picture with their trophies only. Please, all the winners, with your trophies only. We'll have a picture first with the presenters and then only you.
And I also want to, we are in the people business. While there may be small things that could have been better, we have a full day of conference tomorrow. So for those of you who are interested in the sustainability content, we have a full day lineup you have. Second, I want to thank my colleagues. Lots of them are here. Some are outside. So first of all, Priyanshi, she's just walked out. She's the Spock on this project. She's put in all the hard work on the rankings, coordinating with SLP, on the jury, on the magazine issue, on the awards. So congratulations to Priyanshi, our group editorial director, Noor, who's in Europe just now at the Cannes Lions, where she's been going for 18, 19 years. And she missed going. The marketing team, Tanvi and Shweta, Nimanshu, Prashant, Mayank, Ashish, Malik, the sales team. Ultimately, somebody's got to, so all, Shruti and Sajad, Ravi, Aparna, C.S. Rajaraman, Kiran, they've all contributed, and in more ways than the other colleagues who also contributed. Arjun and the complete editorial team who's taking bites and making sure it'll go on our YouTube channel. So really, if I'm forgetting someone's name, Talis, all the entry team, Akash is there, Biren is there. I don't remember everyone's name. Happens to me, I forget one or two names, but Priyanshi, please give Priyanshi, she's the Spock on this project. It is her project. And there are many reasons she does well, but one of them is that she went to the right business school, which I also went to. It's MDI. Of course, she's 22 or 24 batches junior to me, or maybe 25 batches junior to me. But that's just, MDI is very important part of my life. So Priyanshi, well done. And we look forward to the day tomorrow. I have a vision of sustainability, a standalone community for sustainability called Sustainability World, and doing an India Sustainability Week with SLP, where we bring the political leaders, we bring investors, we bring chief sustainability officers, we bring CSOs, we bring CEOs, and we bring all the clean tech and sustainability tech startups and do a 5-7 day immersive. Conferences are good, but they're also about collaboration. She talked about the 3 C's in the morning. So hopefully be able to build something. This is just last year we seeded it. Minya also said it's the wrong time to do it because some are away on holidays. He was away on holiday, only came back yesterday, seeing all his photos on Facebook. So hopefully we'll do it at either in April next year, or we'll do it in August, so that we can do it even bigger, better. So just want to say it is the inaugural years. Thank you for being in the inaugural years, being part of the initial cohort. I think editorially we'll do whatever we have to do. And I was just listening to the last speech, and when the cost of capital, because you're a ESG compliant company, the Vedanta gentleman was talking, and it is publicly, we've also reported, Vedanta is trying to pare its debt. And when the cost of capital, because you're ESG compliant and better, comes down, it will also become a profit center, so to say. I mean, not everything in life has to be about profit. I must say, I run a business editorial product, but profit is important. To say it's not important is also not right. But I think this domain is much more than profit. So I am glad that we are doing this. And as I said, I had this for 8-9 years in my mind till I met Minya and said they are the right partner. So thank you, Minya, to you and your team, because we can say these rankings are right because we know that they are very high integrity and high domain knowledge both. So we don't interfere. We don't have a point of view. So we have a point of view only in editorializing whatever rankings we get, and we completely co-own it. So it's not like I'm washing my hands. No, I'm just saying we're so in safe hands that we don't worry about it. So just want to say this, and I hope you can come join us for a photograph. Thank you.
I just wanted to call upon Vinayak and Pranjal.
Yes, Vinayak is a very important part of
These two Vinayak and Pranjal, are you there? All the rankings, the study.
Send them to Vegas.
No, I hadn't sent them to Vegas. I wish they. So they led the, come up. They led the entire study. It's a year-long study where all our analysts, Faraz, Priyanka, Nadeem, everybody, they all come together, but led by both of them. And they actually have all the information about the companies, about all of you at their fingertips. If you ask them a question, they'll probably be able to tell you very, very quickly. So
The ranking is low, these are the guys.
if you have any questions, these two.
That's what Vinny and me have directed them. I hope you have life insurance and all. God give you long.
But of course, it's backed by all our analysts and the creative team and everything.
You can also catch hold of them also then. But of course, all the winners, please, with your trophies on the stage. Aiye. Only the trophies, please. Priyanshi, can we see agar koi bahar ho to? Any winners if they're outside? Can you please call them inside?
Suresh, you may want to make 2 layers, 3 layers. You want to make 2 layers, 3 layers. You may want to come in there. You may want to come in the front. So you also. You also. Sure, we are on the side. This side. आपको भी आ गया ना. No. Otherwise, it's very wide photo, not a very good photo.
Please wait. Now only the winners. And thank you. Congratulations, everybody.